Come on, let's go.
And I'm in a set pace. 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 I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, the skets get live. I see I ride the beat, speaking in Ivy. I'm on the step pace slide, rip the step, the skets get wide. I see I ride the beat, speaking in Ivy. I'm on the step pace slide, rip the step, the skets get wide. I see I ride the beat, speaking in Ivy. I'm on the step pace slide, rip the step, the skets get wide. I see I ride the beat, speaking in Ivy.
Valorant champions. We've had 2 incredible quarterfinal matches already, and it's time to have 2 more to round off our teams going into the semifinals. I'm Youngsu, and I'm joined by Tom, Biz, and Potter on the desk. This is a bit of a reunion for you two. You've done a few desks in the past.
Yeah, it was a different game that shall not be named. Obviously, no one's heard of it since, so we'll just pretend that it never happened and move on in Valorant.
That is how Tom lost all his hair. So we go back. We go back many years.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to grow back now as well. You know.
Oh yeah, I had to shave it after the liquid one yesterday.
Unfortunate.
Worst day ever.
The amount of people that didn't get that joke was amazing. That Tom said he was going to shave his head if liquid won. But it's glad to see
I
that.
did.
Yeah,
man of my word.
Exactly. A lot of honor here on the desk today. Let's talk about the quarterfinals. Like I said, we've had 2 banging matches already that happened yesterday. Ascend versus Team Secret. Wasn't the best day for Team Secret, but a great showing for Ascend.
It was. And of course, we got to talk about CNED, right? When we think about Ascend, we automatically look at CNED, and he absolutely showed up yesterday. So many highlights. I mean, I think that was the thing about yesterday, right? Both series, there were so many moments where individuals just had those moments where it just makes you say, wow. So it was a fantastic day.
I think as well, you almost have to lean into the fact that this is the sort of performance we wanted to see from Ascend. Like, all the way through, it's been a lot shakier than we would have liked, even though they actually managed to come out top of their group. Out of all the EMEA teams, we were kind of like, oh, I don't know how much further they're going to be able to go, but that was convincing, especially versus a team who, again, in the beginning of the tournament, we weren't so sure how they were going to perform. The fact that Ascend have come through and gone, okay, we are clearly the better roster in this matchup, and now move on to a semi.
I love Bone Cold's average Jonas impression. You got to love that. You know, I saw Ryan Central say that he would not be surprised, Tom, if Ascend go on to win the whole tournament. What do you think about that?
I think they're building themselves in. I think that's the most important thing, because a lot of teams that show themselves early might get a little bit too confident, whereas Ascend had such a shaky start that I feel like they've gone, okay, we need to step up, we need to adapt a few things, and they've come back and they've looked a lot better.
Yeah, I don't know that they've convinced me to that extent, especially when a Fnatic and a Liquid have looked as good as they have. But certainly Ascend have made statements across, and you can see that game plan, it's coming through. I will say that I don't know that they've had quite as dominant of performance as we've seen of some of these teams as well. So I'm still looking for that. But yeah, Ascend, they're looking great.
Yeah, they're looking very good. You mentioned Liquid there, so let's talk about Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Hope you're feeling okay today, Potter. The last NA
team got a tiny violin?
Yeah, has been eliminated.
You know what? Usually I would have, but that map, this series yesterday, Liquid Cloud9 was so damn good that I'm not even salty about it, man. This series had a little bit of everything, right? The big brain outplays, the out-aim, so much depth within the rounds. And I mean, the battles that went down, Yampi versus Leaf, time and time again, the Jet battles coming across. This was an amazing series.
Well, I almost have a question for Potter, because I didn't actually see Cloud9 yesterday. I only saw Leaf. It seemed like the rest of the team actually didn't show up. The man has definitely made it a huge...
He's on Cloud9.
It was a huge name for himself individually, because that was sort of the joke that I was making yesterday. Is like, it seems like they moved on from the Tens and friends, and now they're Leaf and friends, because he was so strong in the matches yesterday. I will, however, say that Scream also, getting onto that stage, the stats he was pulling off, like I think it was like 224 ADR in that first map, like just ridiculous numbers, and the fact that he is showing up on the biggest stage, it's exciting.
Edge shots machine.
Yeah, we do talk about his one-taps. And speaking of those one-taps, we do have a bracket, a tournament bracket, updated tournament bracket for the quarterfinals. For the remaining matches of the quarterfinals, actually my one-tap segue was going to some stats, but I forgot we had to do this first. So just let that one sit for a second. But of course, Gambit versus X10, and then Fnatic versus Crew. I know a lot of people are definitely looking forward to that later matchup, Potter.
They are, and I think Gambit and Fnatic, they've got to be pretty careful today, because X10 and Crew are looking dangerous, and I think both of these squads, they've got nothing to lose, right? So coming into here, they're going to look pretty scary and intimidating. Obviously, those teams are absolutely ready for it, but man, it's going to get spicy.
Yeah, I think both Crew and X10 have made a lot of fans this event, because I'll admit it, like I came in with them definitely not being teams coming out of the group. I think especially X10, like almost sort of messing about a little bit in the previous tournaments, not being able to play with their best player. If you told me they were top 8 over Envy, I would have been like, okay, yeah, cool, yeah, having a good day, are you? But no, they've really impressed this event. So if Gambit aren't on their game today, I think they could be in trouble.
I do want to see the pick'ems of that one person that probably did have X10.
He used a randomizer. I don't believe there's anyone who actually predicted it this way. Otherwise, they are meant.
Yeah,
or they have like 40 accounts, and they've just gone through and done it each
all
time.
All the different variations.
It's like John, whenever he does, it's like, I actually got the coin. It's like, no, you didn't. Bud. We don't believe you.
But yes, I was talking about the one taps, the headshot machine earlier, and we do have a graphic here for you guys. This is the top 5 headshot percentages so far. Champions, we don't really usually talk about this.
It must be a mistake. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
It's wrong.
I mean, yeah, again, we don't really usually talk about this, but yeah, Heat, who is not in the tournament anymore, much like Masters
He's also
Berlin.
an off player as well.
He's still here. He's still here.
Jeez, those jet rifles. We always talk about the operator on the jets, but if you're just as good, if not better with the rifle, I think it just makes that jet agent even more scary. So Heat was absolutely on one.
There's 3 Liquid players and none of them are Scream.
That's not fair.
That's so
That's
ridiculous.
not fair.
I will say, though, it kind of almost runs true with that ADR stat I was saying from before, because he wasn't just headshotting yesterday. He was doing a lot of damage outside of the kills, because I don't think he was top fragger. I think Leaf was still at the top. But in terms of ADR, he was above by like 60 or something silly.
I know people aren't always the big fans of the Reyna. I know people like to criticize, like, the Reyna pick doesn't really work, it doesn't make sense. But Scream on the Reyna, surely we make an exception.
Scream can do it once. I'm not going to tell Scream how to play, because I think if I did, he would be infinitely worse, because he does what he feels right is in the server, and when you're one of the best players in the world, you're allowed to do that. If you're a guy playing matchmaking, not so much.
Not so much. And for Liquid, it's such a luxury to be able to have that. I think Reyna, it makes the composition a lot trickier, because Reyna doesn't provide the team aspect. But if you've got a player like Scream who's able to just disrupt any opponent that he's faced up against because he's on that Reyna, hey, that's a game plan that I think Liquid are absolutely going to stand behind.
Well, Scream, he got the job done yesterday, but we have a few players backstage that's waiting to get the job done today as well. We're going to step away for a moment here, but don't worry, we're going to be talking about Gambit versus X10 right after this.
Habang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
There are 2 semi-finals spots left, and one of them is going to come down to Gambit and X10. Let's talk about Gambit first. They're the team that won the most recent international tournament, but so far here, Tom, they've dropped maps at places where nobody expected them to.
It's been a little shaky, hasn't it? It's not been the same Gambit that we saw previously. Like, I will admit, it seemed like last time they almost got into a playoff state, and then we were looking at them going, okay, now they're just kind of running through everybody. But that was also because they then knew they'd qualify for Champions, which is not the case this time, because we're at Champions.
Are we, Tom? Thanks for reminding us.
Thank you for that clarification. Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's pretty apparent and clear. I know that the desk has touched on it a lot of the times in the past. Is hey, all eyes are on this Gambit squad, right? And so I think you're kind of seeing this reinvention, maybe a little bit of an identity crisis. We've seen some weird, odd pushes coming out of this Gambit squad, and the odd thing is for a player like Nats, he shines when he's able to use the clock to his advantage, snake his way through, find a weird angle that no one expects him to be, right? And there's that sort of conflict because if you look on the other side, Defo, he's in there, man. He's always at the top of that first kill, first duel contact. He's always looking for little skirmishes across the map, and that's all fine and dandy, but if he gets picked off on the other side of the map and Nats is trying to slow work the extremity on the other side, there's that weird wonky misbalance there.
Yeah, I think as well, like one of the things I wanted to highlight about Nats in particular is what we saw previously was the sort of what you were saying. He was able to lurk through and actually had pretty good opening duel stats, which was something that was really absurd for someone who's playing that Sentinel role. At the previous event, 37 to 32, pretty good opening duel stats for a Sentinel. He is 5 and 15. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that's actually the worst in the entire tournament, which considering how much impact he used to have on their attack and being that their attack has always been weaker, now that he's gone missing, they have started to rely on us, as you mentioned. Defo, currently one of the best players in the whole event.
I mean, how much of that do you think comes down to people, like I said, after Masters Berlin, everybody knows what Nats does. You have people in literally solo queue playing the way that Nats plays. How much of that is down to, Tom, the fact that people have figured out what Gambit do with him?
Well, I think there's 2 things. One, he's only been playing Viper so far this event, which has definitely been something a little bit weird, although I will highlight Chronicle a little bit later and how well he's been playing. But I also think a lot of the stuff he used to do on the attack was like picking up that poison orb to get an advantage. You can't do that anymore. Or using his Cypher cages in ways that maybe people hadn't done it before. Well, if he's not playing that agent, he can't really do that either.
Yeah, it is odd because, again, Nats isn't only being, all eyes aren't just on Nats because they won. All eyes are on Nats because he was the best damn Viper that we had in the entire world.
MVP?
He was showing us moves and setups and little traps that no other Viper ever even thought about. So that clever brain maybe is making him overthink some things, but for me, it's pretty simple. Gambit, they don't really have to reinvent the entire wheel, right? Their game plan was absolutely solid. I'd like to see them sticking to that, stick to their strengths, which is, again, utilizing that clock, run it down, default the map.
Yeah, I think luckily for them, they do have a ridiculous depth in roster so that when someone like Nats is not doing all of those crazy things, you do have players that can take over the game. But they have had to come back from, like, what, 7 rounds in a row from a deficit that would have knocked them out or knocked them down. That is a scary prospect.
And the weird thing is majority of Gambit's matches have started like that. I believe they've started most of, if not all of their maps down 0 to 5, 0 to 4, and they've had to claw their way back into the half.
Well, many might be worried about Gambit's shakiness. Redgar still enters the quarterfinals with a lot of confidence.
Hello guys, it's Redgar and I'm the team captain of Gambit Esports. If you think that we can win, we will see. We already came back, we can do it twice or 3rd times, so just watch us. We don't know who we're gonna face, so right now we're the cheese kings, you know. We have a lot of holes and you can beat us. We gave you a lot of information, so come and beat us. We are ready for that. Thank you everyone for that supporting. I swear you, we got this, we'll win this, so see you guys.
You gotta love Redgar. Every time I see him on screen, he just makes me smile. He's definitely the most wholesome pro player here.
Yeah,
but
they got a lot of holes. That's what he said.
Oh no! Oh no, Tom. But yeah, he's so wholesome. But you don't expect them to ever back down, right? They have so much confidence. They had the confidence, I think, all year because they know they've been able to do this. And Potter, even when it comes up against X10, you know, that confidence, it could be the thing that carries them over.
Yeah, and it should be, right? Because it's weird. Redgar is very wholesome, but in that server, he's not this nice, wholesome dude. He is absolutely deadly. And I think the impact frags that Redgar has been providing for this Gambit squad has kept them in it. Because as I said, they've had to claw their way back into these kinds of series, and it's been Redgar in those mid rounds making those weird pushes that after they lose space, he reaggresses, catches one, and equalizes things for his squad. So definitely he's been a shining light for the Gambit squad.
Yeah, well, they're going up against another underdog team this time around. You know, they've dropped a couple of maps already against some of the teams they won expected to. And let's talk about X10, because you've mentioned this already, Tom. Not many people expected them to be here, not in a disrespectful way, just their group was really tough.
I love this team. Like, genuinely, the fact that we went from Cruz basically saying that they need to work on aim, like communication, like all of that meme, and then come out in a lot of interviews just like, I think Padipam went, yeah, we didn't expect to even be Vivo keyed, and now they're like in through to the playoffs, looking to face off against Gambit, and I genuinely don't know what to think anymore, because they have overperformed to such a level, especially coming into the tournament, and they were running like Yoru comps, they were running a 4-controller comp at one point, like these guys were nut jobs, and now somehow they're in the playoffs.
Nut jobs, yes. And you know what? I think that that sort of unpredictability is absolutely going to go into X10's favor, right? I'm a huge fan of this team right now so far. The way that they're approaching these rounds, aggressive, 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 and they're all dedicated to the cause, right? So I like that style. It's been fun to watch. Can it go up against this huge stylistic difference in Gambit, because Gambit is slow, right? They're going to always be ready for these funky pushes that X10 have been putting out to other teams. I think they're going to be absolutely ready. So it's going to come down to the maps. What maps are we going to see that's going to determine X10's game plan here?
It's going to be really entertaining, I feel like, no matter what, to see which one of these teams does decide to shake it up. In the past tournaments, we always talk about Patty. In this tournament, we're always talking about Patty, but it doesn't feel like it's just the Patty show anymore, because Sushi Boys, Tom has been stepping up.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree, because I honestly think that Sushi Boys has probably been the pinnacle player in this entire tournament. I believe we're actually going to show a little head-to-head potentially between him and Chronicle, because that's one of the things that I've enjoyed so much this tournament. These are currently the 2 top-rated Killjoys in the entire tournament. One of them, I don't think, played it up until this event in the form of Chronicle, and has only played a couple of maps, although those maps he was off the charts in ACS. I think he was on like 300, so that's actually been brought down by other agents. And then Sushi Boys, he plays Jet sometimes, but frags better on a Killjoy. Like, it has been absurd how well he has played individually, and then matching that up with their sort of other initiator in Foxy, I think they've done so well to find information, get aggressive, get in their opponent's face, especially on the defensive side. And I think, sure, I do think it's a mismatch in terms of the way they play the game. Like, they're almost playing the way that Gambit want them to, but so many teams have expected it. Envy definitely expected them to do this, and it didn't matter. They still won.
Yeah, and oh man, Sushi Boys is just a really special player. I think it's very difficult to change a duelist into a sentinel role. Like that duelist mindset, man, they want to get in there. They want to fight. They don't want to back down, and they don't want to be selfless, right? Because when we think about a duelist, they're selfish, self-sufficient type of duelist agents. And for a Killjoy, Sushi Boys, he's got it all. It seems like he's selfish, selfless, and he gives everything up for his team.
Well, I've actually got some stats to back up your point, because you were saying, like, oh yeah, he still wants to play that aggressive role. He still wants to get those opening frags. Well, I think it was versus Envy. Him and Foxy were 22 and 7 in opening duels.
Jeez.
Now, in the majority of maps, he was still playing Killjoy, and on Split, both of them together went 10 and 0. That is absurd when you're not playing an agent that helps you in any manner to do that role. That's just of his individual brilliance alone.
Also, their opponent as well, if you take that into context. Yeah, I think the only thing that Sushi Boys has a fault in is that I heard that he doesn't actually like sushi. So I'm a little bit disappointed.
Excuse me?
I don't know if that is a rumor that someone just spread, but I did read that the other day, and I was thinking, like, really?
Next you're going to tell me Foxy doesn't like foxes, and my whole world is going to just melt down.
Yeah, your name is not actually Tom, So that's
I'm not a Harry Potter fan at
Wait,
all.
I thought I was
you know?
Ryan. Am I not Ryan Central?
I thought you were Paper Sin's body double, but you know,
I'm having an identity crisis here.
I've never seen you and Link or Sassy in the same room together. Yeah, so
That's true.
We
That is
never
true.
know at this point. But while the odds may be stacked against X10, their player Cruz is pretty excited and feeling good going into this quarterfinals matchup.
My name is Cruz Thanamet Mahatananayut. I'm from X10 Crit Esports and I play the support role. We're excited and we're all glad that we made it. We did what we thought we could and it just feels good. To be honest, it's just like a stepping stone for us. As you can see, we don't have like the really double duelist kind of squad, but we're just working on our teamwork, how we trade, and we make it hard for them to kill us one by one. I just want to say that let's have a good game because the Gambit guys are really nice to us and I know there's no rivalry between us, but then I just want a good game and let's make it fun. I would like to thank all the fans, both from Southeast Asia and from NA. I hope it was a good game for you guys, although the outcome wasn't in the NA's region's favor. We're just here to play just like them, and I just hope you keep on supporting us as well so we can make the scene bigger. Thank you.
I don't want them to play against Gambit. I don't want either of them to have to lose. This is going to be the most wholesome matchup ever.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen like two teams more likable right now. But Potter, I want to address something that he said in there, which I thought was really poignant, that they make their team, their opponents' lives hard
Yes.
by making sure that they don't get to kill them one by one.
Yeah, and you're just kind of throwing curveballs and disrupting whatever the game plan is on the other side, right? And that's what I love about this X10 squad, is that they're fearless. They are fearless. I think one of their issues, though, is that it is a bit telegraphed, right? Because generally that sort of aggression, it comes as the barriers are going down. It's very much everything's going in, right? All that utility is going towards either mid, maybe an A main push, and it's very telegraphed. And the better S tier teams, they react very well off that sort of immediate information. They just beeline it straight to the opposite side of the site. So I'm looking to see a little bit of a different flavor in that approach, but it still works.
Honestly, I don't trust either Stax or Cruz anything they say anymore. Because Stax, I feel like when we saw him on the first day where he was just basically playing mind games all the way through, and I feel like Cruz was the same, like, yeah, we need to work on all of this stuff. And then in reality, it's like, we got you. we practice this all the time. Now he comes interview saying we had all of this prepared all along. It's like, I wouldn't have seen that coming.
It reminds me of Angel. Like anyone that knows Angel.
I don't trust Angel at
You
all.
do
That
not
man is a
trust
liar.
anything Angel says. Like, he will play mind games, but the mind games works out sometimes, you know, depending on which team it is. But
True.
we are going to step away from here just for a few minutes, but there's going to be more Valorant chats and action right after this.
Habang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back to Champions, everyone. I absolutely love seeing all your tweets during the break. They always make us laugh. It's great. And I want to see them coming. Keep them coming. So, which is why I want to remind you guys at home of our annual Tacti-hunt. Of course, these little guys, I think you guys are very familiar with them already. I know you guys love them. So whenever you see one of these on broadcast, take a selfie, take a picture with it, and tweet it at us using the hashtag Valorant Champions Hunt and Tacti-hunt. And we'll definitely feature those tweets on the broadcast. I haven't seen you tweet one in yet, Tom. I'm not sure why that is. Have you just been missing them?
What's that about, Tom?
Well, surely, maybe I'm just not very good at the game, all right, Sue? Like, it's hard. Sometimes I like blink and then it's already come out. I see people tweeting it. Like, it's not as easy.
You're always behind. You're always behind.
Just I'm not good at games. I always get bullied.
Yeah, I mean, I did absolutely ruin you in the custom by just holding flank. That's how you beat Tom in Valorant, guys. He doesn't check corners.
I'm like the X10 of Valorant. I'm super aggressive on defensive side, and sometimes you get punished.
You really sometimes.
All the time you get punished.
He does not check any corners. You're the only person I know that plays the Sky, but you don't use any of your utilities to check corners.
Oh no!
To be fair, I think
just getting roasted.
I think you were holding the flank with like 10 seconds left on the spike.
I was. Yeah.
Just gotta hide here with an Odin.
With my Odin and my turret.
Securing the round, man.
Yeah. Of course.
I'm pretty sure the other members of my team could have defused, and Sue would have still been like, I'm going to kill Tom.
That's all that matters.
Well, I want to get some final thoughts from you guys, regarding Gambit versus X10. How much of an underdog do we really feel like X10 is? Are the odds really stacked against them today?
I think so. Just on paper, yes. If you watched X10 this entire week and the rounds that they were able to rally together as a squad, then they're not so much an underdog anymore. But on paper, with the way that both teams are made up, the composition, yeah, I think Gambit is absolutely should be winning this one.
Yeah, I think it's stylistically in Gambit's favor just because of how aggressively X10 like to play. But I also think the other side of it is just, I don't know if they're going to be able to compete just man for man, pound for pound.
Well, thank you very much. Guys, let's kick off our final quarter-final matches here at Champions Berlin.
Do you remember your first time seeing the impossible? When the first masters emerged, they were challenged to evolve, challenged to create masterpieces that would inspire millions. A mix of personal style and pure skill that redefined the game.
What is this, man?
This is where the best players from around the world will clash, and champions will be born, dreaming of greatness.
Oh my God!
Now we will all bear witness to split-second sparks that changed the course of esports history. And inspire future generations to find their own flash of brilliance. This is where we live. This is the art of greatness.
It's over! It's done with! Crew against all odds! Send Sentinels home!
Yo creo que la TAM tenía que dar este paso que dimos nosotros contra NA.
Now history is theirs in the making.
Que el próximo equipo que se nos enfrente, que esté preparado porque nosotros ahora vamos con todas.
What a moment for Crew.
Gambit, scary. The pressure is 10 times more than it was at Masters. I know that every team would like to knock us out from this tournament, but there is no pressure about that. We're all confident in our power. We have to show that we are the best team.
Most fans think EU is going to win the tournament.
แต่ก็ที่พวกเราก็ชนะ Gambit มาในซ้อมได้ครับก็ทำให้พวกเรามั่นใจว่าแข่งรอบนี้เราจะสามารถสู้ได้ครับ
You'll see what we come up with next.
We're always training all the time. We're training for that. We're ready for that. We're prepared.
พวกคุณหัวเราะในวันที่พวกผมเอาหาก็อย่ามาเสียน้ำตาในวันที่พวกผมเอาจริงนะครับ
Jerka's going to keep creeping behind them. Oh, he's herding them forward. Flying Stacks gets the follow. No way, Jerka! The adjustment is unbelievable.
I think we were in control most of the series, ensuring that we make the least amount of mistakes as possible.
We are here as underdogs, but we know how we perform in scrims. I'm pretty confident that we are capable of winning world champions.
The crew that Fnatic went up against is not the same crew that they're going to get this time.
Los equipos que subestiman a Cruz nos hacen más fuerte a nosotros porque llegan con una confianza extra, que eso no significa nada para nosotros. Entonces, si es que quieren llegar con confianza así, mejor para nosotros, nosotros nos aprovechamos de eso.
It's going to be easier for us to win if you keep on underestimating us, so help yourself.
ทุกอย่างเป็นไปตามที่เราคิดไว้ทำให้ทุกทีมไม่สนใจเราแล้วเราก็ค่อยคว้าแชมป์ครับ
Dentro de todo, yo diría bien, pero no al 100% aún.
Que todavía podemos dar más sorpresas, así que estén preparados.
I want to show the greatest Valorant I can.
You might get the timing on this just right.
Good luck.
Put us all together, we make Fnatic, and we're coming here to smash some noobs.
What a way to end that hype trailer. You know, you're smashing some noobs. Why not?
Yeah.
But I do want to talk about the pressure we've spoken about. You know, Gambit winning the last international tournament. They've said this multiple times in interviews. That doesn't really matter. They're not really kind of defending champions in their eyes. They also see themselves as challengers, and they proved themselves to be the best already, Potter, but they have to prove that again here.
Yeah, and you know, maybe that is the mentality that you want to have, right? Because they always say it's not the journey of getting there, right? It's staying up there, it's staying at the top, being number one when all eyes are on you, and just maintaining that consistent form. So maybe if Gambit changed that sort of mindset and have that different perspective, that'll help them.
Oh, I'm excited. I've just seen the maps come up. It makes me happy every single time that we get to go into the map select. And especially with these two teams, I feel like, at least on the bans, Potter, I feel like that stage of this is going to be fairly obvious.
Yeah, it should be pretty straightforward, but I mean, maybe X10 throw in a weird curveball, but they have been consistently banning out that bind.
Yeah,
well,
they've taken away that.
The thing that I was going to say is, especially when it's not looked great for Gambit, I would have actually quite liked to see them float it, because I don't think Gambit are going to pick it first time around.
No, they wouldn't. But, you know, on the side of Gambit as well, they don't play Haven unless it's a best of 5.
And they have to play it.
Yeah, and in this tournament, they can ban it again in a best of 5 as well. So we might never see Redgar on the Reyna ever again, which is a bit of a sad thought. But it'd be interesting to see, okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't see that one coming, because especially I don't think X10 have ever played this map. So that is definitely a bit of a curveball. It's something that we have seen a little bit from Gambit, but in tournaments, I don't think we're really going to want to talk about too much. So realistically, this is going to be a brand new playing field for both teams.
Yeah, brand new. And again, this is one of those weird curveballs that a team like X10 can absolutely be in the position to throw, right? I mean, again, a little bit less pressure on these guys. And you know what? I like it. They're testing the waters and they're saying, this is a brand new map. Nobody has the meta down on this map yet. Let's do it at 50-50.
I think coming through for the pick, I would expect, well, I was going to say I'd expect the Breeze, but I guess even though we haven't seen Ascent in this tournament from Gambit, it's one that historically has been an incredibly good map for them, and they've already been able to see what X10 do on this map. So the fact that this comes up as a second choice isn't overly surprising. But I do feel like X10 showed some good things on that map.
They did. It was versus Envy just recently, a couple days ago. And yeah, the second half was a bit of a blowout, and that sometimes happens after you lose the pistol and the bonus. But that first half, guys, that first half was so close. A couple of different kills, and all of a sudden that map is entirely different.
Yeah, moving forward, I thought also the pick was going to be Icebox coming out from X10 as well. So the fact that they've actually gone in for a Fraction now means that this leaves the likelihood of the ban coming through on the other side. So I am starting to worry a little bit looking at this map pool that it's going to end up incredibly good for the side of Gambit, because I was expecting them to pick Breeze. Now they're going to get it as a third map and then have Ascent as their second. I don't know if I see X10 taking this.
Yeah, you know, that's such a good point. Hopefully X10's Fracture is like god tier, better than Fnatic's, because as you say, Icebox and Bind, these two maps absolutely had a lot of holes in Gambit's plan. So, I mean, for X10, again, I like the curveball. They don't have a blueprint. What are they going to bust out on this Fracture that's just going to be so much better than Gambit's?
But that's the other thing. I feel like there's no way that Gambit, especially the composition they were running previously, it was a little bit weird, had a Brimstone in it. So I don't even know how much you then learn off Gambit to actually try and counter them and come up with a few ideas. So it's a very big risk for X10. What I will say, we've gone into every single matchup not expecting them to be able to win it. So why would we doubt them now?
I mean, same with the other teams, right? We've doubted, a lot of people doubted Crew, a lot of people doubted Secret as well, but we're going to take a quick break here, but stick with us because Agent Select is on the way.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you.
Mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Man, better be careful of me. Watch your whole team get smashed to pieces.
Welcome back, everyone. The map vetoes are in and the players will be taking the stage shortly, but I do want to quickly address a little bit about that fracture because more often than not in these underdog matchups, we talk about how they need to come out strong and they need to take their map pick. So fracture, Potter, if X10 aren't able to take it, will you be concerned about the rest of their series?
Absolutely, absolutely concerned. I'm most curious what these compositions are going to look like, right? I think fracture, there's just so many interesting topics and discussions you can bring up about the map. Can Killjoy still be relevant? That ultimate certainly doesn't look like it can be a lot of the times with the breach counter. So there's so many different looks and different approaches that these teams are bringing to the table. You mentioned Brimmy, Tom. I'm actually low-key hoping that they bust out Brimmy again.
Yeah.
He just brings such a different flavor. Right now we're seeing such drawn out execs because those smokes, the wall from the Viper, it takes forever, right? Brim, bust out the iPad, it's down instantly, right? So it's just a different flavor. I hope we can see Brimstone. I'd like to see how they approach it with someone like that.
His orbital strike would be pretty scary as well, considering how compact some of the sites are. Like, it's possible that maybe this is a Brimmy map and we just don't know what's going to happen, but realistically, I think Breach is highly likely. We've seen so many teams playing it so far. I've also enjoyed watching some Viper. I think the pit, especially because you've got so many avenues of attack, to be able to just lock one out completely can definitely help you quite a lot. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get from the compositions, but realistically, they could throw anything in and I'd probably go, ooh, cool, let's see what that can do. Except Yoru, maybe new Yoru.
I'm down for Yoru. I'm down for Yoru. Well, thank you very much, guys. A semi-final spot is up for grabs here. Let's welcome X10 and Gambit to the stage. While both teams are fighting for a semi-final spot here, will the fairy tale continue for X10, or will the big bad walls of Gambit come and give them a rude awakening? I don't think I have never described Gambit as big and bad, but they kind of are, Tom, in this matchup.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like at times Nats is a stone cold killer, like a man with no emotions coming to ruin the day. But no, honestly, I feel like this matchup is one where it's very difficult not to like both of these teams unless you are a fan of the teams they're eliminating along the way, because that's all it's really been. Like, most of the fans of other rosters would have expected X10 to be long gone and their team to be in the playoffs, and for Gambit, they're the team everyone has to beat. So you almost have to try and make them a bad guy at this point because they are the champions of the last Masters.
Yeah, and as we mentioned for Gambit, these guys just have to come out swinging, have that consistent form, and have a good start for themselves. Because look, you give these X10 guys an inch, they're absolutely going to take a mile, especially Sushi Boys and Patafan. They've been fantastic in that server so far. I'm a little bit surprised to see Patafan's entrance be a little bit less energetic than what I'm used to seeing. But
yeah, he did say that he wanted his hair to be the energetic element. He didn't want to give it too much.
Not jealous at all.
You can dye your head. There's no rules against painting your head.
I'm gonna tat it. I'll just make it pink.
I mean,
pink.
If Liquid wins the tournament, you can do that, right? Isn't that what you said you were going to do?
Thank you.
Actually, I do want to talk about N real quick on your screen here, because I feel like he is so underrated when it comes to the top coaches. He doesn't really get spoken about enough, but in this game, if they want to kind of shut down any of those aggressions from X10, Tom, N would have done a copious amount of homework here.
That's the thing, though. This is the sort of map that I feel like he'll have done homework in general, but you can't have done homework on this team. You couldn't do homework going into this event on this this team at all, let alone on Fracture. They've literally never played it.
And he'll find a way.
The other way around. He's just been watching them. He's flown all the way out there and he's just watching them through the... Guys, they're playing Fracture. I've got a good vision on this one. Like, yeah, maybe. If he is that good a coach, then yeah, they should keep him until the end of time. Thankfully, we can transition nicely into Agent Select.
We are going to the Prime Game Agent Select. Keep your eyes peeled for Brimmy on Chronicle and also just the entire team of X10 because Foxy has locked in a KO on Fracture Potter.
I love KO on Fracture.
What?
I love the pop flash. This.
We got Brim.
We got Brimmy. We got KO. We got Breach. We've even got a Sage. Sage is pretty unorthodox so far on Fracture as well.
Yeah, these are definitely some very interesting comps. Even just talking about KO in general, like Foxy is not normally the one on this team that plays it. They've had to do it because Cruz is now on Breach, so it's clearly something that they've tried and tested even on other players. And yeah, I like the fact that we're getting a raise from Defo because that was one of the things when watching Fnatic especially, where you saw how deadly that agent can be. I will say it was in combination with Astra though, so I want to see how they're going to combo it with a Brimmy.
That's going to be so interesting. I'm glad we brought up the Brimmy and they've actually busted it out. I mean, when we watched Fnatic do their little B split with that tower heaven, that was all kind of timing with each other and spacing. With the Brimmy in play, you don't really have to focus so much on that. His orbital strike is going to take care of half of that site, and the rest of the Gambit members can keep their crosshairs on the others, right? So this is very interesting. I'm excited to see how they're actually able to put it into play and execute.
I love this raise change. I think this raise change is going to make a big difference. But before we hop into the game, I want to hear some predictions from you guys. Anyone is willing to go against Gambit here? Anyone?
No.
Nats.
Hey, can we just watch Panda Cam? I don't want to watch anything
I believe her name is
so nervous.
I believe her name is Adela. I did ask Nats about this. Yeah, I think that's Adela on screen. But yes, Gambit all the way, or are we going to have something different here?
I think it has to be this map for X10. I just don't think it's going to happen.
No, the series.
Yeah, I know. That's but like this map, they have to win even to have a chance.
Okay.
But I don't think they're going to win.
So you think Gambit 2-0?
2-0.
Ooh.
I'm going to say Gambit 2-0 as well, but look, we said that this map pool doesn't favor X10, but at the same token, Breeze and Fracture, they're kind of an unknown quantity. They are large maps. An aggressive team like X10 can absolutely step on Gambit here if they allow them. So there's a weird curveball opportunity here. I'm going to stick with Gambit though, 2-0.
Oh, okay. I'm going to say 2-1, but I'm not going to tell you guys who because we don't have enough time.
X10, obviously.
Let's throw this over to Pansy and Hypo to get us into Fracture.
Welcome mga kaibigan, it's gonna be another game here for you guys dito sa Valorant Champions. Ako nga si Ilustrado, kasama ko ngayon si Vil, and we are gonna be going into X10 versus Gambit, ang huling SEA team na nandito sa tournament ngayon. Vil, how you feeling about the game?
Para sa akin, kailangan talagang sana napaghandaan ko ng XN Crit kasi we all know na baka may chance din na mapunta ang Gambit sa finals. Pero kailangan nila i-overcome man. Kasi kung napapansin mo, Gambit, sila yung team talaga na talagang makakatapat yung dalawang Southeast Asian teams sa atin dito. So far, parang sila yung may pinakamarami na kalaban ng Southeast Asian teams. So, tignan natin kung kaya nilang maubos and talagang mapanalo itong match to. Pero yun nga lang, if ever you're gonna ask me, in terms of stats, talagang 2-0 talaga para sa Gambit
Let's see, we've seen miracles pero nandito tayo sa Fracture, so that's a little bit of a surprise here. Map 1 Fracture, that's the second time we're gonna see this in this tournament, but Gambit starting strong, nakatatlo na sila, leaving 2v4. Ngayon dito sa ating pistol round, Sushi Boys and Scary na lang nananatili dito. Was able to get the kill onto Nats na nakatingin sa camera niya. So iikutan na nila ang mga player dito ng Gambit. Spike will actually be planted here. Shadows and Defo holding the close corner, nakabantay lang para sa planter.
Pero yun nga lang, Sushi Boys and Scary na natitira dito sa side ng XN Crit. Yes, they have all the utilities na meron pa rin talaga ang Gambit ngayon para lang at least makapag para pigilan yung post-plant na pwedeng gawin dito ng XN Crit. It's all up to Scary. With that Ghost, pwede nyo matatato. Pero yun nga lang, saktong one tap to the head dapat ang kailangan niyang gawin para maubos yung mga players dito ng Gambit. Scary with that swing, but Shadows with a perfect landing on that Sheriff. Mahirap yan man kasi ano yun crossfire yun. Meron tao sa tower, meron din tao din sa may Spike. There's no way na mapanalo ni Scary din yun. Kaysa na lang, kunyari, mali mo, matindi yung pag-aim labs niya.
Yep, exactly. So, just like that, we got the first round done. And really well done here for the side of Gambit. Nanalo na sila ng pistol, giving them a little bit of an advantage. Actually, I do want to take a look at, sino ba yung nag-pick ng Fracture? Pwede bang tanong sa direct natin? We'll
check that in the few. Pero going back dito, for Gambit, yes, they have all these firepower already. They can actually go inside the site na dire-diretso lang sila. Na alam mo yun, talagang sobrang aggressive nila. Pero yun nga, extra na pumili na to ha. So, interesting pick. Oh, Gucci boys, with that timing. We'll take down Chronicle kahit classic lang ang Gambit niya, pero yun nga lang shades delikado ko dyan. SMG yan, mahirap sa malapitan, mahirap sa malayuan yan. Muntik nang mamatay doon si Shados, but still Patifan with that Sheriff, the superstar of X10, one of the best here in Southeast Asia as well, will be taken down by Defo. It's all up to Patifan again.
Fun 1v3, only has a Sheriff. Alam nila that Patifan can really only come out of one place. I don't know kung nakita siya ng camera dito kasi feeling ko hindi pa nila nakita.
Yeah, that's an idea.
But he can't move. There's no way.
Kalabat kanan may babaril sa kanya. 30 seconds in. He's low on HP. Meron pang camera dito kung saan siya talaga. Kung nasan siya, men. Feeling ko alam nila eh. Alam nila, man.
Oo nga.
Pero hindi gumagano yung camera. Sige, subukan mo lumabas dito, baby boy. Gambit with a 2-0. Parang uubusin na agad talaga lahi dito ng Exit Crit. Alam na mga guys na pag kaming dalawa ni Hilo yung magkasama, laging fast games.
Tama.
Laging 2-0 and yeah, hopefully maging 2-0 dito.
Kaya dapat hindi ka na pumasok nung Nung naglaro yung Team Secret, ayan tuloy, nag 2-0.
Oo nga pala, sorry. Pati si Patiman, kinabahan eh. Pulat ha! Yung sabi niya.
Oh. Okay.
Patifan. Muntik na pero si Redgar, mga kaibigan. Hindi ata kinaya ng posture niya.
It's just a full sighting. The rest of the members extend. Nice flash there, Gambit. Okay. They're able to get 2 Chronicle. Tatlong headshot gamit ang Sheriff. And that's gonna be 3 kills. Expensive round already. Low HP ngayon si Fox.
Oh my God. Oh my God, Chronicle naka 4K na. Let's see if ever kaya ba niya mag-ace. With that Sheriff, Chronicle. 1v1 with the great one. Sushi Boy is the only man remaining here. Chronicle, saan pa siya pupunta? Meron pa siyang time na pumunta sa A. Mahaba pa ang oras niya. Pwede lang kunin yung orb na yan para lang at least makapag-orbital strike siya. Sa totoo lang I mean, sobrang tagal din natin hindi nakita si Brimstone.
Yep. Well, we saw him, I think, nung bind tayo nung isang araw. Pero sobrang, I don't know, like one time we saw it here. Okay, easy kill.
Easy kill, yeah. Sayang. Anong finisher? Wala siyang pambili. Wala siyang regionite points. Decadence tayo na lang no? Easy kills by Chronicle. Oh my God. Sobrang crispy, clean one tap sa ginawa ni Chronicle dito. Okay, sana yan 30 meters sana yan, man. Saan naman, pag 30 meters, 1 tap to the head yan, 159 damage.
Yep.
Yeah, sumobra. Pag 31 to 50, 145 damage yan pag sa ulo. Sobrang detailed no?
One round for X10, pero sobrang expensive ng last round na yon. It's a 4v5 now. There comes the Rolling Thunder. Patifan gets one before he gets knocked. He gets stunned up. Will it matter? Doesn't matter right now because Fox is able to get Defo. Rolling Thunder naging baliwala kasi nakapag-defense na rin ng X10 and it's looking like it's pretty good here. And if X10 win this round, mapapariset nila yung economy ng Gambit, will force them into an eco. But look at this collision course right now on the B side. Cruz is able to dispatch of Nats kaya 2v5 na nga ngayon. X10 with a big advantage here. Naka-upgrade pa sila ng mga weapons nila. Sushi Boys will find Chronicle and only Redgar left standing.
Oh, Redgar with that swing pero yung Patifan.
Upgrade.
Yeah, easy. I mean, automatic upgrade here for the side ng Extend Crit, and they're actually really proving na talagang karapat-rapat sila dito sa quarterfinals. Kaya iisipin mo man, I mean, sobrang underrated ng region natin. Pero dalawang from Southeast Asia pa rin talaga ang nakapunta doon. And kung napapansin nyo, C9 Blue, di ba? Ang C9 Blue, magkalaro pa ba sila?
Wala na, eliminated na sila.
Yeah, C9 Blue, ang literal na NA last chance. Sila ang natalo ng NA LCQ. At literal na sila lang talaga yung nakapasok din dito sa quarterfinals. Literal na NA last chance talaga.
Sana sila?
Ang nangyari. Pero wala na eh. So wala nang NA dito. Natira dito, Southeast Asia, EMEA, wala nang NA, no?
Ay, wala nang NA.
O yun. So sila lang talaga magkakasama dito. Team Liquid sana. Dati ano yan eh. Dati tawag dito? NA team yan, di ba? Latin America. Pero wala eh. I mean, swerte nun yun, magkapatid kayo, tapos nasa isang team kayo, yun talaga yung solid na synergy talaga. Yun talaga yung tinatawag na synergy, pero yung nga lang, scary. It's in a scary situation right now because marami siya nakinito pinangal Shaders with a kill again. But Patifan, muntik na rin siyang makita ng mga players dito. He's super low in HP. Tamang one tap dito kayo nas, pero not gonna connect onto Foxy. Pero kung napapansin, si Patifan medyo hindi nagpapaka-play safe na siya dito together with Cruz. Pero Patifan going here in A already all the way through towers. My god, perfect fault line, taking down 2.
Oh, there's more players behind this as well. Patifan backing up Cruz. That's gonna be a good defense on the side. Cruz now low HP sa kanya. Pero low HP na rin dito si Patifan, yung dalawang defender, pero nag-rotate na rin dito si Sushi Boys. Iniwan lang nila si Fox sa A. With 12 seconds left, kailangan mag-commit. Wallbang kill from Shados. Patifan dashes out, and that's gonna be a nice defense backup from Sushi Boys. Nakuha nila yung crossfire, and that's gonna be another round here for X10.
Southeast Asia represent.
Yeah.
X10 crit.
Yeah.
Pwede tayo magpaka-bias ng konti lang.
Pwede naman, SEA yan eh. Ino-cover natin yan eh.
Oo.
Saka good sa atin to kasi scrim partners pa rin natin yung mga yan.
Oo, man.
Magaling ba scrim natin, mas gagaling din tayo.
Oo. At saka kaya sila sobrang gumaling ng ganito kasi Team Secret yung ka-scrim nila.
Oo.
Sobrang galing ng Team Secret. Ito.
It's worth pointing out din kasi dati nung ibang mga FPS titles tulad ng CS, ang hirap makahanap ng magandang scrim.
Oh my god, Patifan. Yeah, that's true. Tamang-tama yun. Kaya kung napapansin nyo, sa ibang games, kailangan pa nilang pumunta ng Korea para makapag-scream. Pero Patifan again with that spray. Pero kalang Defo with that perfect angle as well. Cyber Cage and Astra Chup Chup. Just right there, the Sushi Boys with a 2K already. So to scary 1v2, winnable to. Pero ang problema, merong showstopper at saka meron ding orbital strike. So paano kukunin to ng mga players and paano mapapanalo ni Scary to? That wall lang. Yan lang ang nagpipigil para makuha nila yung spike. Sira na yung wall. Scary with that perfect gravity well. Pero nga lang, Chronicle with that swing, with that kill. Sayang, muntik nang makuha ni Scary yun. Pinaamoy pa ni Chronicle yung pants niya. Bakit nasabi ko?
Pero sa akin, from Scary, ang ganda ng angle selection niya doon. No? Nahanap niya yung kaisa-isang headshot angle sa place na yon. Kaso lang, nag-overswing siya ng pakaliwa, kaya naging vulnerable yung body mo. Kita mo, headshot lang pero nag-overstep siya sa pakaliwa. Kung nag-stay lang siya doon sa kanan, headshot angle lang siya, most likely sobrang laki ng lamang niya.
Yeah. Patigin natin. Ewan ko ba dito sa mga players na to, walang pambili ng finisher, pero yun nga lang. At least, nakita na rin naman. Grabe naman, posible naman.
Posible naman, diba? Kasi syempre, ipopromote nila yung skins nila, diba? Kaya, ewan ko ba? Wala talagang range tonight. Hindi, dude. Uy, sabihin ko sana kasi baka tournament account to. Pero pag tournament account, unlock lahat eh.
Oo, unlock din. Unlock lahat, tapos unlimited Radiant points yan. Kasi unlimited na sila, Valorant points eh. Diba? Mayroon silang 1 million Valorant points. Lahat ng kasama dito, pero tournament account yung gamit nila. Hindi tournament account yung gamit nila, man.
Hindi ba?
Whitelisted lang ata.
Whitelisted sa tournament server, ganon.
Oo.
Ah.
Diba?
So wala lang talaga sila pambiling grade na.
Wala lang talaga sila pambiling grade points. Kasi ganun sa Southeast Asia, di ba? Meron na, nakakalaro pa nga tayo dun minsan eh. Dun sa whitelist nila na tournament server. Pero yun nga lang. Ang ganda na, oh my god, perfect orbital strike. Para lang at least mawasan si Boys dito. No more armor dito onto that Killjoy. Pero yun nga lang, more utilities. Lahat binoto nila, pero nga Sushi Boys nagtatago lang din dito sa corner ng A. Ay ng B rather. Cruz with a kill onto Defo right now, pero Sushi Boys meron siyang angle, pero yun nga lang double peek at the side of Gambit. Let's see if he can actually mess up with the heads of the players here for the team of Gambit. 2 seconds in, Patty with that operator. Wala na oras din. Uy, may oras pa. May oras pang mag-plant ang Gambit. Patifan, the only man remaining, can he take down the 3 remaining players of Gambit? This is actually really hard. Kung ito, wala siyang bawas, walang bawas si armor niya, 1v3, men, exit frags. That's a very smartest thing to do. Yun na lang talaga.
Feeling ko smartest thing to do, mag-zipline ka na lang muna dyan eh. Chill ka muna. Zipline and just hang out, save that operator. Because I think after this, wala na yung pera yung extend crit eh. Save. It's another example of really good execution here from Gambit. They're able to get onto that site. Sakto yung swing nila. And even though for a moment I really thought overkill yung paggagamit nila ng mga weapon, ng mga ultimate nila, nasulit pa rin nila. But Extend, they still have one more buy. They have 2 ultimates, 2 big ultimates. That's the Cosmic Divide, and they even have the lockdown as well. What's interesting to me is they actually go for the KO. I wanted to point out there is no Viper. A lot of the pro matches that we've seen here, laging may kasamang Viper sa Fracture. But this time, we haven't seen a single one.
Yun nga I mean, ganoon naman talaga yun. Talagang kailangan talaga sa mga malalaking mapa, tulad nito, tulad ng Breeze, tulad ng Icebox, eh syempre, yung mga smoker talaga. Number 1 thing to use is Astra Viper. Pero pag natin sabihin na ano ba, nakulangan ba ng smoke ang Gambit dito, pero nga sobrang dami na nangyayari dito sa mga kaibigan. Showstopper is on this way. Therefore, let's see if ever meron siya makukuha dito, pero nga lang, mapapatay pa rin si Scary dito. The full map control na meron ng Extend Crit is now over. Aftershock will deny that lockdown as well. Chronicle will plant the spike already. Sushi Boys just waiting for that right moment. Will take down 1, pero nga lang, will be refragged by Defo with a 3K already. Patty find the only man remaining 4v1. Patty again, wala pang bawas, wala pang napapatay. So, most likely, exit frag na naman pwede niyang gawin dito. Pero, quick scope from the Jet. Kaya ba na? Winnable. Pwede rin sabihin na winnable to. Nakakuha siya ng Vandal. Pwede pa siyang manalo dito.
Dash it, ang layo nila.
Walang tao dyan.
Oh my god, he might actually do it. Ang layo pa ni Nats.
Sayang!
Ang layo pa ni Nats!
Oh my god, kaya sana yun! Wala, hindi na rin alam eh.
Oo nga, pero kung stinik niya sana, kaya yata eh.
Oo. Siguro, si Nuts ba galing sa tower, tas umikot lang din? Pwedeng nasahe ko ni Nuts din si Patifan dun eh. Pero kung napapansin mo si Patifan, mga kaibigan, isa siya ang tens ng Thailand.
Ganda ng hair color ni Patifan ngayon.
Oo nga. Parang si Reyna. Oo nga no? Pag blue yan, pepper yan.
Baka powder.
Powder pala. Sorry.
Pepper.
Sorry.
Sinasabi ka ba?
MCU.
Okay. Kala ko may sinasabi kang pepper eh.
MCU pala yun, man. Nakakalimutan ko. I love you. 3,000. Yung mga bantay ng computer siya. Tawa talaga ako. Narinig pala ni Wits yun. Extend crit. Okay na, sobrang solid na yung ginawa nila, pushing it to a 3-2 advantage. Pero Gambit is on its way to victory again. Tatapusin na ba ng Gambit ang short momentum ng Extend crit, or ito na ang pagbabago? Well, mahirap din naman sa side the Extend crit. They don't have any firepower at all.
Yeah.
Eco, and they should rely sa Braidstorm ni Patifan and syempre sa mga utilities na talaga nila.
I think X10 were coming in here expecting na sila lang yung marunong mag-fracture ng ganito, but Gambit, they know how to play fracture. They know how to play offense. Clearly, Gambit, halatang may plano sila. And they know how to execute it right now. It's working against X10, pero this triple push here, outside. Oh, nice trade frag from Cruz. And the double push, the split push coming into the spawn actually works out for them. Shados missing an easy shot right there. Defo's able to finally find Fox, and now 3v4 na ngayon. Nahanap ni Chronicle si Cruz, and 2v4. Meron mang Bladestorm si Patifan. Can he get the kills? Trying to go from above, drops a gun for speed. Doesn't matter.
Patifan will be falling down in the hands of Redgar na may pinakamagandang posture sa mundo ng Valorant. Tinry ko ng one round. Naglalaro kami kanina before mag-start. Tinry ko mag-ganon. Men, sat sa likod.
Hindi ka sanay. Sinasanay yung ganyan eh.
Kaya nga. Tapos ang taas to monitor mo, sat sa likod man.
Sakit sa likod talaga.
Kala makakapatay ako, hindi pala.
Ako pag naglalaro ako, naka-recline ako eh. Parang CJDM.
Ah, talaga? Ako gusto ko 90-degree angle yung likod ko.
Talagang diretso?
Diretso talaga.
Hindi ko kaya yan. Sakit sa likod yun sa akin. Gusto ko nakahiga.
Huwag ako naglalaro ako ng Valorant, nakapikit ako eh, pare.
Kaya ka nang didirak eh.
Oo. Sorry. Hop! Patifan.
Kanina pa nila ginagawa to actually. Alam na ng Gambit kung paano gawin to.
Paulit-ulit na lang, kaibigan. Bakit kayo pumupunta dyan? Pero ba pwede sila magkita dito? Defo, anong klaseng rotation ang gagawin nila? Bakit sila nagpupush dyan? Bakit sila nandyan?
Di ka trip yung ginagawa ng X10. Gambit knows that X10 just pushes spawn every round. Kaya they just zipline to the other side. And they just zipline to the other side and then just go. Site nakailang 2-3 rounds na yata libre yung site para sa Gambit dahil sa ginagawa ng X10.
Ang Southeast Asia kasi alam naman natin na sobrang aggressive na mga yan eh, 'di ba? And
iba kasi sa fracture
ito ang patunay. Oh, so, exactly. Sobrang iba sa fracture talaga. And the thing is, yun ang kinakapitalize ngayon ng Gambit, sobrang pagka-aggressive nila, which is mali.
Oh, iniikutan lang ng Gambit. So on other maps, pwede to. Pwede yung hyper-aggressive sa defense kasi isa lang yung pwedeng panggalingan ng mga
sa Ascent, pwede.
Side. Oo, ganun. Pero dito sa Fracture, mag-zipline lang sila eh. Tapos wala na kayo makikita.
Mahirap din talaga. I mean, if ever naging aggressive sila, pag hindi naging successful yung pagkaka-aggressive nila, wala, sobrang sobrang lugi na sila sa mga susunod na oras.
Yep.
Sa buong round. Kailangan nilang baguhin ngayon. Medyo binabago na ata nila. Kailangan nilang baguhin yung pace.
Hindi.
Ganun pa rin. Uulitin na naman nila, men.
There's no one there. X10, they gotta stop doing this. The same triple push and no one's gonna be there.
Pero sobrang open na ng B, oh. Pero pwede natin sabihin, hindi naman alam ng Gambit na walang tao sa B. Pero but still, paulit-ulit na lang.
Yeah, and it's not working, man. It's really not. Look at how much free map control Gambit is getting. Libre, oh.
Sobrang libre. Tignan mo, tuloy-tuloy pa rin si Astra at si Jet doon.
Di sila gumagamit ng utility, lakad lang, korrekta.
Andun sila sa dish. Tignan mo, wala sila nakuha. O sige, tarabi. Which is yan din ang gagawin ngayon ng Gambit. Tignan mo, nasa may sewers. Patay si Cruz dito.
Oh my God, Cruz has no idea.
Spike down.
Buhay pa pala.
Yan na, patayin na.
Oh my God. I know exactly where you are. It's kind of pangit, bro.
Patay ka, Fox.
30 seconds left.
Oh, what HP, Fox!
Sushi boys?
One enemy remaining.
Fuck. Miski ako napaisip ano yung sinabi.
I was about to say.
in the half.
I am really thirsty. I could use a glass of that. You know what I mean?
Pumintig yung tenga ko. Puta, pigilan mo. Kung ano man yun. Huwag dito. Kasi ako tinatry ko hilo. Sobra. Sana ikaw rin. Hindi kasi, nauuaw lang si Ilo.
Oo.
Nauuaw lang, oo.
Spike down A.
I know.
Oh my God.
Nick, bawi na lang, bro.
Bawi na lang tayo. 3v4. 3v5. Kasi may res na sila. Nakabang na lang dito si Nats. And they're gonna walk past him. Nats is gonna get like at least 2 here. For sure. Oh no, he only gets 1 before it's traded out. Open A.
Sobrang open A ngayon. Pero nga na medyo iniikot na ngayon ng Gambit yung mga players dito ng X10C. And walang tao dyan. After that, not gonna connect on to anyone. Pero nga ng Defo with a perfect possession. Plus that rolling thunder na tamaan dito ngayon. Si Shades medyo delikado ngayon. All the flashes are now going in already. Crows now down. Tacti-hunt as well. Defo with a 3. Orbital stretches to end this round. 9-3 so in favor of Gambit, and mukhang hindi ata tayo magkakamali. It's gonna be a 2-0 in favor of the defending champions ng Masters Burden na umiinom ng tang. Gambit. Kinabahan ako, man.
Okay lang yan. Kailangan ko yata magising. Kailangan ko yata kumain muna ng something with pepper para...
Oo, pare. Tama.
Something spicy.
Hindi ko rin alam kung ba't ka sinabing pepper.
Gutom ka na ba? Gusto mo ng pepper lunch?
Sarap.
I miss pepper lunch.
Yeah, that's true.
Time out muna.
Time out muna tayo. Baka ano masabi pa natin.
Time out eh.
Oo. Darating din ang araw na mapupunta tayo dito. Nagkita-kita nga sila, 'di ba? Sila Robby at saka sila yung secret doon. Chill sila.
It's nice. Siguro naman may nagstay sila ng a couple of extra days para mag-enjoy and
that I don't know, man. Siam kasi malapit na doon.
Ganun ba 'yon? Okay.
Pero hindi ko alam. Pero sana. Dami naman silang pera. Tsaka isipin mo ang nadagdag sa prize pool, halos 7 million dahil dun sa skin sales.
7.5 million. Tsaka kalahati nun mapupunta sa mga teams.
Yeah.
So
kalahati, feeling ko, hindi, yun yung nadagdag ata
50% of the revenue of 7.5 million. So,
meron pa tayong 3 days. Ang sabi nga ni Mike ng Valo Leaks, baka umabot pa ng 10 million.
So, 3,750,000.
Dapat magkaroon tayo ng gano'n na parang compendium.
Oo.
Tapos nandun yung mga mukha natin, diba? Like PH Broadcast nandun. Meron kasi yung yung atod eh.
So that's 186 million pesos.
Oh.
Mga ganon.
Yeah.
And not bad. Not bad for first Alam mo, direct dapat meron tayong PPGL merch eh. Trading card.
Magkakaroon ba next year, man?
Ayoko ng trading card ng mukha namin. Gusto ko yung trading card ng players, pwede ba? Pwede rin, ewan ko.
Tsaka mukha namin.
Gusto ko yung may mga sombrero, yung gano'n.
Gawin natin NFT. Pero ayaw kasi ni Riot ng
bawal yan.
Papagalitan tayo.
Napagalitan na ako niyan.
Oo nga, napagalitan eh. Si Derek na napagalitan. At least
mga pasaway ng PPGL eh.
Lahat tayo dito na mapagalitan tayo, yun ang importante. Pag napapagalitan tayo, ibig sabihin masaya.
For
Pero it's not a good thing.
Nope. Well, it is what it is. We go into 4v4 pistol round 93. This is looking really bad for X10. Map pick nila to eh. Tsaka sila yung kaisa-isang SEA team na natitira dito sa top 8 natin. Kaya kailangan makuha nila tong pistol. Because if Gambit wins this pistol round, GG na yata to.
Oo, sobrang GG na talaga to. Kailangan malala ng X10 dito. And X10 knows that. Na kailangan nila manalo dito. If ever hindi, is a GG.
There's just so many weird decisions from Gambit right now for me. Like yung mga push nila na uwi. Oh, yan o. Ba't may butas yung wall?
Last player standing.
Anyway, whatever, they get it.
Nagkaskas ng yelo mga kaibigan. December pa lang gagawa na ata ng halo-halo si Foxy. Treated!
Ako ng halo-halo. Ano yung pinakaayaw mong topping sa halo-halo? Ayoko yung mga beans.
Ayoko yung mga beans man. Ayoko yung mga beans.
Oo.
Gusto ko maraming leche flan. Gusto ko maraming
ubi
sugar
ice
at
cream.
sugar tsaka milk. Gusto ko ng ganun. Ito
Yung pinakamasarap na halo-halo na tikman ko sa Iloco, may pulveron.
Talaga?
Sarap. Yung pulveron.
Actually, yun yung plano nga namin ni May. Bumili kami nag-grocery kami, tapos bumili kami ng isang garapon na may halo-halo na talaga. Ano yun, yung lahat ng toppings to. Pero si Defo pushing in, tatlong nakongkas dito.
Okay.
From grocery to game eh. But Redgar, however, with that ball, they're not gonna be able to take down one. Nag-force yung mga tropa natin sa X10C, and if ever hindi nag-work do, is a GG.
Okay, so... wait lang, sige, bago ko point out to Fox holding the close angle, Spike has gone down. Uy, bakit siya tumalon? Nagalaw niya yata yung mouse wheel niya, yun ang feeling ko. Tumalon siya, di ba?
Oo, kasi nakabind yun eh.
Nakabind sa mouse wheel yun, sure.
Binatulungan niya ata yung mouse niya eh.
Anyway, it's gonna be Cruz looking to plant from the back. Time is taken away. Cruz with a good kill on one. Doesn't get Shados, but I think they're gonna get it. I think it's a good force buy here from X10 and they get the 410. And I wanted to say, so tama ka nga, Vil. 7.5 yung mapupunta sa players. Hindi pala, kasi 15 million. So tama ka.
7.5. Okay. So pag pumalo ng 10 mil, hindi, mali. So if ever na 3 days pa, merong chance na baka 10 million yung mapunta sa players.
Which is 377 million pesos.
Ow! Ayan, dami ng pambili ng Axie ni Wits nun.
Damn.
Oy, nanalo X10. Nanalo sila dun ha. So, ano pa, ito ang signs of life.
Yeah, but that was a force buy here.
Yeah, exactly.
Ginagawa ng Gambit yung ginawa ni X10 kanina eh, no? Ano ang pinapanood natin? Ba't puro ganyan?
Labo nga eh.
Pero, ang Gambit nakakuha ng isa at least. Hindi siya completely open. And now, 4v4 as we go into the side take. The spike has been planted. Chronicle ngayon, looking like he's gonna drop the stim beacon. I don't know why. Like, the most useless. Naka-pistol pa naman siya. Hindi.
Yeah, ano yun? Parang free empress yan, man.
Okay, whatever.
Ako gusto ko nilalapagan ako nun eh. Free empress yan.
Hirap mag-spray control eh. Hindi naman ako pro.
Depende.
Exit frags na lang dito para sa Gambit.
Exit frags it is. And kailangan nilang mamatay dito kasi kailangan nilang mapanood yung nangyayari dito sa screen nila. What's up, guys? Okay, hindi rin namin alam kung ano yung nangyayari.
Yan na lang t-shirt natin, orange na orange ah.
Kulo na lang P eh, no? As in pogi.
So bright. I have never seen an orange that orange.
Dude.
As in orange talaga siya, dude.
Sinabi ko, di ba? Bago nga tayo magkasinabi ko, parang ang loud ng damit ko.
Parang kang pongkan, bro.
Ano suot mo? Orange, pare. Hindi ka magdadalawang isip. Siya yun.
Yan kasi suot mo yung tang.
Oo. Nakawala nga kasi ako. Bagong laya lang ako mga tropa.
Oh.
Mga kakosa.
Kosa.
Oh, Shade us with that swing. Nakapatay pa na si Penoy nga. Pwede makisindi pero nga scary with that bulldog slapping onto the face of Shade sa Redgar. Just waiting for that audio cues bago siya pumasok dun sa may door. Hop! Yun na nga. Perfect timing!
Spike down A.
This is
body
going
system
over, I think, here.
Hello.
Yeah. This is, I don't know, I think this is done. I think we're going 0 and 2. Map pick pa naman ng X10 to.
Yun nga eh.
Musta naman dyan sa gulag?
Okay lang, men. Okay lang. Goods naman. Different game.
Okay.
Hindi. Pero kung gusto mo, pwede kitang batuhin ng bato. Di ba pwede yun? Di ba? Sa second floor.
Pwede yun.
Oh, sa second floor, di ba nang babato sila ng mga rocks, mga stones.
Yup. Pang distract.
Ay. Shoutout nga pala sa kay L. Ernest Estrada. Hello, sir.
Time out.
Lang ito.
Yung Gambit pa yung nag-time out no?
Oo. Kapal na mukha eh. Siya na nanalo eh. Partida guys, para makapag-isip-isip kayo.
I want you to think about the decisions of your life.
Tignan mo kung napapansin mo, 5'11", pero sobrang intense ng mga sinasabi sa kanila ni coach. Diba?
Yeah.
Parang hindi sila chill lang. Sige lang, pero laruin nila, bahala na. Hindi sila ganun eh.
Hindi.
Grabe talaga si Big Soto eh.
I had to Google kung sino yun. Sabi ng direct namin kamukha niya si Bullet Dumas.
Wait lang.
Hindi, pero hindi ko kilala yun pero ginugol ko pa. Pero kamukha
si Andrei Sholokhov. Ang in-game name niya is Eng.
Eng. Pag dalawa sila.
Eng. Hindi, ito Eng with an H. Eng na may H. Eng. Oh, ano? Oo, men. Defo! Sobrang aggressive. Ginagawa lang nila yung ginagawa ng Extend C. Ganito kasi yun, best. Ganito kasi.
You are dead.
Wing.
3v4 as Fox. Nakita niya pero di siya tumama sa Killjoy lockdown. Gonna be used here. Sushi Boys will be able to get this plant Cosmic Divide. Ginamit na ngayon dito sa taas ng B site. That's gonna segment the map a little bit more. Gambit, kung nakuha nila yung round na to, it's going to be match point na para sa kanila. Nag-force buy na naman yung X10 dito kaya wala. Do or die na talaga to. Kailangan manalo dito ng X10. Otherwise, I think it's pretty much GG. Umikot
okay
si Fox.
Okay din yung ginawa ni Fox. Okay rin to. Oh, ito na. Let's go mga kaibigan. Kalampag ng papaghoy. Anong ginagawa na dyan? That is a really great na trigger discipline dito. Nuts is now down and they already know na mayroon nagpa-flank sa kanila mga kaibigan. Just Chronicle defusing the spike. Pero yun nga lang.
No time.
Hindi sila dapat magpaka-overconfident dito kasi mayroong nagpa-flank sa kanila.
Uy! Na-stick pa nila? Ay, hindi! Hindi nila na-stick. Scary didn't get the last kill. I thought they stuck the defuse, but X10. Mukhang mabubuhay pa sila for now as it goes to 6-11. X10, they have a little bit of a chance here. It was a very sloppy round, but at the end of the day, they still won. So that's what matters.
Totoo lang, okay yung ginawa niya, yung
long flank.
Trigger discipline niya.
Yeah, and you can really do that kind of stuff dito sa Fracture eh.
Dude, naka-cyberboard show. Man, gusto ko ng cyberboard, pare.
Cyberboard.
Cyberboard yung
alam ko yan.
Dude, yun talaga yung gustong-gusto ko matagal na yung cyberboard. Pero yun nga lang, wala mahal eh.
Mahal?
Oo, mahal. Tas okay na ako dito sa keyboard ko. Well, customized pero but still. Pero yung nga lang, nuts. Napatay si Sushi Boys dito. Redgar, he knows kung nasa may mga ibang mga kalaban niya. Pero yung nga lang tamang right kill onto the head. Ay, ginagawa mo dyan! Free Vandal para kay Redgar, mga kaibigan. Masakit pa yung likod niyan. Partida. Defo. Talon-talon lang. Pero yung nga lang, Patty fan. Hindi ko lang kay Defo. Talon siya ng talon, men.
Yep. Ewan ko.
Player standing.
Oh,
Ganda ng cyberboard,
Shadows.
Paps. Na ano ko?
Mahal no? It's like 1,300 Hong Kong.
Mahal ang cyberboard pare. Yung cyberboard R3, yun ang gusto ko.
8K.
Kano ba nga? Hindi Ano yun? Papalo yun ng siguro mga 500 USD.
Oh, sakit para sa keyboard. Pass.
Oo.
Oh, nanalo pa sila. Oh my god, okay. X10 fighting. $500? Saan in-order yan? Parang lang nakita.
Ganda man. Actually, yun ang trip ko ngayon. Tinitignan ko yung mga keyboards ng mga players.
Kita yung mga setup nila no?
Oo.
Gusto ko yung bagong Model D minus wireless. Yun ang gusto kong next.
Enemy remaining.
Okay na ako dito sa... Basta wireless setup okay na ako. Itong mga players na to, for sure, naka-wireless yung mga mouse nila. Mouse okay, ang keyboard okay lang na okay lang na may wire. Pero ang mouse dapat talaga wireless.
Oh, lipat.
Well, preference ko yun.
Hindi, agree na ako sa'yo. Dati kasi mas gusto ko may wire pero parang ngayon gusto ko na mag-wireless. Anyway, 4-man push here towards B site. Actually, 5-man with 1 lurking on the other side. Now, Chronicle, just waiting for anybody to emerge from outside the smoke. Iintay lang nila yung flash. Pagdating ng flash, right-click flash to galing sa Fox. The moment it comes through, it is going to be a full execute onto that B-site. Dash-in comes through. Patifan, naakit ngayon. Pero si Shadows, nahanap niyang isa. Patifan gets 1. Traded out by Chronicle. Double kill for him. Now it's going to be triple kill for Chronicle. Looking for 4. But it's not. Around the corner, Scary gets him instead. 1v3.
And the tamang shot lang just to mask his drop. Importante yun guys, if ever kunwari bababa kayo, dapat i-mask nyo yun ng isang putok lang para hindi nila alam na talagang tumalon kayo or bumaba kayo. From heaven pa, from tower pa baba. Ano na yun?
30 seconds left.
Alam na nila kinuha yung spike pero yung nga tatlo pa ang kalaban mo. Scary. Tatlong kalaban mo na full HP. Full utilities as well. Lalo na kay Redgar. And walang nag-rotate sa Gambit ngayon. Well, tatlo naman sila. Okay lang yan. Tatlo sila.
Tsaka may na si Scary. May na siya.
Yeah. Sabay-sabay sila umalis.
Kailangan niya mag-advance position para makahanap ng at least isang pitas. Pero
delikado tatlo yung makikita niya, man.
Pinahabol siya.
Double pick lang. Pwede ko dito. Scary! Casual! Pero nga lang, hindi na nagawa yung transfer. Tulad ng ginawa sa atin ng Gambit.
Hindi nga. Gambit match point.
Oo. Sino yun? Si Redgar yun, di ba?
Scary.
Si Redgar yung gumawa ng spray transfer sa atin sa bind, no?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah, basta Gambit yun. Yun sa pinakamatinding nakita natin. Hindi tayo magpapakabayas doon para sa secret pero kasi sobrang ganda lang talaga.
Si Bullet Dumas Filipino singer daw. Nag-google ko na. Nag-google ko na siya.
Yoru rework? Meron ba?
Meron. May bagong Yoru rework na papalitan nila yung gate crusher, yung footsteps daw, imbis na footsteps, parang hologram ni Yoru. Parang si Mirage sa Apex or si Iana sa R6.
Men, bamboozled!
Yung ganun.
Talaga? Saan mo nabasa?
Sa pero sa Discord natin may links actually. Sa PPGL Discord.
Yun guys, if ever na gusto nyong makipag-hangout sa amin, andun lang kami sa PPGL Discord. Ito siya.
Pero nowadays parang medyo tahimik na siya.
Next year.
Ng next season natin ng VCT. Sasabog ulit yan. Start of the year. Kami.
Hey, what's up? Ako nga pala si Vil na galing preso. At si Ilustrado ang nag-bail sa akin.
Ang tanong, ano ba yung dahilan kung bakit ka na Napreso.
Maingay ako.
Maingay na barangay tulad ni Rere.
Oo, na barangay. Maingay, sorry. Pupunta sa hearing. Sobrang daming utilities dito. Defo!
Spike down, B.
Oh my god. Sobrang. Where's the
no.
sushi boys? Niluto! Oh.
Yikes.
Scary naman ang susunod dito. Wala silang idea na baka nandun pa si si Scary. Kasi ba't ka nga naman ba pupunta rin dun sa same area?
Defenders win.
This is GG. Nice try, Gambit. They're gonna win up against X10. A little bit of an expected outcome, honestly. Pero alam nyo ba si Nats? College student din siya.
Yeah.
Nag-aaral daw siya.
At least, diba? I mean,
Cruz, okay ka lang?
Kailangan nila maging chill. They need to shake off everything sa sarili nila man. Kasi next map, yun ang pinili ng Gambit. Which is kinda scary though.
Para sila ng haircut, no?
Oo. Parang ang tawag din, Apple.
Bowl cut yata eh.
Oh, State of the Agents, Yoru. Hey everyone. Binasa.
In the meantime, papasalamatan muna natin ng sponsors natin. Malayo ang marating ng gaming needs niyo with Global Home Prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load Home Surf 199 para may 30 gig data ka na, valid for 7 days, 199 pesos lang. And winning starts at home with Global Home Only Fiber, up with Plan 2699 with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Siguradong panalo ang pamilya with its Powerhouse Bundle. Thanks, Globe.
Thank you, Globe, for everything. Yo, ito yung always check your corners, man. The number one rule in Valorant, always check your corners. Hindi lang Valorant yan, sa lahat ng kahit anong FPS games yan.
Oh. Redgar sneaky. But yeah, absolutely true. We're gonna go back to our faces right now, and yeah, you just saw game number 1, Gambit in the lead. Up against X10. So X10 natalo sila sa mapa nila. I don't really favor their odds coming to game number 2. Mukhang mapapa 0-2 tayo unless X10 can flip the script yet again. We're gonna go on a little bit of a short break again. Ilustrado at si FIL magkasama ngayon as your casters, and we will be back for game number 2.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
X10, they threw a curveball in the map vetoes, but in the end, it wasn't a problem at all for Gambit. I'm back on the desk with Potter and Tom. Some flashes of brilliance there from X10, but wasn't enough in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't enough, and unfortunately so, right? Some fantastic ideas coming out for X10, but it seemed like each step of the way, I mean, let's just think about that last round. Defo getting breach stunned right at that box, right underneath the tower. How is he not dead? How does he get away with 3 kills after that sort of encounter? So that sort of a curveball, as we've been saying and putting, coming out from individual reactions, those are superstar moments, and I'm glad it was Defo that was in that highlight.
Yeah, I think as well, if I'm looking at this map in general for X10, I don't think it's one that they should be playing too much anyway. Like, at least for now. I think they've got a lot of work to do, because compositionally, I don't think it looked great. Like, I don't think the carry really had any impact that I can think of. Maybe a decent pop flash every once in a while, and you can sort of see that on the scoreboard at the moment, that it did kind of come down to those duelists. But if I look down the sort of players on Gambit, I can say, Nats, he definitely had impact. Like, I'm talking about those lurks, using his utility for information. Chronicle had a damn good game, and although I won't say that all of that just came down to Brimstone, I don't think that was the biggest thing. But I kind of wanted to highlight Shados a little bit, because I feel like a lot of these Sage walls that he was using actually became like sort of pinnacle points in the round. Like, you saw the deep one that we saw regularly towards Generator, where you look at those retakes, like the one where Paddy Pan's like finding a lot of kills, it made all of those fights really awkward for him to take, because he then has to use the time to get back into the site. And we saw those on most of the takes from Gambit, where they put them down and it just wastes a hell of a lot of time. And you think about how many rounds came down to a couple of seconds or just a few moments, I think it actually made a pretty big difference. So I would actually like to see X10 either like work on this composition or rework it completely and come back in different.
Yeah, and those few seconds that you're talking about that it came down to, how many 1v1s did we have in that first half? I believe we had at least 3 of them, right? And then the Cruise clutch 1 versus 3 with that breach utility.
Foxy flank.
Yeah, it's just used to perfection. Foxy flank, yeah. So again, moments of brilliance for X10 coming through, but just that extra layer, that little extra oomph coming out to get some rounds on the board, to have a little bit of momentum going into the second. It seems like that's what these guys are missing.
I mean, Gambit, we know they're super unforgiving. You can't make mistakes around this team. They'll just punish you hard. We spoke about Defo already, but I do want to take a look at the comparison with Patty as well, because Patty had a lot of impact. At one point, he was 13-4, and he's been one of the more consistent players too, just in general, Potter, in this tournament.
Yeah, he absolutely has. And a little more quiet, I think, coming out, but definitely not quiet in the server, right? He's just so carefree, it seems like. And of course, it helps that he's on the jet, but I love seeing that no fear style coming out from Patty. Unfortunate that he wasn't able to convert some of those rounds that he found those openings on, but yeah, defo diff, I guess.
Yeah, he doesn't even really play Raze. I think that's one of the things I want to highlight with Defo, is that he has been almost the most through and through jet that we kind of have in EMEA. He has played it in the past.
I think one time is all I remember.
Yeah, it's been like a long time, and we haven't seen it consistently. So the fact that he's come in on this map, 330 ACS, didn't really look like he was uncomfortable at all. I saw a few tweets here and there, like he's been working on his satchels, and that's a big thing for them, because that's always something I've worried on other maps, for example, like a Split, where I feel like that Raze is so much more valuable. If he can bring that in elsewhere, hey, that's a pretty big agent to have under your belt.
I mean, we had a lot of pretty accurate shooters, aimers on that map. Let's take a look at Shooter Boy, Sushi Boy in the aim lab. Shoot around. Okay, this is a different look. But is he trying to bait us into something?
No, surely he's warming up, because he's gonna bust out the jet on Ascent.
Yeah, because like why else would he be doing this?
You know what? Maybe he's just warming up his entire mouse pad. You know, he's gonna use the entire thing to be able to warm up in this manner. But yeah, I mean, maybe that might be the exact curveball that X10 need. I mean, their Ascent, their defenses, they looked good. It's just that, again, a little bit telegraphed. So hopefully with maybe Sushi Boy on the jet instead this time, that might be the difference.
If Cruz Cruz has gone into that interview and said, yeah, we don't really play double duelist, and then throws out a double duelist, I'm leaving. Like, I'm just saying, and I even said it after that interview, like, he's someone I do not trust when it comes to those interviews. So if they come up with a double duelist now, I'm going to be frustrated.
We have been burnt before, and they are aware that, you know, we have the aim lab shoot around. So I feel like if it's any team that's going to troll us a little bit,
Probably.
maybe Sushi Boys is the troll here. But you guys have mentioned Ascend already. Let's talk about this next map. Here's a fun stat. Let me whip out my one fun stat of the day. Both teams have only ever lost this map 5 times. Only ever.
That is quite interesting.
Yep, and for Gambit, it's 5 out of 51. And for X10, it's 5 out of 30, which is still a tremendous stat.
Yeah, it's good, but you then also have to lean into regions as well. Like, a Gambit are in such a tough region, obviously. Everybody knows that now. But, yeah, I think that their Ascent, especially the defensive side, has always been phenomenal. One that's incredibly tough to break. And that was actually the strength, we sort of mentioned it in the pre-show, that was the strength as well for the side of X10, is their defensive side was good, their attack was a little bit shaky.
Yeah, a little bit shaky. And, you know, the casters, Hypoc and Pansy, they were wondering what the game plan for X10 was going to be as they stared me down from across the room. But X10, their defense is, as you mentioned, Tom, it's weird, right? Because it seems like for Gambit, they're going to be able to react appropriately. Anytime that X10 try to push that B main like we know that they will, Gambit, surely they just beeline it straight up cat into tree room.
Well, as you guys can see from the Prime Gaming agent select, we got straight up jabaited by Sushi Boys.
Yeah,
he's not going to be playing on the jet, but also Nats, you spoke about before. Nats has only played Viper so far in this tournament. In this series, he's only playing Cypher.
Yeah, I'm the biggest fan. I think everybody in the world is the biggest fan of his Cypher, and I think especially on his A-side defense of this map, you're not getting in. Like, that's why their defense is so good. They can just leave A completely alone to him. He won't die, and he'll take 2 kills with him every single time. The main thing I want people to focus on, though, for X10 is their mid-hold. They had 3 dynamic changes to their mid-hold when they were playing this map previously, all surrounding Paddy Pan, but all in completely different ways, be it with bait setups, with pop flashes coming out from KO, be it with a Cypher cam, peeking down mid, and then having a cage for Paddy Pan to exit when he aggressively peek cat. They have so many niche little ideas, and I want to see how many of them Gambit are actually ready for.
Yeah, and it looks like Sushi Boys was trolling us. Yeah. He's not going to be locking in that jet, but hey, his Cypher, if it's even half as good as his Killjoy has been throughout this tournament, then, shoot, X10 should have some bolstered defenses. I am wondering what kind of looks they can have with just the 2 KO flashes. I think the distance on that is kind of tricky. It'll be interesting to see how they utilize it, because the setups you're talking about, Tom, in my mind, I'm envisioning that sky with those cages.
Yeah, no, it definitely, like, the way that they were doing the flashes was basically just like bait and switches, but we'll see how it works, because then they lost the rest of the map. Their mid-hold was great, the rest was a little bit more shaky, and MV capitalized on it.
Well, there's a lot of pressure on X10. They have to win here if they want to stay in this tournament. Over to your casters, Pansy and Hypoc.
Matutusiro na ba ng Gambit ang series to? O mapapanatiling buhay ng X10 ang Southeast Asian Dream? Narito si Ilustrado at si FIL.
Thank you very much, Mr. YB, for that really great intro.
I thought it was Morgan Freeman for a second there. Sorry to narrate my life. Got my dreams coming true. But yeah, game number 2. Here we go as we now get into it. X10, kailangan nila manalo dito. Obviously, otherwise they're going to be eliminated. Oh my god, this is going to be a good flash in as we go ahead. And it's going to be another one 3v5 here towards the B site ngayon. Sushi Boys, nice double. Ooh, hindi niya na yung triple pero 2v2 ngayon. Pati pa nahanap si Redgar. 2v2 will commence. Chronicle, nahanap niya yung trade kill. Si Fox na lang ang natitira dito. Alam nilang may chance na magaling siya ng B main. Kaya they're gonna wait for it a little bit of a while here. Chronicle will be spotted. That's gonna be the kill 1v1. Fox 11 bullets na lang natitira. A lot of time, a lot of bullets, a lot of space. So, what can he do? Meron siyang the recon bolts, perfect. Forces him to swing out. Well done, nice shock darts to force him out. Uy, pero kita siya through the wall. Fox played it perfectly. Napakaganda ng play na yon galing kay Fox. Very well done here. A little bit of a spray para lang and to spray him down. So 1-0 as we got this game right now. X10 looking like they have a pretty good chance here.
Back. Really great.
Meanwhile,
kills dito by Sushi Boys.
tingnan natin ang replay dito ngayon. Sushi Boys, really good set of kills para sa kanya. Was able to save his team. And Fox was able to close out the round. Was able to get a nice 1v2 clutch. Tuwang-tuwa siya ngayon.
I mean, ibang tao, pinapanood yung mga laban. Pero ako, sa keyboard lang ni Foxy. Kasi so far, siya yung may pinakamahal ngayon na keyboard na gamit sa buong liga. Pwede nating sabihin.
Mahilig talaga siya sa keyboard. Oh, nice shock dart. Comes in. Patifan, good defense. Gets 2. Traded by Redgar. Gambit classic. But now Cruz will... Oh my god, so expensive. Chronicle. Almost got that Fox. Na naging 1v2 pa nga. And eco round lang yun. Pero nakanap pa rin ng 3 kill yung Gambit.
Yeah. 2-0 and X and C, it's time for them to reclaim. Hindi naman reclaim. To claim this game number 2. I mean, dun sa first map, X and Crit, sila yung pumili nung map na yun, pero yun nga lang. Dito nga sa side ng Gambit, this is the map that they picked. So pwede sabihin na yes, they have this advantage na meron sila. So all they gotta do is just prove themselves na talagang karapat-dapat na mapili nila yan. And kung napapansin mo, parang Patifan, alam na dyan, na dun magdadrop yung yung recon eh.
Oh, Patifan, nice headshot. As a Sheriff, he's able to get one now. He's able to push all the way to top mid. Makukuha pa niya yata yung Vandal. So that's a Vandal in the hands of Patifan. Dash in, coming through, trying to spray. Pero hindi nahanap ni Foxy. Defo makakakuha ng entry frag dito sa B site. Now, there's a flank coming in. Si Patifan, siya nga yung may Vandal. Everybody else not really having the best of weaponry. Ghost lang ang meron si Cruz. Scary. Meron siyang Spectre as the retake does now come in.
Yeah. Retake is now on. Pero yun nga lang, makakayanan pa ba nilang makuha to kahit tatlo na lang sila. They don't have enough firepower. Pero yun nga lang ginagawa ni Patifan, just waiting for that exit frag sa pwede nilang gawin. Pero yun nga lang, medyo ina-anticipate na rin to ng Gambit na probably nandito sila sa BB. So the best way na puntahan nila dito is siya na lang syempre sa bandang T-spawn na lang siguro. Pero nga medyo delikado ngayon yung mga players dito ng ng Gambit mahuhulog sila sa patibong pero hindi naman tatama dyan. Okay lang nakakatawa siguro na pag lahat sila namatay.
Planado yun by the way yung namatay si Patifan. Yeah. Hindi, seryoso kasi gusto niya mamatay para may Blade Storm siya.
Yeah. Pwede.
Tapos yung... Pero kung ganun, bakit di nilang dinap yung Vandal? I don't know. Pero may Blade Storm siya ngayon. Ay! Hindi! Hindi ba counted yon?
Yung ano?
Yung pag namatay ka, ewan ko.
Wala rin naman siya na deal na damage siguro. So, baka wala rin.
Baka wala. Kala ko may Blade Storm na siya ngayon, hindi pa pala. Oh, Patifan will be spraying through. Nandito siya sa market ngayon as a little bit of fire is exchanged. Scary dropping on 89 HP. Mababawasan yung armor niya down to 28. Missed camera. It happens. It happens.
Yeah. Pero sa totoo lang, na-impress ako sa kay Patifan kanina. Parang alam na alam talaga niya kung saan magdodrop yung recon ni Chronicle. Yeah, homework. Yeah. Yung ilang beses rin nila pinanood yung mga players ng Gambit dito and I think he knows it na dun din talaga mag-drop din yung recon ni Chronicle. But still, Gambit has it all. Redgar, the full map control of Gambit is now over. Pero yung nga lang, Nats, Ito yung gustong-gusto rin talaga kay Nats.
30
Magaling
seconds
talaga siya mag-flank din talaga. Yung mga pick-offs ni Nats, yun ang pinakamasakit na ginagawa niya.
Oh, nice nade there just to slow down the pace if they need it. Pero si Cruz, siya lang mag-isa mag-hold ng site dito. He's gonna fall back to the site itself. 14 seconds. Nakatago lang si Cruz dito. Baiting. Pero hindi niya nakuha. If he got at least one, that would have worked out. Look at this long flank though. Si Nats, ang layo ng ikot niya. But still, can he get the kills? He's able to get one, sure. The spike not planted for him. Kaya kailangan niyang ispray to. Naka-half na rin. And here's the footstep. Scary. 1v1 up against Nats. Patifan has to dash in. Kasi ang layo pa. Pinanggalingan ni Nats. Ni Patifan rather. Oh my god. Nats, what a shot. Triple kill for him. And that's gonna be so disheartening. But ang layo ni Patifan doon.
Oo, at saka yun din talaga. Lalo-lalo kay Nats, you don't challenge Nats sa gunfight, sa duels. Kasi sobrang high chance na si Nats ang manalo doon. Ilang beses natin napanood yan. With the Viper, with the Cypher, you don't challenge Nats on a duel. Pero wala kayong chance, wala kayong choice. Kailangan yung kailangan yung kunin eh. Ang taong walang emosyon.
Chill lang sila eh.
Chronicle in-adjust na yung ano niya eh, no? Yung shock dart niya eh.
Yeah. They know. Pero na ano pa rin. They still were able to block it with a cloud burst. Nats might be in for a rude awakening. Nice tap from Patifan. They were able to get Nats this time. That should be a rifle na mare-recover na naman ni Patifan. Pero dito sila sa A pupunta. Nice flash, Susie Boys. Uy, nakuha pa niya si Defo. Hunter's Fury will actually isolate 2 kills here. Chronicle nakadalawa nga gamit ang Hunter's Fury. Fox is able to respond with another one. 3v2. As now the spike does come onto the site. Can they get the plant off? They still have to deal with this. Cruz here with the Marshall. They're gonna shut the door on him.
Shadows not gonna catch anyone. No damage at all, pero kung natin sa kapatay pa rin siya. Meron tayo sa taas. It's all up to Foxy. Can he do with the one tap to the header right na makakuha pa siya ng Vandal? Di pa rin ng Chronicle knows kung nasa isang player dito. Tabang duel lang. No damage pa rin sa dalawang players natin. Pero yun nga, natamaan siya. That is a really great owl drone na ginawa ni Fox.
Wow.
Sobrang solid na owl drone na yun, man.
Ang ganda nun. Ang ganda nun. Alam niyang safe siya, alam niyang hindi siya mapupush. Kaya nag-owl drone na lang siya. Napakalaking advantage nun. Grabe, big brain from Fox there. Really, really well played. Pero I have to point out, ang pangit ng retake ng Extend nun ah. Hindi sila sabay-sabay nag-peak. Nauna si Patifan, tapos si Cruz sumunod dun sa door. Hindi ko talaga gusto yung retake nila. Hindi sila nag-coordinate. It had to come down to a 1v2. Buti na lang nanalo si Fox.
Ayun no, kitang-kita niya man.
Ganda.
Great decisions yung ginagawa ng X and Crit. And syempre, luck. Sama mo na rin ng luck. Sinuwerte lang din talaga siya sa positions. Sa positioning lang din.
Saka medyo nag-whiff din si Chronicle eh.
Tsaka siya yung nasa Jenny. So, yeah. Luck and positioning. Patifan all the way from mid. Denying the Trailblazer. Pero, kung napapansin mo, medyo safe play na ang ginagawa ng Extensi ngayon. Unlike kanina na medyo aggressive din.
Yeah.
Sila yung may lamang. So, capitalize that baby.
But they're still gonna try to go for this jiggle peek here. Okay. Fox. Alam na niya nandito si Defo. Spots at least one going for the pre-fire. Just to force them back a little bit. Kaya, just to take map control. So, kahit onting aggression lang dito sa Extend. Hindi naman tulad ng kanina. But still, we go to the A site now. Here towards that mid. Mid control is where we're at.
Mid it is. Pero...
30 seconds left.
Ito yung ginagawa dito ng XNC. Let's see if they can actually retake itong A kasi alam naman natin doon sila pupunta. Astral Divide will be activated as well here in A. Shadows in a perfect angle. Defo going in. Pero nga Shadows stopping the possible push of Sushi Boys right here. Pero nga Scary will be killed. Pero nga Patifan mga kaibigan. 2 KO that is stopping the push of Gambit. Patifan. Good angle. Pero wala silang oras, Extensi. Sila pa ang nakakuha nitong round na to. Parang tatalunin ata ng Extensi yung pinili ng Gambit. There's other way around as well dito. Same thing lang.
Ganda pa ng nade ni Cruz doon. Deny niya yung plant. Ang sakit pa naman ng nade ni KO. That.
Daming pulses niyan, man.
Oo, 80 yata sa gitna eh. Kada isang pulse. 80 damage. So, Gambit now have to eco. Malamang mapupunta tayo sa 5-2. Rush towards that B site. Tried and true, tested just exactly what they like to fall back on here. Pero close angle na ngayon, kitang-kita ni Sushi Boys. Gonna find another one. Easy cleanup. This is the round done and dusted. No problem. Chronicle...
Super fast round, man. Run and gun. Bahala na si Batman kung ano mangyari, man. Ipupush lang namin to. Wala kami pakisama na naramdaman nyo. Dudurugin ata ng XNC, man. Itutuwan ata. Lalo to pag reverse sweep ng XNC, my God.
We'll see kasi yung Gambit dito sa Ascent parang strong suit nila defense eh. Yung one of the biggest assets kasi ng Gambit is Nats on the defense.
Yeah.
So, we'll see if X10 can find a way around Nats. Kung hindi nila nahanapan ng sagot yung defense ni Nats, baka mag 2-0 to.
Concealment.
Again, another slow round here for side of Gambit.
Traps for the side of XNC, pero nga it's not really working din talaga sa mga ginagawa dito ng Gambit. I mean, what is the next thing na pwedeng gawin ng Gambit dito? They can actually play slow, play fast. Pero if ever ganito, na talaga nasa-stop din sila dito sa mapa pinili nila, at least nakukuha na talaga ng XNC yung ano nila, yung momentum na kailangan nila. It's like, hindi makaisip ng Gambit. Hindi nila maisip kung pwede nilang gawin dito next eh. Defo.
Dash in. Defo. Getting caught by Sushi Boys there.
Sobrang solid ng mga punish na ginagawa ng X10 dito, man.
Okay. Yeah, they can't deal with Sushi Boys. Sushi Boys has just been stopping them every single time. Like, Sushi Boys is so impressive. Like, every time na pumunta sila sa B-site, nakaka-triple kill yata siya. I think this is the 3rd triple kill that Sushi Boys has. Or pangalawang triple kill na yata ito ni Sushi Boys, I think. Might be a double kill on the other round. Pero yeah, every single time, Sushi Boys just has such great holds.
Yeah. Kaya sobrang napapal siya tulad ng ginawa ni, tulad ng ginawa ni Jet kanina. Hindi nila alam na si Sushi Boys sa loob na, di ba?
I'm out. So, we're gonna take a little bit of a timeout as well. Just gonna chill out a minute. So, sana okay pa kayo dyan sa mga nanonood. May next game pa tayo pagkatapos nito. And it's looking like we might actually go 2-1, like you said, Bill.
Mm-hmm. For Gambit, I mean, 4 rounds. Kahit 4 rounds naman, kayang-kaya naman yan, though. 6-6. Wag lang siguro to mag 2-10. If ever nag-2-10 to, there's a huge chance na ba talaga manalo yung XNC dito. Pero yun nga lang, nakita na natin yung Gambit na nag-comeback ng ilang beses. 9 rounds straight. Correct me if it is actually Vikings. Vikings yun, yung kalaban nila. 9 rounds straight, na-push pa sa overtime. At ang Vikings, 12 na lang yung score nila. 12 yung score nila. Isa na lang yung kailangan nilang puntos para manalo. Pero tinalo sila ng Gambit ng 9 rounds straight. Let's see if ever mangyayari ba yun dito. Meron nga 9 triggers, diba? Nangyayari yan, man.
Nangyayari talaga. Totoo yan.
Kahit nga 12 something eh, di ba?
Ilang beses natin nakita yan, hindi lang sa SEA, hindi lang sa LCQ, hindi lang dito. Pati pa naman sa Philippines, may mga ganon.
No.
Nangyari talaga yan. Yung mga dati nung may ano pa.
GCT.
Yung Galaxy Racer.
Oo, yun.
Yung mga comeback nila.
Yung Archangel dati.
Oo.
Sila Ching, yun. Yung mga pinagagawa nila na talagang sobrang solid comeback. It does happen.
Tagal na nun, no?
Tagal, no? Q1, Q2. Hindi, Q1. Q2.
Last year na yun? Hindi, Q1 yun.
This year. Malapit na mag last year. Ilang araw na lang.
Tama. This year, Q1, mga March.
Oo, March. Tama.
Archangel pa sila. May Archangel pa nun.
May Archangel pa nun. 60-45 Pirates patawag dun.
Parang dami nangyari sa 1 year, no?
Oo, man. Tas tayo salita ng salita.
Oo.
30 seconds left.
Sana next year.
Ganun pa rin.
Pero feeling ko, Vil, hindi. Next year mas exciting. Sure.
Oo. Tama. Mas exciting next year. Meron kaming alam.
I know exactly.
Natapos sa kanya tumama yung recon bot, mga kaibigan.
Lala nun.
10 seconds
Ko po.
Daiko pa nga.
My God.
Daiko pa nga.
Na Hanzo. Oh, sorry, different game. Pero but still. Swerte nun, man.
Next year is gonna be so exciting. Sobrang dami ng mga bagong team, mga bagong bootcamp.
Oo, mga bagong players.
Mga bagong players.
Ito mga Galaxy Racer niya, di ba?
Papalitan na si Vil.
Oo. Hindi pa naman ako, muntik pa lang, pero ikaw.
Muntik pa lang.
Sinimulan mo na eh. Ako muntik pa lang eh. Ngayon, chill lang tayo.
PPGL.
Men, chill lang tayo ngayon, pero ikaw muntik na. Paano pa kaya yung pag-secret yung laban, di ba?
Okay lang, passionate lang naman eh.
Passionate lang tayo. Parang nadadala lang tayo ng damdamin, kumbaga.
Tama.
Ay.
Because we care.
Yeah. Care bears.
Ano mas gusto niyo? Yung caster na walang pakialam o... diba? Ano ba?
I mean, talaga pinaglalaban mo eh, no? Oo, pare. Gets na. Goods na, bro.
Okay. Goods na.
Ano pa tapos ito, pero... Sino ba next game? Sila Dax Rere ba?
Si Dax Rere. Wala si Asray ngayon.
Grabe pala yun. Grabe pala yung pag nagkas ka ng alas 4. Tindi nun.
Kasi nasubukan mo, di ba?
Oo! Grabe! Diyos ko, natapos kami alas 8, men! 8 o'clock! Extend din yun eh! Na game 3. Grabe yun, men.
Right here.
I've got your trail.
Si Dax kasama ko nun. 40 seconds in. Foxy without Odin, mga kaibigan. Let's see if ever mapapatay ba yung mga players dito na pumapasok sa Gambit. Pero that is spray and pray coming in from Foxy, but they already know na hindi nila dapat i-contest to. Foxy without Odin, mahirap to. My God! Buti sana kung may nabawasan dun si Foxy, pero konti lang dito kay Redgar tsaka kay Nats. But still, ang importante, alam nila kung saan sila magpa-plant. At kung napapansin mo, sino ba yung may hawak ng Sino ba yung may hawak ng spike kanina? Kasi yung may hawak ng spike kanina, sinasamahan nila, dikit-dikit sila. Ganun yung ginagawa nila. Para double pick, triple pick, quadruple pick, ganun yung ginagawa nila. Hindi nila hinahayaan, sige, plant ka na, tapos titingin ka dito. Hindi ganun yung ginagawa nila, man. Hindi nila iniwanan yung planter hanggat makapag-plant siya.
4 players on site. Fox is able to get one. Defo is able to get another one. 2v4 na ngayon. Hindi pa nila nahanap si Chronicle. Tag nga pa si Scary. And Fox is gonna go down as well. 6-4. 2 rounds in a row na for Gambit. They're looking to make this 6-6.
Yeah.
Timeout.
Timeout again? Yeah man, timeout again.
I think yung last timeout si Gambit.
Oo. Oo, tama. Gambit yun for sure. There's no way na mag-time out si Extend doon, knowing na sila yung talaga may momentum. Parang sa basketball lang, di ba? Pag may momentum yung kalaban...
Bakit masasayang ka ng time kung nasa lead ka?
Oo, pag may...
Unless ayaw mo unless fourth quarter na.
Oo.
Balik ka na ba sa basketball?
Oo naman. Pero hindi ganoon ka in-depth.
Okay.
Dati nung Chris pa Toyota. Classic basketball pala eh. Yung super short shorts pa yung gamit.
Kaya ka ba naging shoutcaster? Kasi dati nagko-commentate ka sa mga barangay games.
Sabi mo.
Di ba yun yung origin story mo? Dati, nung bago ka sa esports, galing ka sa pagko-commentate ng basketball games sa barangay, sa video games. Hindi ba yun?
Ang pinagkasabi mo! Magawa ka ng kwento!
Ilang bagong origin story ni Bill.
Oo. Dapat pagali. Uy, pare-pareho sila ng skin dito ng X. Lahat naka-Valorant champion. So, grabe naman. Kala mo naman talaga may pang-finisher.
Pati na ba talaga yung name niya? Tinanggal niya na ba yung fan?
Oo nga, pag Patty fan eh. Oo, tinatawag pa rin naman siya ng Patty fan eh.
Oo, Patty fan pa rin eh.
Yung kay GTN
natin Patty fan siya.
Yung kay GTN Jesus ka, tanggalin nila yung GTN eh. Jesus na lang pangalan niya eh.
Jesus. Pero, actually, the reason why GTN Jesus siya is kasi parang siya, throwback to Shoxy Jesus. Kung hindi nyo kilala si Shoxy, parang player siya ng CSGO na legend. Sobrang galing dati.
Gagawa para ako si Get Left.
Get Left.
Just to honor Get Right.
Oo, tama. Or IWNL, yung mga ganun.
Gusto ko talaga maglaro ang NIP, man.
Yeah, paano kaya magka-Valorant din yung NIP?
Oo, sana.
Oh. Paano pag lumipat sila Forest Get Right dito sa Valorant?
Oh, wow! Yun talaga, man. Yun talaga. Pero but still...
Tsaka Virtus Pro. Virtus sila,
Pro.
Taz.
Meron ba Navi? May Navi Valorant?
Navi Valorant? Parang wala eh.
Round before the switch.
Navi Valorant. Meron! Hindi lang sila nananalo.
Sad.
Hindi sila nagka-qualify sa VCT. Ay, hindi. Nag-qualify sila pero talo sila.
Ito, ang pinakauna kong idol talaga is actually Freiburg.
Oh, I love Freiburg. King of Banana.
Si Freiburg.
Di ba Freiburg?
Si Freiburg.
I don't remember.
Tagal na nun eh.
Oo nga eh. Di ko na maalala. Pero sige, maniniwala lang ako sa'yo na Freiburg.
Salamat.
Basta yung king ng banana.
Oo, yeah. Kasi yung crosshair ko parang pareho kami. Sa kanya ko kinuha yung settings ko dati. Pero nga lang, if ever pumunta sila dito, this is gonna be really hard because Fan at least stopping the possible push off a Gambit right now. Sila yung nakakuha dito ng lead, pero nga this is actually the last round of the second half. Spread for on to Nuts right now, pero nga the Defo will finish 2. 4v2, mahirap to. Cruz, however, spray and pray not gonna connect. But they know kung nasa yung last guy. Foxy, na naka-cyberboard mga kaibigan, will be falling into the hands of Chronicle. 7-5. Nakaano sila? Nakaahon sila sa kahirapan.
Bakit ang mahal ng cyberboard, no?
Yeah. Hindi, ano kasi,
yung mga materials ba?
Ganito. Number 1, yung sobrang laking LED sa ano.
Ayun,
sobrang laking LED sa ano niya. Sa...
Ay ba yung frame niya? Bakal ba?
Bakal yan, men. Bakal
kaya
yan.
pala.
Ang bigat niyan. Promise, sobrang bigat yan. Tapos super custom siya. Tapos wireless din siya. So sobrang... Parang sobrang bigat ng ano niya, ng battery niya. Isipin mo hindi basta-basta battery pwede mo ilagay diyan eh. Kasi may additional LEDs ka sa harapan eh. May LED screen ka eh.
Hassle siguro idala niyan pag tournament.
Hassle yan, bigat yan.
Ang bigat, no?
Oo. Buti tayo manaliit lang keyboards natin.
Ano ba yung keyboard mo?
Naka B68 ako, pero yung switches yung mahal.
B68. Anong switches mo?
C3 banana splits.
Alam ko yan. Maganda yan. Ano lang ako naka Royal Clutch.
Meron ako niyan. Yung pinakauna kong RK, binili ko kay Darwin. Binili ko kay Asoray. Usapang. Hindi kasi, alam mo yun, parang kung napapansin mo, yes, talagang naglalaro yung mga players natin ngayon, they have their really great gameplays, pero gusto ko rin pag-usapan din yung mga, yung mga weapons nila. Ito, yung mga weapons nila for battle. Like this, yung mga keyboards nila, yung mga mouse nila, alam mo yun?
It's a big deal, dude. Like a lot of players, a lot of people will buy gear based on their favorite professional player.
Yeah, that's true.
Kaya nga si
JW.
Yun. Kaya bumili ako ng Steel Series dati dahil sa Fnatic.
Oo. Pink ko. Cute.
Cute. Parang hair niya.
Tignan mo, diba?
Hindi ko makita yung mga mouse nila.
Guys, nakikita niyo yung mga keyboards nila. Lahat yan custom. Custom keyboard, lahat yung mga yan.
May wireless charging na ba yung mga keyboards? Meron, di ba?
Meron. Power play.
Yun.
Tama na power play. Yun nga yun. Sa ano.
Yun ang gusto ko yung sa mouse.
Sa Logitech.
Logitech, tama.
Yung mousepad niya, no?
Pero gagana ba siya sa ibang mouse?
Hindi, basta power play.
Kailangan Logitech.
Oo. As far as I know. Ko, siguro. Hindi ko ma-try.
Anyway, back to the game. 5v5 here still as mukhang mapapa-open bomb site dito sa A site. Iikutan nila dito si Sushi Boys. Siya lang mag-isa. Pero timing. Kinukuha nila yung B-main. Chronicle looking for a fight here pero malilikuran. Si Sushi Boys.
Hindi rin alam ni Sushi Boys kung bakit gano'n na nangyari. Kung bakit nasa likod ko na to. Teka, kami attacker Ba't gano'n? Foxy? The timing. Hindi sila nagkakitaan. Hindi alam ni Foxy nandun na si Shadows. Diba? Sobrang
pero layo ng pinupush niya.
Sobrang sneaky ng mga galawan. Paano napupunta dun yung mga players, man?
You know what? The moment na may nakita sila sa B-main, dapat alam na nila na posible. Pero anyway, still going back to the retake here. Really good retake from Defo and Shadows as they get the kills here. Cruz na lang mag-isa. Can't do anything. Wala numbers advantage talaga yung Gambit dito And I don't know. I really think that was a little bit sloppy from X10. Masyado yatang nag-asim sila. May post plant na sila, hindi pa sila nag-hold.
Pero ewan ko, nagugulat lang tayo. Nabigyan pa na nasa like. Ito Dalawa pa sila. Dalawa pa.
So bakit hinanap ni Fox? Yun ang gusto kong malaman. But dapat nag-stay ka lang sa A-main.
Player standing.
Oo nga.
Sila naman yung pro
Wala naman tayong say dito
Oo.
Tapos yung mga mousepad sila, alam mo kung ano, mga artisan.
Revealing area.
Lalo sa Team Liquid, puro mga artisan mousepads nila.
As in yung mga binibili sa Etsy yung ganun?
Oo, yung mga mahal talaga na mousepad.
Gusto ko ng ganun.
Ako rin Gusto ko magpalit ng mousepad.
Saan kayo makakabili ng ganun dito sa Pilipinas?
Meron akong kakilala.
Sige,
sa ano? Sige. Alam mo, naglasunan sa stream.
Nabuda na. Malapit na mag-12-12 Lasunan na tayo.
Naglasunan dito no? Lasunan din natin yung mga viewers natin, di ba?
Lasunan din natin viewers. Tama.
Oo.
Guys, upgrade na kayong mouse and keyboard.
Seryoso. Talaga makakatulong. Naalala ko dati yung mga mouse natin, mga Genius.
A4 Tech.
Mga ganun din. Okay na ako dun. Pero wala Hindi nila nakakaya ang super low sensitivity.
Hindi talaga. Magwawala yung flick mo.
If ever mag-flick ka, hindi gagalaw yung ano mo, yung screen mo. Kasi hindi makasabay yung mouse.
Or kung may magagalaw, may mouse acceleration pa siya na hindi 1-to-1.
Oo. Late.
late. Anyway, dash in here, Patifan looking to entry. Cruz, oh wow, nice round here. 2 kills already. As they get another one, Sushi Boys is able to find another double. Shados will be able to get one before he drops. Nuts na lang ang matitira. And they have found a lifeline here. Yung force buy ng X10, gumana.
1v4. Hindi ako coordinates to. Yeah. Wala naman siyang bawas sa armor. Might as well use this gun sa susunod na round. Magkakaroon naman sila ng pera dito. Okay lang yan. Nag-force ang no? X10, no?
Nag-force.
Yeah. At least, sila? At least, nakuha nila yun. Well, if ever natalo ang X10 si Don, my God. 8-7 yung score. Halos 9-7 yung score. Hindi. Tama, mga 8-7 yung mangyayaring score for sure. Kasi natalo sila dito. So 2 rounds yun na lugi.
So that's a pretty good. Gambit will have to eco now, so we're most likely gonna be seeing a 6-9 scoreline. Nice.
Here. Oh, tama. Gambit from Russia. Extency from Thailand.
Thailand.
Yan, mga sawari kap. Yan sila, diba? Yan. Para kay Direk, me love you long time, Direk.
Oh, okay. Oh my God. I'm just gonna pretend you didn't say that.
I tried it. Uy.
Kanina pa yan. Kanina pa ka lang na yan.
Follow my best mo na yan! Ano ba?
Hindi, pero si Nats yung kanina.
Pero but still, di ba? Ano bang meron sa... ano yan? Camera ngayon. Men, ayaw pumunta dun sa mga dapat nilang puntahan.
Well, size gunplay.
Oo. Ibig sabihin, hindi sila pang utility, pang barilan lang sila.
Pang barilan. Look at this crossfire setup, Defo.
Okay lang yan, Defo.
Apat sila.
Oo. Isipin na lang natin, let's pretend na na third person na alam nila yung nangyayari sa gilid.
Oo. Ang dami nila. Apat sila nakaantay dito.
Paano kaya na pag third person ng Valorant? That's gonna be wild, man.
Sobrang wild. Ang pangit na hindi ko lalaroin. Pero, ito na. Dash in na. Patifan. Looking for the entry. He's trying to get into the side here. Oh, hindi
isang shorty kill.
Oh no, the shorty doesn't work out, but still Patifan's able to get it. And that's a cleanup here. Easy entry onto the site. Well done here from Extensi. Nats na naman.
Nats, sige pre.
Guys, ano ba?
Ano ba yan, pre?
Ano ba yan, pre? Apat na kayo dyan eh.
Kakalawangin na yung baril ko dito, oh.
Apat na kayo. Hindi niya pa ma-hold.
Kalawak na yung baril ko, men.
Pambihira namang team to.
Tapos sasabihin nila, Defo, sumama ka kaya? Ano mo sabi-sabi? Sabihin nila. Di ka away.
Sabay nag-disband eh, no?
Kalagitnaan. Biglang nag-tweet, biglang nag-surrender. Oh!
Uy!
Wala siyang bawas. Oh my God.
Oh my God, muntikan pa.
Man, kung sinabi namin sa iyo, don't challenge Nuts sa isang duel.
Actually, maganda yung ginagawa ng X10 eh. Kasi iniiwasan na si Nuts eh.
Oh, yun nga eh.
Tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, Vil, yung sekreto sa defense ng Gambit, si Nuts.
Oo.
Kung iwasan nyo si Nuts,
di okay na, di ba?
Okay na.
So, tama nga yung ginagawa nila, man. See? Oh, pero kasi ginagawa mo dyan. Bigyan ka lang bigyan ka lang sumisigaw, baby boy.
Niet.
Ay, ba sila ng kulay ng buhok eh?
Oops. Defo, alanganin ka dyan. Triple peak to. Tag, swing. Bagal ng swing. Ayan. Nice double swing.
I know exactly
Real theft pa. Boss ang site. Di na kailangan na gumamit ng utility para pumasok ng site. Yun ang kagandahan sa play na ginawa ng X10 dito. Hindi sila magsasayang ng utility. Ibig sabihin nun, pagdating sa retake, kompleto sila. At alam ng Gambit to, kaya magsasave na lang sila.
Oo, hindi na. Wala silang bawas, meron silang vandals. Si Nuts, hanggang ngayon, Spectre pa rin ang gamit.
Kawawa naman
si Nuts.
Pero yun ang tamang gawin, actually. Kung si Nuts na pa-Spectre nilang buong game, like, huwag niyong hayaan makabayo siya, napakalaking deal.
Oo. Si Mr. Elijah King Garcia, ano daw yung tawag sa maliit na duck? Pandak. Okay.
Pandak.
Sige,
Ano naman yung ano? Ano naman yung fish na bulletproof?
Ano?
Pating!
mimit na daw ni Derek si Ido.
Oh, no.
Sige. Ano oras na naman kasi?
Ano yung fish na may machine gun? Ay, fish tuloy. Wait, nalimutan ko na. Huwag na lang.
Sige. Namomroblema na sila. Sobrang laki ng problema ng Gambit. Kitang-kita mo, di ba? Parang laki ng problema ng Gambit, man.
Ano yung prutas na may machine gun?
Dito lang siya titigil eh.
Ano yung prutas na may machine gun?
Ano?
Banana.
NT.
Alas stress na.
NT.
Kaya pa, Bill.
Kaya pa. No oras pa lang. Isang match lang naman tayo ngayong araw. Wala namang cast bukas eh. Okay lang yan. Ay, wala pa lang cast bukas, guys ah.
Oo.
Yung sunod natin is kailan ba? Sunday ng madaling araw.
Madaling araw. Tama.
Sunday 1 AM. Yun yung next.
May isang araw ng pahinga.
O, isang araw ng pahinga. Kasi naisip ko sinong Riot. Hala, bakit pagod na yung Tagalog casters? Magpahinga na hinahit sila.
Wawa naman to.
May special treatment kami, guys eh.
Actually, kami nag-request niyan eh. Guys, sinabi namin. Actually, biglaan yun. Sinabi, Uy, Riot, day off ah. Sabi, sige sir.
Sabi na, sige, Lods.
Sige, Lods.
Maraming salamat, Riot. Kasi, Riot, pupunta pa daw si Ilo sa, sa Heartbeat. Going back! Boss mo ba yun? Scary! With a 2K, but devil from behind! Ganun the head is scary right now. Pero yung alanda, maganda to. The spike is dropped. One pushing in. The Redgar with a kill, but Foxy with a refrag right there. Nuts with a Spectre again.
Okay.
Hindi na nakapag-upgrade si Nuts.
Hindi na talaga. 4 na rounds na yata siyang naka-Spectre eh. Wawa naman si Nuts oh.
Diyos ko, ganito katindi ang X10, men. Hindi man lang pinagpavandal si Nuts. Spectre lang daw malakas. 1-6 lang. Okay na.
Sas. Ano daw? Okay, naka-phantom na rin si Nuts. Baka may chance. Si Defo may operator rin. So nag-save na talaga sila.
Tayo pa yung isa eh.
Tayo ka
Ito
pa
na. Okay na,
Pero gusto ko ng Thai milk tea.
Gusto ko naman, oo.
Sarap ng Thai milk tea.
Dati umiinom kami nun. Yung meron nun actually dati sa 7-Eleven eh. Yung orange.
Oo! Yung
diba?
Nirvana, Taste Nirvana. Yung pangalan, pero wala na.
Yung orange yung can, di ba? Yung malaki.
Oo, tulad ng shirt mo.
Oo. Actually, yeah.
Taste Nirvana nga yung pangalan.
Oo, basit. Sarap nun. Wala na nga eh, sayang.
Wala na.
Mine siya.
Ito na si Nuts, magde-defend na. Boing.
Pero nga na Nuts, nagbabago na ata ng buhay niya. Let's see if ever yun nga natin sa kapatid na SRG with the second one. Pero, no more bullets. Tamang right click lang ng classic. Let's see if he can actually take down. Nadik yung isa. Foxy. Buhay pa dito. Now low. Redgar.
Player standing.
It's on its way.
Sabi natin eh. Pag nag-defend talaga si Nuts, ang hirap eh. Nakadalawa pa nga siya. Mutigat pang 3. Iwasan nyo si Nuts. Wag na kayo mag-A. Bilang kayo ng B. Extend kung gusto nyo manalo, magbilang kayo ng B.
May nagtanong sa atin, Ilu. Sabi ni Jaren Season, TL or Ascend? TL man.
At syempre, TL. Scream ni Vera. Ang lakas ng dalawang yun.
Magkapatid, men.
Magkapatid. Ang lakas ng dalawa. Batang-bata pa si Nevera, ang galing na agad eh, no?
Oo.
Parang talino, pero bata pa lang.
Pero in terms of experience, TL talaga. Pero kung gusto nyo lason, hindi Ascend. Sa inyo. Oh, do your own research. Kaya bahala. Patifan. With that Blaze Storm up jab. Oh!
Ayun.
Spotting
Yung
out
kailangan nila.
agad. Sobrang ganda ng entry na ginawa ni Patifan dito. Yun nga lang, let's see if ever makakapatay pa sila. Hunters free on the Chronicle. Walang mapapatay dito. 3v5 Defo with that operator. Kailangan niya makapatay at least dalawa. Missing that first shot. Sobrang
Actually,
sakit na
matutuwa ako
pulses.
kung manalo yung SEA dito.
Yeah. Okay na sana mag-game number 3 man. Anong problema sa akin? Basta manalo yung extend.
Oh, basta manalo extend. Kung matalo extend, mababad ito.
Ito I mean, kinaya ng Gambit dati na makapag-comeback nung matagal. Tingnan natin if ever kaya nila ngayon. And they need to save the guns na meron sila. You really need to save this. Save that operator and the Vandal of Chronicle as well. Kasi next round, Shadows and Nuts, wala silang pera.
Si Nats mag-SMG na naman yan.
Spectre na naman yan, men.
Mag-Spectre na naman yan, tinan nyo. Wow, ang Nats.
Yun ang ganda, double updraft.
Yun ang kailangan nila para makapasok ng site. Kailangan si Nats lang talaga mahanap nila. Kung si Nats nabuhay dun, ubos na naman yan.
Sobrang solid mag-anchor ni Nuts yun lang.
Hindi. Di siya naka-Spectre ngayon. May pera pa.
May pera.
May pera
2-3 pa. If ever matalo sila ngayon, may pambili pa next round.
O, lumipat na silang B. O, si Nats na lumipat ng B.
Okay. Magandang decision to. Tignan natin kung
Might
kaya
work
ba
out.
nito. Scary. Let's see. Astral Divide on to B. Chronicle with a kill on to
Ganda ng
one.
trade.
Cruz, however, we're gonna take down these players. Pero nga lang, yung camera, sobrang ganda ng pagkakabit dito. And ando pa rin sa Speedway, mga kaibigan. Nats! Nakita ng isa. Pero napakadaming pulse na ngayon dito. And now
Oh my
Sushi
God.
Boys will punish Nats. 3v4. We're gonna see a game number 3. Sushi Boys with the spike being planted. This is gonna be the last game. Last round for this map, or makakabay pa ba ang Gambit. Foxy is gonna use that Hunter's Fury just to get that information para malaman nila kung saan ba sila titingin, pero not gonna deal any damage at all. And for the side of Gambit right now, the pressure is on. They need to take down these players as well. Defo with that verticality, with that high angle, not gonna catch anyone dito sa my backside though. Pero Cruz with that spray and pray.
GG.
It's all up to one. Redgar the only man remaining, and we're gonna go to game number 3.
Game number 3. Extend survive. They they take out Gambit on their own map pick. So magpupunta tayo sa Breeze. Tama, di ba? Breeze yung last game natin.
Yeah. You know,
Wow.
chill lang sila, man.
Feeling ko, cruise chill ka lang eh. Kanina pa yung sumasayaw eh.
Oo. Siya dapat ata yung pumunta sa hard kit di si Ilo eh. Oo, man. May tabi ng burger na lagyan. Break. Up.
Cool mo naman, Cruise.
Nagkamali din pala si Found dun sa shock knife.
Buti na nalo pa siya doon.
Ang daming poging player sa sa EU tsaka sa NA.
Walang pogi sa NA?
Then, wala ba?
Hindi, tinatanong, anong sabi mo?
Then, daming pogi sa NA tsaka sa EU.
Oo. Pati sa SEA din naman.
Oo, sinabi ko naman.
Si Bill Ilustrado.
Ayun lang. Tsaka isama natin si YB.
Kasama natin si YB. Yung iba parang
So, totoo lang.
Saks lang.
Yung ginagawa ng Exxon dito, sobrang in-enjoy nila to.
Oo.
Kasi kahit manalo matalo, okay lang sa kanila eh. Diba? Lahat sila nakangiti man. Nung natalo sila kaninang rap 1, okay lang, chill lang. Kasi nung manalo matalo, nasa top 8 tayo mga boy. At anong mangyari, top 8 tayo ng buong mundo. Yun yung pinaka-importante dun, men.
At saka kung manalo tayo dito, top 4 pa rin ang, actually, kung nangyari to, top 4 SEA sa mundo.
Oo.
Kung nanalo ang X10 dito. So ayun na, makakakita tayo ng game number 3 sa Breeze. Tayo mapupunta. Ako si Ilustrado, ito si FIL. Kami ang inyong shoutcasters. Magbabalik kami with game number 3 here in Valorant Champions.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Shockwave!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a game on our hands. X10, they managed to take Ascent over Gambit. I'm back on the desk with Tom and Potter. It's going to map 3.
I can't believe it either. I can't believe it either. And, you know, Gambit, I'm a little bit worried, Yinsu, Tom. I'm not going to lie. I'm starting to see those weird desperation play tendencies that we saw in the last series, especially on Bind, those weird pushes, right? Round 16, I have here, question mark, question mark, question mark. What the heck is Defo and Shadows doing? I don't know if they felt like they had to take that duel at A main, but they already got, the jig was up. The KO knife came in. X10 were completely aware of where their positioning was going to be, but they took the fight anyway. Jet has a dash. There's a flash. They could have gotten out, but they chose to take the duel. They get wiped out for it, and that's an easy round on the board for X10, and that just kind of slowly starts this possibility for X10.
Well, that's the crazy thing. I feel like they forced Gambit into a position where they had to begin taking just ridiculous risks.
Yeah.
Or either that, or they were just like, all right, Nats, if you could just kill everyone, and then we'll come in at the end. Because that was the thing I was almost seeing in the early rounds, is they were going for these like 5-man pushes on X10, and they were managing to find the site without Nats. And I was like, they'll walk into the Nats site. And the first time they did get shut down. He managed to buy a lot of time. And then just a little bit later on, we started to see these almost direct counters coming out to plays like that. And then you got this man just...
He shocked on it
some
himself
of the most
and still
ridiculous
wins.
clutches for so many reasons, like literally almost killing himself, running in. I think I was in the same boat as Hypok when he's using his drone in the middle of a 1v1. You just think you're absolutely mad, but you're managing to make these clutches work every single time. And that's the thing. The last map, when we were talking about the rounds they managed to win, we were highlighting clutches as a big aspect of it. I think in some of the early rounds, maybe you could say that again. Towards the end of this map, they were dominating.
Yeah, and there was a different layer as well for Foxy particularly, right? Because we talked about X10, their weakness may be the telegraph pushes. Foxy, no telegraph plays at all. I mean, towards that B main, he found the timing. The communication was coming through from his teammate that A main was under contention. He pushes, finds the timing, and gets a pick off. These sorts of moves is what's going to get rounds on the board for X10.
It's weird but wonderful stuff we are seeing. But, you know, we spoke about teams being able to counter Nats, and we saw a great play here, Tom, that did just that.
Well, this was literally one round after they got shut down by Nats on the site. They just instantly KO knife him while he's in his can, by the way. So he's just watching, he's like, all right, no one here, I'm dead. Like, they just didn't give him a second's notice, and I think that's what you have to do with a player like Nats. The difference is, though, and this is something we've highlighted a lot with X10, is the synergy between their players, and just, I feel like the second Cruz calls something, the whole team is on board. There's no doubt, there's no hesitation, it's nothing. It's like, right, Bud, Paddy, I'm going to need you to dash into the site and instantly kill Nats. It's like, cool, let's go. Straight in. And that's how they've been doing it all the way through this matchup. They just seem to have faith in each other, and a team like that is dangerous to anyone in the tournament.
So dangerous, and not to mention the dangerousness of Cruz's assists. He had 19 assists. That's one more than the most kills in the server on his squad. 19. The closest was Foxy at 18 frags. So Cruz, he's all over the place, just teeing up his teammates, and it's beautiful for X10.
It does make you think, what would have happened if he played the KO back on Fracture? I
Maybe.
don't know.
But then
Maybe
then do they need to have someone else playing a breach? There's so many questions to be asked if you remove one piece.
True, but let's look forward, not backwards, and look forward to Split, the last map. Now, both of you, probably didn't expect this map to come up, especially given the fact that X10, they lost their map pick on Fracture. Ban.
I wasn't going map. I don't trust myself
Tom.
sometimes, but yeah, we're going to be heading into Breeze.
Yeah,
this is
it
a
was
map
Breeze.
that previously didn't exactly go well when it was played up against them. I think this was definitely the shakier of the two, and I don't think we really saw that impact of the KO as we have done just now. So that's going to be one of my major focuses. On the other side of things, Gambit, 13-0. That was the last time they played this map. So they were looking pretty good on that attacking side. Let's put it that way.
A little bit good. You know who else is looking good, Tom? I just saw a Paddy fan over here busting out moves on the stage, waving at me. I mean, dude, this squad on X10, they're not on a stage at a gaming center. They're at the club. You guys saw Sushi Boys, that movement with his feet after that map. These guys are feeling good, guys.
Yeah, they're having the time of their life, and that's exactly the kind of mentality you need in order to beat a team like Gambit. I mean, look at the caliber of teams that X10 have taken down just to get here. Having said that, though, Tom, we can't ignore how good Gambit have been on Breeze.
Yeah, for sure. I think also just their third map always seems to be better. Every single one of their series has gone to 3 thus far, and they've managed to close out every single one of them. So it would still be silly to doubt them, especially the last time. But at the same time, when you win a map 13-0, what are you improving? There's not really going to be much that you learn from this one. Whereas on the other side, a loss to Envy is going to have given this squad an opportunity. Now, they lost Ascent. They came back. They beat Gambit on it. They lost Breeze. They're looking to come back and do it again.
Oh, man. I'm becoming a believer. Not only am I seeing Bree, firstly, I did not think we would be here on the third map. I don't think a lot of us did. But if you think about it, again, Breeze, the way that this map is laid out, this is Paddy Fan's backyard, man. He's going to have a fantastic time. And again, what we highlighted in the pre-show, that stylistic clash of differences here, Gambit is going to be very back. They're going to be a little bit more patient, a little bit more disciplined. That plays right into X10's hand because of how it's laid out.
Also, in terms of agents as well, we spoke about not seeing Nats on the Cypher in this tournament, but here is where he's going to be going back onto the Viper.
Viper. So it was Chronicle actually switched onto KJ, and that's where we get the Redgar Sova after normally seeing Chronicle on it. So it's where they've had some recent agent swaps just to try and, I think, make people just feel a little bit more comfortable in some of their positions. And for Chronicle, he was lights out in that matchup, and it's where we're going to see Sushi Boy stick things out on the Cypher. Now, in the last map, especially on the defensive side, he was one of the players that impressed me the most. I think he actually did a better job locking down sites than Nats did, and if I'm giving you that compliment, you've done incredibly well.
Yeah, and it's so important to have that Cypher be so strong. On Breeze, you need either the best Viper or the best Cypher on your squad to be that anchor, because again, this map is so large. You need to be able to pre-rotate. You need to be able to leave your one defender at the site and fully trust and depend on them to be able to have that information come across so you can get the rotations moving. So definitely, I don't know what to expect, man. Sushi Boy, you're right. Sushi Boy Cypher is looking banger.
I mean, how much does it swing the momentum is on the side of X10, but Gambit still the favorites to snatch this series?
Yeah, I think it would be silly not to, especially just with the way they've been able to dig themselves out of holes in this tournament. The only difference is I don't believe what they've been saying about, there's no pressure here. There's a lot of pressure. You are the previous Masters champions. Last time, when they went through that run at the end, they were already qualified to this event. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Gambit right now, but they do seem to thrive under it.
Yeah, they do indeed. We're going to head into Agent Select now once again. But the Primary Gaming Agent Select, expect that KO. Yep, that KO is out. And Shados has moved onto the Reyna. This is the first time he's ever played Reyna on this map.
Yeah, and also Chronicle is no longer on that KJ and gone over to a Sky. So they are looking to play, I would say, a lot more aggressively on this map. This is looking like they're going to almost want to do what Scream does when he plays Breeze and just out-frag his opponents, which, considering X10 like to scrap, that seems fairly risky.
Scream DOS.
Okay. Like if that's where you're going, fine.
And I like the Reyna pick coming out. You know, Breeze, again, it's a large map. Reyna, she can be that lurk. She can be on her own. She doesn't have to be with the squad at all times. And we talk about Reyna, the utility, the kit. It doesn't benefit the team that much. But hey, if you can be on your lonesome, again, create that disruption across the map, that's where this Shadows is going to shine.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to see what he can do. But this is map 3, guys. There are no more second chances. Pansy and Hypok, the winner, will be going through to the semifinals.
And
game number 3, X10. They're going to go into game number 3 as they take ascent up against Gambit. Kasama nyo kami ngayon. Estrado, kasama ko si Vil. Kakalabas lang sa resinto. Musta naman ang kalayaan, Vil?
Okay naman, mga kakosa. Bale, wala kaming ginawa sa Bilibid kundi sumayaw.
Nag-Michael Jackson Thriller ba kayo this year?
Sa quadrangle.
At least may exercise.
Alam mo ba, before tayo mag-start, chinek ko kung ano ba yung meaning ng Valorant. Lalang, parang made up word ba yan? Pero yun nga lang, ang Valorant is parang dinagdagan lang nila yung word na Valor. Which is brave. Ganyan. Lagyan nila ng ant. Ng gab.
Brave ants.
Brave ant. Valor.
Alright, here we go. A site has already been taken here, pero ang lalim ni Patifal, wala siyang ka-trade. Okay lang yan, na-plant naman nila yung spike. At least may pera sila kahit anong mangyari. 3v5, retake comes in with a flash. Oh, pre-fire from Shadows. It's gonna get scary.
Ito mahirap man. Itong Breeze, ito ang mapa ng EU.
Oh yeah.
Sa totoo lang.
Mga EU teams.
Oo, mga EU teams. Ito na naman.
Flawless.
Ito yung mapa ng mga EU teams, mga kaibigan. Ito yun.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team.
Yung mga EU teams na yan, sobrang solid dito sa Breeze. Number 1, Ascend. Tinalo ang secret
mapa ng
dito sa Breeze. Oo, tinalo ang dito, men. Ascend. Ascend.
Viper.
Ikaw na magsabi na ni
Marshall. Nope. Marshall's coming out right now para kay Redgar. Pero ang hilig talaga mag-force ng X10. Bukan nila mag-push ngayon. Oy, huli. Si Shadows is able to get ang dami niyang damage, oh. Pero ito, Nats. Hindi nila ma-flush out. Natag siya pero hindi siya mamamatay. As he brings it to a 4v4. Low HP si Cruz, low HP si Sushi Boys. And interesting choice for Cruz, ah. Hindi siya Sky. Wala silang heal. Pero
wala silang sustain. Pero marami silang info. Oh my God! Tinitigan ni Defo si Patifan. Ginagawa mo dyan, Balbon.
Nandyan, balak.
Ito na, Defo nasa kaliwa mo, boy. Kailangan mo tumingin sa kaliwa mo, best. Pero at least andyan naman si Chronicle with a kill. But Scary with a 2K. Sushi Boys and Scary, super low on HP. Kahit kilitiin mo na lang yung ano niyan, yung kilikili niyan, men. Deads na yan.
Low nilang dalawa, oh.
Kahit pitikin mo yung ano niyan, men, yung kilay.
Kahit makatapak lang siya sa...
Ayun, oh. Piso HP. Oh, men. Dumikit lang siya sa wall na yan. 1 HP na siya agad.
30 seconds left.
What is he gonna do?
Si Derek, ginigising tayo, eh, no?
1v2. Scary. 21 HP. Pupunta lang siya ng B site. So kahit anong mangyari, at least may plan sila. 14 seconds left. And they're gonna have to try to win this. Otherwise, it's gonna be hard, man. It's gonna be very, very hard. Wala siyang snake bite, so hindi siya pwede mag-line up play. Kailangan niya talaga mag-play ng close. Makahanap ng 1v. Ang hirap nito. Kailangan niya humanap ng headshot angle. Or, makahanap ng pitas ng maaga. Pero hindi hahayaan ng Gambit. Kasi, didikit sila.
Nga lang. Kaya bang i-retake to ng Gambit? Pero kahit ganyan ang buhay ni Scary, kaya pa rin naman yan eh. Tamang spray lang sa ulo. Pero yun nga, sa ganyan kalayo, mahirap.
Ang ganda ng positioning niya.
Sa ganyang, actually sa ganyang kalayo, mahirap. You know?
Oh no.
Yung sinasabi mo, man, hirap talaga pag spray mo yan. Grabe yung recoil mo dyan.
Ang ganda na sana actually, double headshot yun eh. Pero yung problema dun, wala Spectre, tas ang layo pa niya.
Oo. Shoutout nga pala sa Twitch. Ang dami nanonood. Hello sa inyo guys.
Hello Twitch.
Hello sa inyo sa Facebook at sa YouTube as well. Hello guys! Sa mga nanonood sa YouTube. Sa YouTube.
Here.
YouTube or YouTube?
YouTube. Mga
Ako
EUT.
Ako YouTube.
Hindi na matanggal sa isip ko. Ewan, YB.
Kasalanan direct natin yan.
Oo, man. Kailangan siguro pagalitan ulit.
Pagalitan eh.
Defo! Muntik ng mapatay dito si Sushi Boys pero yung si Redgar nakakuha na isa. This is the map ng mga players dito na talagang they really want to capitalize all the errors of X10C. Dito nila tinertin 0 ang secret dito sa mapa na to.
Oh. Okay. Defo, oh, nice set of shots there. Double kill with him. Tapping away. As he finds a quick double. Triple kill. Defo is able to get another one. Sushi Boys na lang dito, Marshall. Ito ng habak. Hindi ba siya sa kanan? Oy!
Muntik na.
Ano ba yan?
Stay keen.
Parang nag-miss yun. Siguro nag-no-scope siya, imbis na mag-scope in.
Sa kanila.
Stay down.
Okay, so at least pinapakita ng Gambit man. I mean, talagang pinapatunayan nila na this is really our map. Kung napansin mo kanina, yun nga, Fracture, excellent pumili, Gambit ang nanalo. Next, Ascent, Gambit ang pumili, excellent na nanalo.
Yep.
Pero tingnan natin dito ngayon sa mga...
Oh.
Actually, hindi to pinili ng hindi to pinili ng Gambit.
Oh my god, Defo. Double kill. Pwedeng mag-triple. Mapunish ba? Hindi. Nakapag-updraft pa. Nakatakas pa nga. Eco round. A bonus round lang to pero si Scary. Okay, mababawi niya. 2v3. As now Defo, buhay pa rin. Nakahanap na siya ng tatlo. If he wants to get this round, he's gonna maybe even have to get 4. Maybe even 5. He's already gotten a couple of kills already. Now, rotation dito papunta sa A site. Meron pa silang Viper wall. Help them take the site. Walang kalaban sa A site.
Yeah.
Welcome to my world.
Medyo mahirap ang retake na pwede mangyari dito. Pero yung ayaw tigilan ni Defo, itong mga players na tamang spray lang. Not gonna connect on to them. Time is ticking already and the spike is planted too. Pinakamahirap lang din talagang yung Viper spit na meron dito si Scary. If ever talaga they really wanna go in, they need to take down Scary first. Si Scary muna ang tanggalin na. Tanggalin muna nila yung cloud of smoke na yan bago sila dumire-diretso on towards Victor. Pero nga lang, Cruz, that patience na ginawa niya. Sushi Boys as well, pero Scary with a refrag. At least nakakuha na rin dito ang extend ng isang puntos pero yung nga lang they need that Viper spit para magawa nila yun. Pero ngayon na wala na silang Viper spit, paano nila mapapanalo to? Knowing na wala pang kills si Patifan tsaka yung tsaka si Cruz. Wala pa rin silang kills dito, man.
Sobrang hype naman itong si Cruz na to. Pero...
Ay, hindi, si Foxy pala yung wala pang patay. Tsaka si Patifan.
Ayun. Pero ito, may op si Defo. Kanina pa tong sobrang aggressive. Uy, nag-miss jiggle peek dito from Sushi Boys. Gumana nga. It's the ultimate right now from Cruz. Diretso sa side kasama niya yung teammate niya. Nice nade fragment. Works out for them and they flush out Chronicle. Shados is able to flush out one. Pre-fire spam. Galing kay Scary. Is able to get another. Kaya 3v4 na ngayon. Nakakuha pa ng side control dito yung X10. Hirap mag-retake nito. Defo merong siyang gamit na operator. Ang hirap mag-retake na gamit ng operator. Pero baka napaghanap niya dito. Tapos sila dito magagaling sa McDo. Nag-drive-thru na nga sila pero okay lang. Take out na lang kami. Alis na kami dito. Saving
Hindi din ang gagawin ngayon ng X10C. And ng Gambit. Well, if ever naman na talagang kaya nito ng extensive man, I mean, wala eh. Hindi rin talaga nagpa-pop off din talaga sila. Patifan, tsaka yung mga players talaga nag-perform kanina. Make or break situation na to para sa mga players natin, knowing na hindi ito ang piniling mapa ng Gambit. Walang pumili nito. Ito yung mapang naiwan. Walang pumili dito. Tignan mo si Patty siya si Foxy. Wala pa rin kills. Kaya na sila nahihirapan eh. Pero importante, dikit yung laban.
Balikan ko nga yung pick and ban. So yun ang nangyari dito. Yung ban, X10 ban Bind, next ban is Haven for Gambit, pick Fracture, pick Ascent. Tapos yung ban was Split Icebox. Tapos the last map was Breeze. So kaya tayo nandito kasi na-ban ng X10 yung Split sa Breeze. Pero here, Flash comes in agad-agad just for information.
Sa totoo lang, really ballsy move yun ha. Nainiwan nila sa nainiwan ng X10 ng ang Breeze.
O kasi pwede mag-icebox, no?
Oo. Either way mahirap eh.
Either way.
Isip na doon na lang, sige.
Pero
piliin na lang natin yung mapa nag-13-0 sila.
Pero yung map na Icebox, doon din natalo ni X10 yung Fnatic eh.
Tsaka doon natalo ang doon din natalo ang Gambit.
Oo.
Sa Secret, di ba? Kaya mamimili ka, ano bang huling mapa? Icebox or Breeze, yun na lang. Pero feeling ko sana na iniwan nila ang Icebox.
Timing for Patifan. Di talaga, nothing's going Patifan's way right now. The one player you may need to be on the top of the frag board, on top of the server. Di talaga tumatama si Patifan. He just can't get anything done. Sushi Boy's naglalurk dito sa may halls. He's just trying to buy this time. Flash comes out just to be allowing them to push a little bit more. Pero tingnan mo, late lurk sa dalawa. This is very risky pero okay lang to kasi meron naman silang insurance policy. Meron silang lineup play na galing kay Scary. Nice flash ka. Talagang grabe ang flash. They get Nats actually down here, but that's quick trades all across the board. Shadows is able to find Fox. Now Scary, 1v1. Oh my god, he's able to get the last two. Scary.
Yeah. Scary from the backsides. I mean, pwede naman siyang pwede naman siyang mag-line up na lang. Pero but still,
0-5 pa rin si Patifan.
Kaya nga 0-5 pa. Binubuhat na lang siya ng mga kamping.
Okay lang yun kasi dati si Patifan naman yung bumubuhat sa kanila.
Di ba?
Ngayon, the tables have turned. The turns have tabled.
Ito, paano malaman daw kung bonus round?
Ang bonus round, yun yung pag hindi na kayo nag-upgrade. Pag nanalo ko, Patifan, first kill of the game. Pero yung tanong, paano nga ba mag-bonus round? Bonus round is when you win the anti-eco.
Tama.
Pag nanalo kayo ng anti-eco, tapos yung baril nyo pa rin yung mga Spectre na ginamit nyo. Oh my god! Excuse me?
Wala siya nakita doon pero nakapatay pa rin siya pero yung that vertical dito. Patifan, pinashotgun din siya pero mas mura shotgun yun. Redgar with a Guardian. Thrifty round onto the side of Gambit. Sobrang solid nung Bucky na ginawa ni Nats dito. Ito, nag-Viper na siya. This is his main man. Nakilala siya as one of the best Vipers sa mundo. At ngayon, pinalo na sa kanya ang Viper. Baka.
Grabe si Redgar dun. Okay, pero shotgun.
Shorty versus Bucky.
Talagang confident si Patifan nung nag-entry siya gamit Shorty. Operator Shorty nag-entry.
Yun nga last choice, kailangan niya pumasok Tsaka may smoke din kasi Viper wall so last choice, kailangan talaga pumasok. Para si Bitoy.
Siya talaga yung kailangan pumasok.
Si Michael B. Tsaka si Vic Soto. Mga coaches ng dalawang teams ito.
Yun ba yung coach nila sa pinakalikod? Hindi, di ba? Yun yung Marshall, di ba?
Yung pinakalikod?
Oo.
Baliw, coach yan.
Hindi ba yung coach yung sa pinakagilid? Hindi ko nakita.
Ayun yung hindi ko nakita yung pinakalikod, pero yun nasa pinakagilid, and pinakalikod, yun yung coach.
Ah, okay. Yung may dalawang monitor.
Oo. Yung bantay ng computer shop.
Akala ko Marshall eh. Pero
Seryoso ba? Doon nakaupo si Gibo?
hindi ko nakita eh.
Seryoso? Paano?
Nakapokus ako sa game eh. Anyway.
Hindi ko alam kung paano. Pero sige, okay. Sige.
Oh, Patifan. Meron siyang Blade Storm. Tries to get the click. Operator on defo. Alam nilang may operator dito sa A site. So how will they challenge them? Here comes the Owl Drone. Nice tag. Uy, itag nyo. Gamitin mo.
Sa totoo lang, sobrang laki ng commitment na ginawa ni Patifan dito.
Anti-Sphere?
Ang importante is them taking down.
Uy.
Nuts already. Wala na silang smoke.
Nakuha ni Sushi Boys mag-isa yung site.
Chronicle. Yun nga eh. Namatay si Lats eh.
Sushi Boys, ang ganda ng lurk. Ang ganda ng lurk ni Sushi Boys. Nakapick siya mag-isa, nag-advance position na siya, kumuha pa siya ng isa pang kill, nahuli niya yung dalawa. Wala na si Nats, wala nang Viper Spit. Very, very big wins right now. Kailangan... Si Fox. Oh my god, ang layo pa ng flank niya. Ang ganda ng play na to from Extend.
Yeah. Defo, with that operator to see if ever makapatay pa siya, pero ngayon si Fox dito tamang lurk lang din, naghahanap ng mga exit frags or whatnot or entry para lang at least magkaroon sila ng idea o sabi sila pupunta dito, pero yun nga lang it's just scary, just stopping the possible push of the players here from Gambit, pero yun nga lang that is actually a pandemonium for the side of Gambit. Wala silang nagawa.
Wow, ang ganda ng crossfire ng Extend dun. Nakaset ang layo ng inikot ni... First of all, Sushi Boys. Wow, what a play. Quick lurk. Siya lang mag-isa doon. Huling-huli si Nats. Now that wala na si Nats. You kill Nats, you win. You kill Nats, you win game.
Oh.
Yun lang naman eh.
Yun lang yan. Basic, di ba? Kill Nats, win the game. Basic.
Win the game. O si Nats, naka-Spectre na naman.
Ito na, may chance ata yung mga tropa natin, men.
Oh, pero tatlo nandito. And that's gonna be Defo and Chronicle getting a couple of kills. Nag-line up pa para kay Chronicle. They have to deal with Patifan. 4 kills for Chronicle. Not a good play here from X10. And they make a big mistake. 5-4 Gambit. They're gonna win another round here, taking the lead.
Ito lang naman yung gusto natin eh. Makakulang talaga sila ng lead dito. Pag-usapan nga namin ni Ilu is okay lang na mag-game number 3 basta panalo yung X10.
Yep.
Are they gonna be the ones na makakapag-eliminate sa Masters Berlin champion?
Sana,
kasi
no?
If ever na natalo ang Gambit, we're gonna have a new champion na. Kasi natalo na yung unang champion, which is Sentinels. Natalo na yung Gambit. Wala na. Bagong
Well, actually,
bukan.
technically, first champion. Kasi champions to eh.
Oo. I mean,
and yung iba
champion sa
masters
mga...
lang eh.
Pero, you get my point.
Yeah, I get your point.
Ayun.
Oh my god. X10, man. They're just peeking one by one. I really hate this. I really don't like this play from X10. Pa-isa-isa silang nagpipeak sa B main, sa mid. What? Why?
Nag-audition nga eh.
Isa-isa sila eh.
Yun yung gusto ng yun yung gusto ng Gambit, yun yung inaantay ng Gambit, yung mga small mistakes na ginagawa nila. Tira mo si Fox. At isa kapatid pa rin na isa dito, pero nga the location is now compromised.
Well.
Shock dart, snake bite. Paano ka mabubuhay doon, man?
No way. Gambit have secured at least a tie. If they win one more, they go 7-5. If they win 2 more, they go 8-4. So, X10, they needed that plant for the money. Kasi ngayon, ang X10, tingin ko pahirapan na sila. I don't really think they have money anymore. Yeah. Pero ba sila? So, yun ang gusto kong malaman.
Wala.
So, pero, most likely 7-5.
Meron silang Viper Spit. Meron silang Hunter's Fury. Kailangan nilang gamitin yan ngayon.
Actually, well, pwede naman nilang i-save para sa 7-5 kasi 7-5 is okay.
Yeah.
Kaso lang attacking side sila ngayon eh.
Yun nga eh. Kailangan nilang gamitin nila ngayon, man. Para lang at least magkaroon sila ng... Hindi eh. Pwedeng next round, pwede ngayon. Depende sa takbo. If ever nakapasok na sila sa site, mag-Viper Spit na sila.
Or naka-plant.
Oo, ganoon na lang. Depende pa rin sa sitwasyon man. Hindi sila papaka-careless dyan for sure. Para lang talaga magamit yung kung anong meron sila. Pero if ever meron sila na pick off, 100% Sushi Boys will gonna use that neural theft. And si Foxy, ano lang yan, it's all up to the distance na pwede nang gawin para makapag post-plant sila with the Hunter's Fury. Pero ang problema dito, Foxy is super low.
Yeah, he's super low and he's gonna come in from mid doors here. Pero si Sushi Boys, nahanapan niya nga si Shados. That's gonna be the Viper's Pit para itigil ang push dito. Pero matitigil ba nila yung mid presence dito? They will be able to stop them. That's a trade on to Sushi Boys as well. Triple kill na ngayon para kay Nats. Cruz getting trade on to Nats. Pero Redgar finds the trade on to Cruz. Now, 1v3 and that's gonna be another kill for Scary. He's gonna be able to recover a rifle. At tulad nga na sinabi mo kanina, magagamit na niya ang Viper's Pit. So, can he hold his own in this one? Why would you walk out of the Viper's Pit though?
That's a huge mistake, man. Hindi ko alam kung ba't ginawa yun. I mean, papalayo ka sa Viper's Pit.
Naunahan niya yung Viper's Pit.
Inunahan niya.
Inunahan niya nga. Big mistake. Sayang pa yung Viper's Pit. I think the pressure got to Scary there. I think he got ewan ko, na pressure yata.
Sana ang ginawa na niya pakanan eh. Pakanan na lang eh. Oh yeah, tama. Pa right side eh. Sundan niya yung bilog ng Viper's Pit pero wag mo uunahan. Pero wala eh. Ewan ko ba.
Oh, nice punish. Oh, yun ang maganda. Yun ang magandang punish galing sa X10. They take out Nats, they take out Shados. Two of the most dangerous players. Pero nandito pa rin si Defo. Mapapunish ba nila? Nats gonna be the kill from Sushi Boys. And alam nila, ayaw na nilang labanan. Bukas na naman. Nabukas na naman ni Sushi Boys ang A-site. Ang isang buong site mag-isa. Sobrang effective talaga ang lurk dito ni Sushi Boys.
Yung playstyle ni Sushi Boys, this is the playstyle of Nats. Sa totoo lang.
Pang-rat talaga eh, no?
Pareho sila ng playstyle dito. Pero they know it na medyo low na rin si Sushi Boys dito and probably nililurk lang din ni Sushi Boys to. They have an idea. They've seen this already na ginagawa ni Sushi Boys and there's a chance pwede nang gawin to ulit. Pero yung nga lang, Redgar will be falling down as well. 1v3, last round of the first half. This is super hard. Sushi Boys will get that kill na lang. Sobrang gandang opening na ginagawa ng Sushi Boys dito. Opening the site. Sila sabihin, track, clear dito A, clear A. Pasok, then makakuha pa ng isang kill. Salisigang, men.
Oo. Ang galing ng mga timing ni Sushi Boys. Galing niya mag-lurk. Talino. At saka gusto ko tong play na to. Ang ganda ng backup. Alam niyang sobrang alanganin si Sushi Boys doon. Kaya naka-backup. Oh,
Sila fancy. Second half, man. I mean, kaya to.
Sana manalo X10 para masaya.
Sabi ni Ron, lakas pala talaga nitong X10. Oh, man. Dito sila eh.
Champions to eh, syempre.
Oo. Sila yung naging
may mahina bang nasa champions? Wala naman. Lahat ng tao ng champions malalakas.
X10, naglaro rin sila nung Iceland. Tama, diba? Oo.
Tapos natalo nila yung Fnatic.
Oo, galing silang Iceland ang X10. Galing din silang Berlin, correct me if I'm wrong. I know, kasi ang pumunta doon is Paper Rex. Yeah. So, medyo matagal silang hindi lumipad. Pero they have the experience. They have the LAN experience already.
Tsaka yung X10, hindi rin sila naglaro ng huling SEA Challengers kasi qualified na sila. At tsaka di rin sila naglaro ng APAC LCQ kasi qualified na sila. Hindi! Sorry! Naglaro sila ng huling SEA Challengers pero hindi sa APAC LCQ kasi nag-qualify na sila. Auto-qualify ba TS sa champion or may tournament sila sinalihan bago makapasok? Hindi sila auto-qualify pero nag-qualify sila dahil natalo nila ang Paper Rec sa SEA Challengers 3.
Sila yung nag-champion?
Ang Team Secret ang nag-champion. Nung Bren pa sila. Kaya nag-qualify sila dito sa...
Sa totoo lang. Mapapansin mo na Southeast Asian team ba nagtatanggal ng sapatos eh.
Oo, parang nasa bahay lang eh, no?
Oo. Yung isa
parang
nagtanggal
sa computer shop ay nung nagko-computer shop ka, nagtatanggal ka ba ng sapatos?
Hindi. Hindi.
Ako nagtatanggal akong sapatos.
Kasi ano ako nun, naka-Berks ako
Maganda
nun.
sapatos mo.
Naka-Berks ako nun, so...
Naka-Berks ka nun.
Talaga meron pang na brand.
Yabang naman ito.
Yabang!
Nako naman, ganda naman ng Berks mo, pre. Pero ito.
Kasi naka-Yeezy slides on.
Oh my god. Oh, Sushi Boys with the defense. Okay, he's able to find Shados. Nice backup. He's able to get away. Nakatakas dito si Sushi Boys pero si Cruz na papunish. Fox with another kill onto Nats. Ayan na. Uy, pero na-open si Redgar dito. Tinatanggal niya yung... Ano ginagawa ni Redgar? Nakatayo lang siya doon pero...
Tinatanggal niya yung dart nung camera.
Pinupush si Sushi Boys. Linalabanan talaga pero si Sushi Boys nakaisa pa. 2v3 as they make the rotation. Si Fox looking to make the cutoff. Naririnig niya yung mga footsteps. Pero makukuha ba niya yung mga kills? Ito na yung Trailblazer. Makahanap siya. Pero it doesn't matter kasi nandito na Chronicle. Low on HP na lang. Oy, ang ganda pa ng basa ng X10 dito. Nahanapan nila si Redgar.
Wow.
Ang ganda ng
Babawi
basa ng
na.
X10 doon.
Babawi ng X10 dito. Oo nga, kita mo diba? Si Redgar, wala siyang ginawa. Ang tagal niya walang ginagawa kasi tinatanggal niya yung dart.
Siya.
Oo. Tapos medyo na-open pa dito sa Mimakdo. Wala siyang nagawa. Sobrang nakakainis yung dart nun. Yung camera.
Hindi ko gusto yung play na pinush si Sushi Boys. Hindi ko gusto yung play na pinush si Sushi Boys kasi wala na silang flash eh.
Sobrang agre, no? Di na sana.
Oo. Sobrang agre.
Tsaka di naman kailangan eh.
Oo, di na kailangan. Nasa kanila na yung site eh.
Oo. Hindi kailangan pumush eh. Nag-greedy.
Hindi pa sila nakaplant. Nakaplant sana sila. Baka may force buy sila ngayon. Pero wala.
300 pesos lang naman yun.
Petot.
300 pesos lang naman dati. Pero but still, they need to make this really worthy. Dito mga sheriff na pero nga alam, Cruz and Tacti-hunt doing the job done. Taking down 2 already, pero nga alam, buhay pa rin talaga yung mga sheriff. Yung mga sheriff ng Extensi, they have Nats, they have Defo. One tap to the head and you are done. Party fun! Oh!
Ropsy!
4K! Hindi trigger discipline yun, man. Kasi naririnig niya yung footsteps eh.
Spray control na talaga
Spray control na yun. Spray control tsaka transfer. Pero yung transfer, konti lang eh.
Sa nagtanong kanina, yung round na to, ito yung anti-eco. Itong sunod na round, ito na yung bonus round nila kasi hawak pa rin nila yung mga Spectre na ginamit nila nung anti-eco.
Na si Patifan na G na G, eh, no?
Patifan, G na G.
Tapos bigla, sorry. Joke lang.
Filta lang, sir.
Sorry, lads. Wala eh. Tignan natin. If ang mga Thai na ba? Wala eh, Thailand, ano yan eh. FPS country yan eh.
Oo. Mula CS pa, tagal na. Lahat ng ibang FPS na game.
Lahat.
Oy, nahuli dito. Pero buhay pa rin si Sushi Boys. Hindi nila mahanap. Fox back up, swing from the side. Fox with a triple. What?
Patience play dito kay Fox, man. Hindi siya nagpaka-agre. Alam niya na merong smoke sa harapan niya and waited for that na mawala.
Ganda pa ng position ni Fox. Nag-aggressive pa siya dito sa may ano.
Ito.
Kasi alam niya may parating siya na teammate.
Yeah, walang pera ang Gambit next round.
Ang hirap nito. Kung Gambit ka, anong gagawin niyo ngayon, Gambit? Camera spots at least one. Nandito na. Crossfire is set up.
Oh my God, Cruz! Tsaka Sushi Boys, ang ganda na position nila dito. Pero nga lang, Chronicle will take one down. But Chronicle is low on HP. Scary with that wall. The crossfire.
Uy.
Defo with a kill!
30 seconds left.
2v2 pa.
Chronicle low. Foxy. Wag na rin. Oh my God, hindi na alam. Pero hindi, alam niya. Dahil dun sa bullet.
Sino niya, teammate niya. Snakebite, we'll see one. Shock Dart, dineploy ngayon. Chronicle, oy, naka-headshot pa! 13 seconds!
Oh my God, winnable pa ba ito sa Gambit? Scary!
What?
Paano?
Na-throw ng...
Tatlo na ang pinatay ni Fox doon. Sobrang ganda ng ginawa ni Fox.
Ay, nabawi pa ng Gambit yon. Round na ng X10 nyo. Ang ganda na ng defense nila pero na-throw pa nila. Iniisa-isa nila. Ang ganda na ng play ng Fox, oh.
Oo, sayang yun. Sobrang sayang nun. Nanalo na, natalo pa.
Pero si Patifan may operator na. Aggressive play dito sa top mid. Maghahanap siya ngayon ng pitas. Pero tinan mo ang layo na ng narating ni Shados. Chronicle with a flash. Mabubulag si Patifan.
Nagkaroon tuloy ng momentum ngayon ng Gambit. Ano yun? Magandang momentum shift yon sa nangyari na yon.
Sushi Boys. Long range in ito yung aggressive pick. Ops. Nats is able to get one here. Pero si Shados dahil nga ang lalim na nila nakadalaw almost two. Chronicle with a trade. And this is the result of having good map control. Talagang nakuha nila. Tignan mo naman yung position dito ng mga members ng X10. Hindi nila alam kung saan sila pwedeng tumingin. Patifan could be massive here. Could
Look
be
at
big.
Nats. Nag-aantay lang si Nats, oh.
Kantay lang. Chill lang.
Siya, nag-aantay lang siya. And tulad nga sabi niya, pareho lang yung game style ni Sushi Boy siya kasi Nats. Tignan mo siya yung Viper pa siya yung nagle-lurk. Dapat nga nasa ano na siya eh. Nasa site na siya eh.
Or sabi may nagla-line up, no?
Pero hindi, nagle-lurk siya. Maghahanap siya ng mga frags dito. At saka maganda yung position na yan. Hindi malayo sa site, sa mid lang.
Oh! Nice trade here, 1v2.
Scary. Yun nga, Nuts. From mid. Hindi malayo, pero meron siyang may sight sa site.
Yeah.
Kaya confident din gumalaw yung Gambit dahil kay Nuts eh. Kasi alam nila may magbaback up sa kanila.
Sayang talaga. Timeout na kayo X10 kasi halatang tilted na yata kasi they should have won that other round. Yung 5, ano ba yun? 5v2 yata yun or 4v2? 4v2 yata.
Yung tatlong pinatay ni Fox?
Kasi kung panalo sila doon, napaiko na nila yung Gambit. Win, eco, I don't know, but now
Gano'n kaya kalamig dyan sa venue nila? Kasi snow dyan ngayon eh, pero sana hindi ganun kalamig, no?
Tingin ko hindi.
For sure may heaters naman sa loob.
May heater tsaka insulated naman yan.
Init kaya na may maraming LED.
Oo nga.
Nakakamiss maglan. Namiss ko.
Oo. Kakamiss talaga maglan.
Yan lang naman yung gusto namin eh. Nating lahat.
Sana next year, no?
May LAN tayo. Kunwari sa...
Ano?
What is up, Mall of Asia Arena? Welcome to the Valorant Challengers Tour Southeast Asia Finals! Daming mga kasi fan sigawan eh, no? Secret. Mag-host ako yung mag-cast.
Mag-host ka?
Oo. For sure yun din yung gusto ni Taylor.
Oo.
Take flight.
Oo nga.
alam mo yung nagde-daydream na tayo, man.
Oo nga eh. Tapos natambay tayo backstage yung ganun.
Oo, yung parang good old days, man.
Oo. Oy! Oh!
Spike planted.
Okay. Sushi Boys and Patifan working hand in hand. Patifan, 3v5 na ngayon. Meron na siyang gun dito para sa kakampi niya. 4 sila na magagaling dito sa B main.
Nauntog si Patifan. Pero yung pangalawang updraft niya, mga kaibigan, I really love the nades. Like, oh my god, Patifan is doing it with a blade storm. Pero mga Defo, the only man remaining 1v1 with a great one. And alam na niya kung nasan ba, pero wala siyang pakialam dyan sa recon bot kasi lalabanan niya to. Shotgun will connect onto one. Pero yun nga lang,
Sayang! Sobrang sayang talaga. Sana si Fox na yung nauna. Siya yung walang baril eh. Nako! Magandang play sana pero nasayang. 10-7. Double digits na ngayon ng Gambit.
sobrang sakto nung reset pagkatapos ng dash. Sobrang sakto. Sawadika.
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 I've got your trail.
Fast hit coming out here. Seekers deployed. Will spot a couple. Dash in. Nakatingin sa kabila. Defo looking to trade him. Gets spotted out. Will be using the shock dart para makatakas. Sees enough information. Chronicle wants to go big this time. Has to give up position dito. A-site. Bukas na bukas. Baka makuha pa dito ni Nats. Mag-isa na naman. Tulad ng sinabi mo, parang si Sushi Boys lang. Pero handa si Cruz. Hindi. Si Redgar. Oh, gonna get a double kill. Redgar. Viper Spit deployed.
Ito sobrang nag-iingay ang Gambit sa mid. Wala, nag-all in sila sa mid. Meanwhile, si Nats sa A, 'di ba? Parang nasa luneta lang.
Oo.
Sobrang gandang decoy ng ginawa nila sa mid, sa totoo lang. Para makapasok si Nats. Binigyan nila ng room si Nats para makapasok. Plus that Viper Spit. Oh no. Tapos ang extency ngayon, wala silang pera next round. Broken by sila next round.
This is really, really dangerous now. It's starting to look scary, but yeah. 11. I think magiging match point na to for Gambit. Little bit of a heartbreak, honestly. Sayang.
Sobrang sayang. Yeah, nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. They tried their best. Pero it's not that enough.
Well,
mistakes have been made, man.
Ito yung crab. Nag-crab ako recently. Ang sarap ng crab. Wala lang. Garlic butter.
Talaga?
Garlic butter crab.
Luto tayo.
Spicy garlic butter crab. Oo, sa next party natin, get together.
Sige.
Gawa tayo. Yes!
Bili tayo ng A5 Wagyu, pare.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Hunter's Fury not gonna catch that jet. Redgar, no damage at all dito sa side ng XNC, pero nga lang.
Ano yun?
Hindi ko alam kung bakit hindi pa yun napatay. Kaharap mo na yun, man. Oh, he knows.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, they're all whiffing. Nag-whiff sila lahat.
Nag-whiff
Literal,
sila.
nakatapat mo na.
Dalawa pa sila nun ha. Dalawang... Big mistakes. Mistakes have been made here. And I think this is GG. I think wala ng pera yung... Nag-force buy yung X10 eh.
Yeah. So ba sayang yun? Dalawa yung nag-flick.
Ang daming mistakes ng X10.
Oo, sayang.
Spike planted.
Hop! Nakita na yung dalawa.
Standing ahead.
Dash out. Scary. Getting pushed here. Will not see the timing. That's good. That's it, man. That's match point. Gambit. The hope for SEA is falling apart. Daming mistakes.
Yeah. Ito, yan oh. Tira mo oh.
Ayan oh.
Pinakauna yung kay Sushi Boys eh.
Di dapat nangyayari.
Tira mo. Miski siya. Napaano eh. Si Patifan din ang problema sa ginawa eh.
Grabe, 90 degree flick naman. Pero flick pa rin.
Oo.
Last chance.
Last hope for our Southeast Asia team. Or brethren, or whatnot, but Redgar. That is a huge kill, taking down Crows. -1 initiator, pero wala siyang ID at all na meron pang tao sa likod. Pero, di naman yung position ni Nats, di ba?
Wala. They just can't get the trades. This is over. They just can't get anything done. I think they're tilted here. Wait, Potifon. Okay, nakadalawa pa. Still, it's a long way to go, and I think that's gonna be it. GG, well played. 2-1, and Gambit will go to the semifinals. X10 bowing out because of quarterfinals. They made it a good game, pushing it to a 3-game series, though. Sayang.
Pero yeah, they tried, at kung napapansin mo, hindi naman sila super sad. Masaya sila. Happy pa rin man. Si Michael B. Si Mushi. Si Mushi. si Mushi nag-Valorant na pala.
A good game in the end, pero Gambit ang nanalo dito. They're gonna keep going on. And I think puro EMEA teams na lang yung natitira eh.
Ano? EMEA teams. Sino na lang ba?
Ay, hindi. May isang Brazil. Ay, LATAM. LATAM na lang natitira lalaban sa Fnatic mamaya. May chance pa to.
Ano? Crew? Oo nga.
Crew? Oo. May chance pa. Pag ang crew nanalo sa Fnatic.
Oo. Region, Ascend Europe.
LATAM.
Liquid Europe. Gambit Europe.
Ascend.
Fnatic Europe. Crew. LATAM. Yun nga.
Yep.
The last hope for the Latin America region. Yung ganyan. Meron akong shoes na ganyan.
Ganda ng shoes nila.
Loh, Apple si yun. Bigla ginagawa nun, men.
But yeah, GG, well played. Final score, Gambit 2, X10 1. As dito na tayo sa final moments of this game. Congratulations still to X10, still representing Southeast Asia, doing well but not well enough to defeat the reigning champions, Gambit. So close. Sayang. Sayang talaga.
Oo.
Ang daming na-throw na rounds eh.
Yun mo, si Nats hindi man lang humingiti kahit konti, no? Pero chill lang sila, di ba? Masaya sila. I mean, sa totoo lang, ang pinakita ngayon ng XN, nothing to win, nothing to lose. Kahit anong mangyari, they're happy. And being one of the best here in the whole world, it's actually a big thing already. Pero meron ata tayo isa-shout out. Mr. Gian.
Malayo ang mararating ng gaming needs mo with Globe at Home prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load Home Surf 199 para may 30GB data ka na, valid for 7 days. 199 pesos lang. And winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber with plan 2699 with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Siguradong panalo ang pamilya with its powerhouse bundle.
Yeah. And just to end that match, congratulations to Gambit for advancing to the semifinals. And kalaban nila ngayon ang... Ay, meron naman sa kalaban. Ascend, yeah, Ascend. Para malaman natin kung sino pang mapupunta sa Grand
Ascend
Finals. Check natin.
Dok, hindi pa, wala pa.
Hindi pa wala pa.
Yung mananalo ng next game, yun ang kalaban nila.
Sorry, amin. Pero yeah, and again, we are casters. My name is FIL alongside me, Introductory right here. And mga kakosa, you're watching the Valorant Champions. And yeah, meron pa tayo next game. It's gonna be Crew versus Fnatic. See you later.
Red Bull gives you wings. wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Hola.
Gambit, your Masters 3 winners have secured themselves a spot in the semi-finals, but all good things must come to an end, and the fairy tale journey is over for X10. They've stolen our hearts, and they very, very nearly, Tom, stole a series off Gambit.
Yeah, it's a shame because I feel like in this matchup there were some of the early rounds in the second half that they should have won. Like the 2v4, we had that sort of clutch coming out from Defo in the 1v1. Like those go the other way. It could have been a very different half. But the fact is, Gambit stealing those back, that was the momentum they needed to then get rolling. They start finding space. They even start picking up the pace, which is something I never thought I'd say as an analyst because they're the slowest team in the universe. But the fact is, they managed to catch players off guard that we never thought would happen, like Nats turning his back and all of these different moments. So I'm thoroughly impressed with what this team has achieved. They eliminated the finalist. They've pushed the winner of Berlin. It's a decent way to go out.
Yeah, impressive stuff for sure. And good to see that Gambit won all the important swing rounds, right? Because when we think back, even in that first half, as you say, Tom, it was neck and neck. And in those rounds, Redgar, that Guardian round, that one thrifty, scrappy round where he gets 4 kills, that was absolutely a huge swing for these guys. And I'm glad to see also that Gambit's attack game plan, beautiful. Beautiful things. I wrote down round 18 in particular. These guys had so much pressure in that nest area, and then they just stop noise, go back towards mid, up double doors. These small moves, it seems simple enough, but it really manipulates that sort of rotation, and I'm glad to see that Gambit absolutely understand this map.
Do you feel like there was a bit of an experience diff as well there, Potter? You know, Gambit knowing what to do to close out a game. Obviously, they did super well at Masters 3, and that might have helped them here.
It absolutely did, and you know, you can see that, again, that slowing down of the rounds, it just gives players like Nats, players like Foxy on the other team as well, like a lot of time, a lot of room to wiggle with, right? I mean, in this map, it's so large. You need every second that you can get in order to buy that space or feed your teammates information. So for sure, a player like Nats, I mean, he made those A-Halls lurks look easy.
I think the main player I actually want to highlight is not going to be anything to do with statistics, and it leads into the first map as well, and that's Redgar. I think he called an excellent game, because I think you start seeing like moments, like for example, the push-up halls where they clearly exploit space that has been left for them, and on Fracture that was something they did excellently as well, where they knew that X10 would be pushing somewhere, so they were ready to take that space elsewhere on the map, and that's something that can only come down to the in-game leader.
Oh yeah, Redgar's having a really good series. Bala is actually standing by right now by the telestrator to break a couple of rounds down.
Yeah, that was a crazy series. It really came down to the wire, but I want to actually bring it back to map number 1, because when Fracture comes out, everybody wants to understand how all these different teams play, especially Gambit. So let's start off. I want to show a different couple of looks actually on the map about how Gambit play, but I'm going to start first off by showing a default that they have. The main way that they have is 3 players on one side of the map, whether it's the bridge side or the spawn side, and then the other 2, this is Cypher and Brimstone. The The other two are playing on the other, holding the extremities down, but the three up at Dish, they're going to take quick control of this. What I want to point out here, though, is that Gambit can play this very, very slowly, even though the information here is gained from Foxy. He gets 3 players with his knife. He knows what's going on. He's going to actually rotate back to help his teammate out in halls. So what Gambit does, though, is they know, hey, we've been spotted. We're going to take all this control, and that stops actually a reclear from happening. So now that even though we got the information with the KO knife into drop, they're saying, okay, this is fine. We know you're probably not going to re-clear it based on what we saw. We go all the way back. And the problem here usually is that you can see the setup in B Tower, and there's a star here in Arcade with the Astra actually peeking, and they're going to be able to play a gravity well setup. But the problem here is that we actually have a Brimstone ult available all the way down here. He's going to ult in Tower and clear that out for Gambit. And with the time remaining, they're actually going to be able to go through Arcade. Normally, you wouldn't be able to do this, so you can see the impact immediately. All the utility up there is broken, and Sushi Boys gets forced out, and you can see the rest of the round comes pretty easily as they just rotate in and pinch the site. So another couple of looks happen as well, where you don't actually have to go through the main default. Sure, you still have the same setup with the Brimstone and Cypher on one side, but we're going to go fast this time. Take control of the underpass as this is Shados working his way down in the underpass, and we're just going to hit the site as fast as possible with a couple of smokes and a breach ult through the site. And this entire time, he threw the knife at the Dish area, and he's like, hold on, this doesn't look normal, but there's no real time for it to happen. That's the kind of gambles that happens. Now, there's another look here where they're all on one side of the map, and with no info here, they're going to push all the way and say, okay, what's going on the map? But the interesting part is Gambit comes out with the Sage Wall and just pushes up through here. They put a smoke down here, smoke in halls, and even if there was something there, they'd be denied a little bit. But the really, really nice thing here is that everybody comes from Arcade. Now, this is actually the second half, and I want to show you why Gambit actually picks the Sage on this map, or at least a benefit to picking the Sage. This is Defo up in the tower, but we're going to look at the mini-map in a second here. And so there's 3 people here. They're going to push the exact same thing that we actually just saw X10 do, but in this case, the trades on the side of Bridge are going to happen, and it's not going to go in Defo's way, even though there's a nice fault line combination with the double satchel. The problem here for X10 is, even if they get a favorable trade with the res, these plays are worth so much. You can instantly, yeah, that could have gone badly for you, but instantly you're back in the game. You're back in a 4 versus 3. But I love how X10 plays this, actually, because you know everybody's going to be coming from the Arcade side. So instantly a wall goes up. That slows Gambit down significantly, and that buys time for Foxy, if you didn't catch this, to take the rope all the way through, back to the Bridge side, flank everything, and actually pick up a nice knife onto, I believe, Chronicle, the Brimstone, no, Redgar, and that actually stops him from being able to use the Molly as well to stop and delay for the defuse. So really, really well played from X10 there. And even though that map didn't go their way, there was definitely some ideas on both sides, but I think we're certainly learning a lot about how Fracture can be played, and we're certainly going to see it in the semifinals and potentially in the finals as well.
Thank you very much for that, Bala. Yeah, of course, Fracture. We've seen a few different looks now, and after seeing Gambit's Fracture, where would you guys kind of rate that? Where does this slot?
Oh, that's hard, because I want to see them play against Fnatic. Because if we get that matchup on Fracture, then I think we know who the best team has got it down. But I think the thing I'm realizing is you almost have to play Raze. I think the amount of impact that Agent currently has is so high, but I do like it with Astra instead. I'm sorry, I'm a big Brimmy fan, but the Astra combos were sick.
Yeah, I think with Fracture, and especially with Valorant, it's not so much the maps that make the team's diffs, right? It's really the team diff that makes it and the composition. So I don't know, Fracture is still such a toss-up for me. So many different teams have different ideas of how to approach it, so only time will tell.
Yeah, hopefully we do get it in the semi-finals and the grand final as well. Unfortunately, X10, they are out, but we're going to revisit a couple of rounds from them for the Verizon high-speed moment. Foxy with some just weird and wonderful clutches, Tom.
It's always interesting when you shot dart yourself in a play.
And still win.
Yeah, but that was the thing. Like, he had some incredible moments. I think the majority of the teammates did, and just some nice little shots coming out from him. I have to say, like, this whole team impressed me. We came into the tournament talking about them being these sort of like Paddy and friends, and I think it's been anything but. In fact, Paddy Pan's had a great tournament, but I still stand with Sushi Boy as probably the best player on this entire team.
Yeah, and Foxy, you can see that again, that map, the teammates, where he needs to help, where he needs to rotate. As that initiator, having that map planned out in your head, you can absolutely see it in Foxy's movement. So many times he was found himself in those flank positions on a Sova of all characters or all agents. So definitely for Foxy, good movements across the map.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing them back in the tournament for sure for 2022. Now, Tom, you complimented Redgar's calling today. He's actually standing by with Dash right now in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Our defending champs continue their run from Masters 3 till now, and I'm standing by with Redgar to talk a little bit more about it. Redgar, first question I have for you is about your opponents and the fact that you even had to face up against X10. I think most people around these parts were thinking we were going to see that rematch, Masters 3 of the finals between you and Envy, and yet X10 continued to surprise people. So what was kind of your expectation coming into this matchup around this squad?
We thought that we're gonna see Envy too, because we wanted that rematch. We want to show again that we can beat them, but X10 showed everyone, no way, we're gonna beat them, and me too again, guys. And we know that they're a really strong team. They have great aim, they have great aggressive combinations, so we didn't think that it will be like 2-0 from Envy. We thought it will be a close, really close match. And it was that kind of close that they won it. So it was a congratulation because I really was happy for them because they won really dirty this.
It was cool to see them qualify through. It's cool to see their style match up against your style. We've heard in some interviews that they kind of mentioned or referenced some scrims against you guys, saying, hey, they've taken you down, so they feel like they can do it here. You did show up today. Did you expect the win to come through in the fashion that it did?
Yeah, they told that they beat us on scrims, so they have a confidence. But, you know, scrims is not an official game, so yeah, we showed them that we can beat them on that maps that they won us on scrims, so.
13-7s across the board for the 3-map series. First, it was Fracture. I want to talk to you about that. You took the map. It was their map choice. But there was something interesting about it. There were 9 unique agents played in the match. The only agent that both teams had was Breach. So what's kind of your opinion on the meta on Fracture right now as teams continue to try and figure it out?
I guess only on this tournament we will see only with Breach setups, because Breach, Raze is really like good on this map when you have close positions, and I guess Astro is good too. But maybe after the tournament meta will switch up because it will be like more readable, or maybe like they will switch some positions on Fracture, or maybe like the new agent will makes all things like more better. So yeah, I think on this tournament we will see only like Breach meta.
I think a lot of people were also as well surprised. No Viper, right? An agent that gets played all the time. No Viper on that map. Curious to see how it develops. But you guys do look strong on Fracture. You also look strong on Breeze. This was a map that you guys 13-0'd earlier in the tournament against Team Secret. You still take the victory here to close this out. But really what I want to talk about, as the desk was very celebratory of your in-game calling, is talk to you a little bit about your personal development. I've gotten to talk to you so many times throughout this year, maybe more than some of my own family members because of how much you guys keep winning. But how do you feel you've developed as an in-game leader over the course of this year?
I think that my calls really changed from the start of the year and right now, because you know, it's like the different playstyle when you don't know how enemies are playing and you know all info about them. So you should like think in more, not like casual way. You should like think, oh, okay, we have that rounds that can counter you. Okay, if it's not working, we should do this. Okay, if this is not working, I don't know, we just gonna go and kill them. it was like you should switching your strategies depends on the enemy. So I guess I'm raised up as an in-game leader a lot of this year, and I'm really glad that I can play on this tournament too.
I think many people are envious of your tactical brain. Final question for you is you play the winner of Fnatic versus Crew. That's our next matchup. It could be 4 EMEA squads, or Crew could be the team that represents the rest of the world and trying to take you all down. But just give me some thoughts ahead of that matchup that we're about to watch.
You know, it's like very difficult for me because I remember the Reykjavik tournament, then Fnatic beat us, and I want to rematch versus them. I really want to rematch them. And the Crew, you know, like
they just like in my heart right now. Yeah, I want to support them like from this, but Brain, I want to play versus Fnatic like for Reykjavik, you know, like I'm with them, but with different sides, I guess.
Well, when the head and the heart disagree, I think it means we're in for a really good matchup. Redgar, again, congratulations on your victory.
Thank
Can't
you.
wait to see you over at Verity Music Hall for the semifinals. From here, we're going to a break. When we come back, our last quarterfinal. It's Fnatic versus Crew. We'll catch you soon.
Mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
This beat inside my head, I can't make it stop. It just goes on until I'm dead. The sound inside my mind plays all the time. I press repeat till I delete. This beat inside my head, I can't make it stop. It just goes on until I'm dead. The sound inside my mind plays all the time. I press repeat till I delete. Press repeat, press repeat, press repeat till I delete. Press repeat, press repeat, press repeat till I delete. This press repeat, press repeat, press repeat till I delete. Press repeat, press repeat, press repeat till I delete. This. Inside my head, I can't make it stop. It just goes on until I'm dead. The sound inside my mind plays all the time. I press repeat till I delete. This beat inside my head, I can't make it stop. It just goes on until I'm dead. The sound inside my mind plays all the time. I press repeat till I delete. Press repeat, press repeat, press repeat till I delete. Press repeat, press repeat, press repeat till I delete. Press repeat, press repeat, press repeat till I delete. Press repeat, press repeat, press repeat till I delete. I delete, 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 I delete.
Stay low key.
Where I'm trying to be. Stay low key. Don't follow me. I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be. Don't follow me. I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be.
Welcome back to Champions, where we've got one last quarterfinal ahead of us, and it's sports of Fnatic versus Crew Esports. I'm here with Bala and Jess to break it all down, to close us out before we head over to Verity Music Hall for that semifinals and that final. Gambit taking the last one, going to face the winner of this. And Bala, when I spoke to Redgar, he said that his heart is kind of hoping for Crew, to see them do it, and that there's something that tells him, kind of makes him feel like it might happen, but that his head says Fnatic, and in some ways he wants that rematch against that squad.
Yeah, I feel like that's a lot of different people's stories right now, right? Everybody is captured by Crew after they win over Sentinels, but on the other side, there's Fnatic, where we know they're animals. We know they can perform on a stage, and at a certain level, they made a lot of fans with that too.
Well, let's keep talking about this Fnatic roster, because as it's been talked about, their group from the start of everything was considered the group of death, the toughest one to get out of. But they took down Cloud9, they took down Vision Strikers to get that 1 seed out of their group. We've used the term Lanimal, and I think, again, it very much applies to this squad.
I mean, it's not even just the entirety of the squad, it's also the individual players stepping up in their roles and specializing. And I was speaking to a couple of the talent in the back room, and I said to them, I like the fact that each of the players in the roster has a specialization. They know what they need to focus on, and whilst they might have a little bit of jovialness around the game, they're very serious about what they do, and they put up the score as a result.
I don't, you know, I realize this is a bit of a joke, but you actually said don't hurt the wrists, man. If you do fall, roll into the shoulder. Don't brace with the wrists, man.
You're an actor.
Yes, I am.
He's an actor.
He is, I know.
So
we are kindred spirits.
I'm just telling you, you fell for the bait.
He tricked you there.
That means he's a good actor. That's how you know a good actor, right? Oh, my God. I hope I get to interview Boaster at some point later in this tournament, because somehow we've avoided each other up to this point. You talk about individual stars, though, on this lineup, and we'll talk plenty about Boaster, I'm sure, throughout the competition. I want to talk about Durka. This is a guy that, if we call all the way back to Masters Reykjavik, captured a lot of people's hearts and minds with his play.
Yeah, I mean, and back then it was a lot of the time on the jet, and this time around it feels different, right? It feels like this is more than just, you know, the normal role that he plays. This feels like he is not only playing at a level that he could carry the team if he needed to, but he's also just doing what he needs to do constantly with his Rays or with his jet.
And it's not even just that he's doing what he needs to do. He's above and beyond. Do you want to know how he looked in groups? Number 1, ranked ACS. Number 1, ranked damage per round. Number 1 in the entire tournament, ranked KDA. Number 1 ranked KDR.
Damn.
I'm going to stop there because I feel like we've gone down the list enough that I might not have any stats left over for the man, but he ranked number 1 in every single one of them.
Do you have that damage per round number handy, not just the rank? Because I am kind of curious.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, let's follow it up, because we've had some peeps dropping some massive numbers on singular maps. Of course, you want to find it map to map, and we'll see if we can do just that. But it's not just him hitting with the shots. It's his use of utility as well, and I think that's part of what Ball is talking about, where it feels a little different. It's not just jet op play or jet gun play. There's that utility focus from him too.
I mean, this is really what I want to highlight, because Doug and I have been complaining that we don't have metrics to show you how these players are using their utility. So how about I show you through, I guess, some visuals instead. The man has been able to capitalize on his paint shells time and time again. Where I first saw it was Tower on Fracture. That power position in the top corner next to B side. That's the one that he usually reigns supreme on that map with, but there have been multiple kills on every single map. He gets boombot kills, he gets paint shell kills. These are the kind of, whether it's assists or outright kills that he gets, that is adding to the fact that he was number 1 coming out of groups in those categories.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason why Fnatic's Fracture is so scary right now. It's literally a play just like that. But it's more than that. With Fnatic, it's always, why is that happening? Why is he getting boombot kills? You have to ask yourself that question. And it's because they are so strong with all of their utility from all the different players, whether it's a dart from Boaster, whether it's, you know, a Gravwell from Mystic, or different combinations. They're just consistently hitting them and forcing Durka to have massive impact with that nade.
Why is he getting boombot kills and why am I getting boombot killed? That's a pretty standard question I ask on a daily basis. Also, too, that Raze, I do that plenty. The Raze and the Breach, though, was another combo that very specifically Redgar cited when he thinks of the Fracture meta, which still feels very undetermined. Those two agents, though, he feels can find a lot of combinations. And again, I think Fnatic is one of the teams to be able to show us just that. I do want to dive in to the team, though, and where their confidence is at. Let's hear with Magnum about whether or not he thinks they can win it all.
So guys, my name is Magnum and I'm player for Fnatic. We are pretty confident in winning of this tournament. I think we are unique and mainly in the way that we are actually taking our coaches super seriously. I think we are one of the most, if not the most disciplined team in here. I think that's our strongest side. Whoever is in our path to win the champion, we are coming for him.
citing discipline as perhaps leads into this brilliant matchup that we have in front of us. Because if you've got discipline on one side, you have sheer ferocity on the other. Crew, you probably need to look no further than their celebration in taking down Sentinels to see how much it meant for this roster to get pushed to the point where they are right now.
Yeah, I think you've got discipline, you've got set strategies on Fnatic's side, and you've got pure grit for the side of Crew. I mean, this is one of those teams that I said coming into today that if there was to be an upset, I expected actually to come out of Crew. X10 love the team, but this team, this is the real dark horse. Cloud9's gone, baby, and guess who picks up that mantle now? It's Crew.
Can Crew do it?
I definitely think that there's merit to that question, right? To the answer, yes. I want to answer yes, but it rests on a couple of different people's shoulder, right? You cannot have a situation where Nags is not fragging in that first map like he did on Fracture against Sentinels. Those are the types of things that I'm looking at. I'm looking at Kesnet, but I'm also looking at Mazzino on his various different roles. He actually was, and it wasn't cited a lot when we were talking about it previously, but he was one of the most impactful players on that team as well. So you look at the range of players that they have, it's not necessarily the same way that Fnatic is actually stepping up and strategically breaking down a team. While it does happen, I think it's more on an individual level.
I think the call out on Nagzet is a big one. He has just been, as a long-standing member of the squad and a consistent performer, at least when they're in winning positions, you're going to look to him. And we'll later talk maybe a little bit about what Kesnet, the newest addition, brings to the squad, and particularly what it means for this matchup specifically against Fnatic, because that's one of the big change-ups. But Nagzet, we just got to talk about him on the Jet if we're talking about Durka on the other side on those duelists.
Yeah, I mean, this is the guy in my mind that saved the game against Sentinels on this second map right here on Haven. It was unbelievable, the stuff that he was pulling out in man-down situations over and over and over after having such a weak, less than 60 ACS or something like that on Fracture. After that performance, he comes out and does that. That gives me hope that they can hang in the distance, like if the series goes a distance.
So we got some small glimpses of it right there in those highlights, Jet, but we talk about utility on the side of Durka. I think, what do you think, Nags, that you do think those kinds of Blade Storm moments, those maybe 1v2, 1v3 kinds of scenarios where he just pulls rounds back from the dead?
I mean, many people have seen me get on the desk, talk about his headshot percentage and whatnot. Well, how about I show you in these clips instead? Because what he's able to do with these Blade Storm, that's where he's consistently picking up those orbs. They want him to have the Blade Storm because that's where a lot of his impact and multi-kills will come from. That's where a lot of his headshot percentage comes from as well. And the reason I wanted to highlight that to all of you is that we have two big hitters on both sides of the spectrum going head-to-head today. Well, look out for those specific things. Look for the utility from the side of Durka and look from the Blade Storm for Nagzet. If he's missing it, something's going wrong.
Well, we talk about the sheer willpower that it took for them to take down Sentinels and make it to this point. One of the newest additions to the squad was a big reason for it. That's Kesnet. Let's hear from him, though, about how it felt to take down the #1 North American team.
Hola, mi nombre es Kesnet Deus, juego por la escuadra de Crew. Todo demasiado feliz, como un logro para nosotros ganarle a un Tier 1 que ganó una Master en Islandia. No puedo explicarlo, es muy bueno el sentimiento que tengo. Yo creo que la TAM tenía que dar este paso que dimos nosotros contra NEA y ahora podemos sorprender bastante más. Como siempre, un saludito a toda la gente, que sigan apoyando a Crew, que esto recién está empezando. Muchas gracias, los quiero a todos.
We love you too, Kesnet. We love you too. Keep bringing the fire to this stage out here behind us. Let's start reframing towards map select.
Sure.
Particularly on the side of Fnatic, I'm curious because of how close their matchups have been. Yes, they've won 2 consecutive series to get to this point. But if you even just think of that Cloud9 series where it's 13-11, 13-11, and 14-12, and then same Vision Strikers, 13-10s, really tight matchups.
Yeah, you kind of think, I think you're leaning towards the fact that maybe they should start thinking about switching up what they want to play.
Well, it's just how do you decide whether or not it truly is an advantageous map for you, or if it is something you need to maybe rethink?
Yeah, I think that's interesting because in my mind, the way that they played on those maps as we get the first 2 bans in is actually a good thing. The way that they played, even though they lost those maps, I think they were close enough and good enough that it was fine.
Gotcha. Well, it's the 2 newest maps, Fracture and Breeze, that go out the map pool. Crew gets the first choice. They're taking us to Haven.
Yeah, look, that's not a surprise to me because obviously outside of all of the maps that you could sort of pick, I was also leaning towards bind. I know I keep saying this every time I'm sitting on the desk with crew, but I keep thinking, you know, what's the bind? What's the situation there? Why don't you want to go to it? What's the decision making
You're not
there?
going to go to it against Fnatic.
Sure, but you're not going to go to Fracture against Fnatic either. So do you pick the lesser evil of the two, considering you have struggled to pull a win?
I am surprised that they banned Fracture just because they played it, right?
Yeah.
So that's something that they clearly are comfortable with.
So the question becomes, does Fnatic pick up bind? But I will also reference on the Haven pick that it's been 3 Haven games across their 3 series so far for Crew. So it's a very comfortable map. They've played it plenty in the last 7 days.
Yeah. Scary though, because Fnatic is a team that will prep the crap, and they've had a lot of time to do so.
time.
So Icebox second, that is, you know, pretty standard for Fnatic. Crew hasn't played it at all so far this tournament. So yeah, I mean that's a given, honestly.
And they're 2 for 2 exactly in their 2 series here on Icebox. So a natural selection for them. Now we move to 2 more bans before we find out what our third and final decider is. So this is where. Who do you want to take out split though? Because I'm still leaning towards the get Fnatic off bind. Oh, you want to go to split? Okay, I would love to go to split too.
Go to split,
that
and there
makes
goes the
sense.
bind.
That makes sense to me.
There we go. That goes off the board. And I mean, even though I know I keep speaking about the fact that in historical time, binders look not too bad for Crew, they themselves do not want to go down that path. And Bolas are the best. There we go. That's what I'm looking for, and purely out of the fact that I just want more Rays, man. I want more Rays.
You know, I'm a little disappointed in the way that they played this veto. Not with the maps that Fnatic is getting here, just because, honestly, I think about it, and I think that Crew is a team that's wanting to ban Icebox and Breeze.
Yeah.
Usually Breeze, right? But Fnatic permit brands Breeze, and they did it again. My question is, can you have floated that so that you can have the advantage of them having to ban it themselves later on?
That's true. Really play the mind games in the map vetoes. The trouble is, you're in a position now, Baller, where you either need to play the safe game in the vetoes and not play something that might come back in your face very quickly. And also the mentality. Let's not forget that Crew is one that goes off momentum very, very well. So if they were to start off slow, that would be a really bad omen for them into that series, I think.
I think that's actually perfect, right? Because you're talking about the mentality that it is. And you actually can get a glimpse because they did not float Breeze. That means that they are playing it as safe as possible against Crew, so you can see what they feel in this situation.
A lot of respect given, but I like that we're asking the questions, especially when we get down to this point in the tournament. And again, every team needs to be playing from map vetoes through the gameplay itself at their absolute best. We're heading to a quick break. When we come back, we're diving into that first map and Agent Select. We'll catch you back here in just a bit.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back to Champions, where there are 5 teams left standing, but only 4 can remain at the end of the day. Let's get out on stage, meet Fnatic and Crew to find out which one will be left standing to move on to the semifinals. Fnatic, the 4th of our EMEA squads, and Crew, the representatives left for the entire world, looking to take them down and take that final semi-final spot. I feel like there are always 2 battles out here on the Champions stage, the first of which is the stage entrances. The second of which is the 3-map series. I'm not quite sure who won this one. Maybe the hair reveal or the bald reveal is enough to take it for Fnatic this time around.
It's the ball buff, my friend.
That's
We've been seeing it through and through.
And both hit the Atso too.
Yeah, exactly. It works for Link and Team Liquid. Who knows? Maybe it'll work for Fnatic as well. We've talked a bit about it. We know which maps we're going to. We're going to kick things off on Haven. I'm extraordinarily interested in this one because it's one of those maps that Crew has played so often here at Champions, found pretty tremendous success on it, most notably taking that final map off of Sentinels to push them to this point. And it is where one of Fnatic's few losses here at the tournament has come, however close it was.
Yep, and the interesting part about the first 2 maps, actually, Haven and then Icebox, is when they played at Iceland, which was the opening match of Reykjavik, when we kicked off all of LAN for Valorant, that's where we started. Haven and then Icebox for these 2, and it was a 2-0, so not only is this a very important match just in terms of the tournament conditions by themselves, but it's a rematch here for Crew, and they want revenge as well.
I like you bringing the rematch back up, but Jess, the important thing to note there is there's one really large difference, a change in the roster for Crew. Kesnit coming into the lineup and has as well been one of the top performers on this roster, and a big reason why they're here to get that rematch against Fnatic.
I likened it to sort of bringing in someone who brings a sort of fresh perspective on how the game is played, because Kesnit does that. It's the way that he is able to position himself, and he paces himself in a round, understands his utility can be used in unison rather than just solo, and we'll see whether or not the agent he picks here today on this map, because it won't be a mirror matchup. It shouldn't have been a mirror matchup. Baller, it shouldn't have been.
Yeah, it's not quite. Because we do still have double duelists on the side of Crew with the Reyna.
Sure, but where's
we
the
do
Raze?
have Fnatic is swapping off of the Raze that they have played or did play last time.
Looks like the paint shells aren't that important.
Come on, man. Fnatic's like, we love that, Jess, but no.
Yeah, it's Haven, and I actually think that specifically against Crew, you do need a Jet Hopper, right?
Okay.
Just the way that they play. And I honestly think that that was kind of one of the reasons why Sentinels wasn't as, they had obviously Tens playing the Jet still, but they were not quite finding that value out of the op when you have people who are eventually going to be dry swinging based off of the lowered amount of utility that you have.
All right, well, we got the comps locked in.
Yeah.
I want to know where the 2 of you stand on this. Do you match with Redgar's head or Redgar's heart? Is it Fnatic or is it Crew coming out in this quarterfinal?
I hate to do this, but my heart and my head are with Fnatic.
No!
Damn,
man!
I was setting a precedence of like, if Crew was gonna do it, they're gonna do it today, and this is gonna be the first map, and like that was the hype in my head. Unfortunately, Dash, they have to do it on map 1, or I don't see them winning this series at all.
Okay, but do they do it? That's what I want to know.
Pitch me at halftime. Pitch me at halftime, bro. I can't do this. I can't sit here and be
All
like,
right,
yes.
well, I've got the faith I'm going with Crew on this one. If they can take down Sentinels and if they've got the kind of energy coursing through their veins that they had when they achieved that upset, I think that's the kind of team that could come in and really throw Fnatic for a loop.
That's what it's going to take. That is 100%. It needs to be heart. It needs to be energy. It needs to be faith from everybody right here. And I know we don't have a crowd, but still, they're going to feel it from here, even though everybody's at home.
I can't sit here and give you a genuine prediction because I don't know what that looks like. How does that feel, them sitting in their chair going, we're going to have to do a major upset against this team? We have no stats. We have no history other than the Sentinels game to look forward to. But I'm like 50%. I can't do a double.
Okay.
Just a one for now. And if we get to halftime and things are looking good, I might raise my right hand.
Don't get me wrong. I would still, by far and away, consider it an upset, right? I mean, it is. I mean, naturally, it's the 1 versus the 2 seed, right? But beyond that, just from the level of play, the consistency and cleanliness by which we've seen from Fnatic, again, talking about their composure and just finding that extra gear here on LAN, I think that is going to be a tough thing to dismantle. Whereas when you look at the Sentinels upset, Sentinels is a team that has been hot and has been cold. They have looked fallible in the past, and so if you catch them in the right way and on the right day, you can absolutely take them down.
Yeah, but I think the big thing here for Crew is that it's a little bit extra pressure because they're not done meeting their expectations here. They made it to this part already. They've gotten to the quarterfinals losing to G2. So for them, yeah, they already hit an upset. And sure, that was the best thing that any of the minor regions has done against a major region. But they still have to make it past the quarterfinals, and that was their goal to start off.
I'm just looking at the nitty-gritty here, doing a little bit of micro-analysis, and we turned around and we said that Fnatic likes to read into their opponents. They had days to watch things here. Well, if they have watched Crew, they'll know that they're an A-heavy team by far. Hitting A over and over and over again. That is a lot of the win condition on this map for Crew. So if there's predictableness, I'm already reading it, and I'm only looking at one stat. Is there more that Fnatic has been able to do in this time? They're the team to do it, so I'm worried for Crew. Don't be slapping what you've been doing previously, even though it's worked. I don't think it'll work when Fnatic know your game plan.
Well, then you're looking at your man Boaster there, right? To have figured that out and to be bringing the strats to the squad here today. On the point about expectation of ball, I like that you bring it up, and I just want to take that and kind of zoom out to a macro perspective, which is if it's about kind of just the global level of competition and how it has risen throughout this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think it matches based off of what they've done so far, so it's not necessarily expectation that's based in reality, I think. That's kind of where I want to go with that, but it's still one that I think is achievable for them, and they're pushing for it. So, I mean, to get back to the original question, the expectation might be that for Crew, but they're going up against Fnatic, and this is the hardest battle that they've ever had.
Yeah. And by the same token, maybe a little bit of a chip on the shoulder of Fnatic as well, right? Because this is a team came to Reykjavik, missed out on Masters 3, and so when we talk about that expectation, I don't want to misrepresent as we talk about how good they are and how far we expect that they're able to go, but they are going to have to still show us that they can do it with their play. The players are ready to dive into the server for Map 1 Haven. We've got Riv and Doug standing by for the call. Gents, enjoy it.
Guys, nagbabalik tayo dito sa Valorant Champions at na ang huling matchup natin dito sa quarterfinals. My name though is Dax. Kasama dito si Ray at ito na tayo, Fnatic versus Crew. Ang tanong, magiging puro na lang EMEA ba dito, Ray? O makakapabalag pa dito ang LATAM? Abangan natin kasi talaga Fnatic looking so much informed dito sa LAN setup. Pero yung Crew, kita mo natalo yung Sentinels. Kaya talaga, ang raming hyped up for the matchup na to kasi kitang-kita talaga improvement na dalawang teams na to dito sa Valorant Champions.
Yun na nga eh. Talagang good day, manager!
Best
good
day!
Morning! Best day at VCT. Yes! Yan ang pinakahuling pinakahuling quarters. Tapos sa semis, bukas natin makakasyan. Pero ito na. Start na tayo sa event. Kagaya talaga ng panel, same perspective ako. If Fnatic wins this, clean 2-0. If hindi, then map 3 tayo. Split! Outs! Gege. And ito if split, then Crew, tingin ko Crew pa mananalo eh. Kaya kailangan Fnatic, kung ayaw mong matulad ka sa Sentinels, Kuha ko sa'yo gagawin nga.
Sentinels, ano yun? Sininzon na Sentinels. Okay yun na. Parang tens. Umuwi na. Diyan ka lang, akpay ka lang kay Kaide really quick. Pero ito na nga, Fnatic on the attack side, Crew on the defense. At yun na ba dito na Fnatic ang Ross nila. Dirk gonna be going back onto the Jet instead kesa yung Raze. At alaman natin, dito talaga ang Fnatic nagiging lunatic na lunatics dito sa pag-land setup. And there you have it. Mystical Raven na take ng Dirk. Gonna get on board. And think of the rest! Nag-180 pa nga! Grabe! The chosen one there kay Dirk. There we have it. Fnatic getting 3 kills at C-side open na para sa kanila dito, Ray.
Di na to yung flash. Di na to yung Fnatic flash na inaangbangan at nakita nga natin last time sa Reykjavik. Pero ito nga, crossfire! Hindi na to Valorant. Naging crossfire pa nga ginawa ng ating mga players. And just because of that, kita mo naman, Dax, Fnatic really is popping off here in Haven. But it's just the pistols we're talking about. Yung capability kasi ng crew kapag under pressure sila, sobrang relax lang nila as a team. But as for Fnatic, sobrang sakto. Pero mo, o ito meron para sa likod natin. Natamaan lang naman ng isang iglap. Pumunta sa langit. And that's it.
Langit. Ganun talaga, Ray. Bigla na lang. Okay yun na. Parang yung Escanita na lang pinag-uusapan natin kanina. Pero ito na tayo. Fnatic with the 1-0 standing. At wag natin kalimutan, guys. Sino ba ang pasok sa semifinals? Meron na tayong Ascend, Team Liquid, at Gambit Esports. Isa na lang kulang. Fnatic, san ka na? Gusto nyo ba gawin puro na lang EMEA pagpasok dito sa semi sa ating top 4 sa Valorant Champions? But Turkey, he wants to do it there. Mystic gonna get on the board as well. Si Denzi kang sasagot gamit ang classic yan. Pero Fnatic gonna get the takedowns yet again. 4 kills sa para sa side of Fnatic. At kita mo to, hindi na iniba at all yung strategy na Ray. Pasok na ng C-side, go for the control. And it's already an easy take here for the side of Fnatic.
Easy takes, but here it is. Doma. He will be going with the plant and sinagzet na nga lang kagad natitira. I think it's really a hard situation na para kay Nugget itself. And sana all nilibre ng Nugget pero trap na lang siya kagad dito. And I think wala problema sa Fnatic to unless Nugget might be getting those kills. Pero sobrang hirap na to para sa position niya. I think it's just a win once again sa side ng Fnatic.
Yeah, mukha nga talaga Fnatic. This has got so much control again. So quick on the things, but Nugget! What a headshot malapitan. Good ban lang kay Mystic Chan. Still though, layo masyado ng mga Fnatic dito and Boaster. Even taking that mid control to secure that kill. So 2-0 na dito para sa side of Fnatic. Again, they're not really changing it up. Ano, Ray? Ano nakita mo dito?
Hoy, shoutout kay Hama TV!
Nako. Oo. Ito yun. Alam mo, unahan ko na kayo. Shoutout sa lahat. Kila Hama TV, kila Super MJ, at ang ating mga tropa na kasama ni Ling 2X sa araw na to. Grabe. Thank you guys for the company. Alam mo guys, nagkita kami kanina ni Ray para magpag-discuss ang cast na to. Siyempre, nag-uusapan namin ito. Siyempre, pinag-prepare namin ang Valorant Champions. At kita natin talaga, Fnatic prepared rin. 2-0 scoreline right now. But something interesting to note here, Ray. Tingnan mo si Mystico. Ghost lang ang hawak. On the flip side daw, Crew in the meantime gonna have the guns that they need. At sinagzit ka, tagbantay dito ng A-long. Kita rin natin, double stack pupunta na B-side. The Lynx getting controlled heavily here by the side of Crew. Kasi ini-expect na talaga na baka maging C-take yan. Pero mukhang iniba na dito ng Fnatic. There we go with the Scott papunta ng A-side. Spike to has been left behind. So konting silip lang dito para sa side ng Fnatic. At talaga, yung form nila dito sa Valorant Champions, sobrang ibla sa online form nila. On the land setup, this is where they absolutely thrive. And we see it here already. Nasa top 8 at 2-0 against Crew Esports.
Okay! Delzik! Timing, sabi niya, okay. Parati talaga tayo makita yan. Si Doma, kamag-anak ni Hama TV and Magnum, of course, gets Kesnet. Trades to trades. Poster gets a top. 3v3 pa rin naman. Quite winnable sa side of Fnatic. But syempre, it's Crew. We're talking about ayun na si Delzik. Pero mo, you need to pick up si Delzik. You need to get Nugzet. Tapos si Nick Mazzino. And finally, Crew talaga. Maraming signs of life, especially when it comes to this map here in Haven. Ito talaga yung talagang sinira ang moral. Siyempre, ng Sentinels. And on the other side, Fnatic, kayo rin ba ang masisiraan ng ulo sa Crew? Because parang sasabihin ng Crew kayo, perfect attendance kayo. Hindi. Di kayo magiging perfect EMEA teams na makakapasok. Kami, ang isa, coming in from the LATAM scene. Pero, tignan pa natin. It's too early to tell that. Dahil kita mo naman, bye na para sa side ng Fnatic. Uy, naka si Durkee. Naka 1.5. Divisoria, operator.
Yun talaga. Parang budget operator para lang mura lang. 900 lang kesa yun talaga 4+K. Pero ito na, nako, Dirke! Yan talaga ang problema kung nag-shopping ka sa Divisoria, madali lang ka masira ang hawak-hawak mo at madali lang masira ang buhay. But Klaus right now, watching from the window. But there you have it. Magnum peeking on up. Nasa gito, pintuan dyan. Bigla na nahuli na yan. And Kesnit, he wants to go for the push. Ito talaga dito sa lumang matchup ng Crew at Fnatic. Nanaling Fnatic doon sa Iceland pero wala pa si Kesnit. So Kesnit right now gonna try to put an impact here from the side of Crew. Per Pico muna out. Dito sa Blurs, wala siya makita dyan. And Fnatic right now, ang plano talaga na punta ng A side. They're gonna go for the take. At ang tanong talaga, handa na ba dito yung Crew? Kasi sa attacking side nila, ito yung pinaka-favorite side nila, Ray. A side ang habol nila. So do they know how to defend? Do they know how to go for the stall? But one player you can rely on, ito talaga si Mazino. Nakatambay sa taas pero ganda na smoke dito ng side ng Fnatic.
Handang-handa sila sa setup parati. Pero nga lang, maganda nga, pero
30 seconds left.
they're currently undermanned. Just one hit kay Doma, just one timing of those bullets. Alam natin na babagsak talaga siya sa kamay ng mga taga-Crew pero this retake. Very important to. Sa side ng Crew, they win this, then they can finally take the pace on against Fnatic. Pero nga lang si Mystic talaga, he's doing his will, he's doing his power. Pero nga lang, Poster, he sees one. Ako po, may oras pa ba kagad? Poster na lang kagad na natitirin. Sabi, Merry Christmas sa Aguinaldo, magmano ka kay Ninong. And now, it's going to be a 2-2 score. Ako, napakalaki ng round na yun. Kasi, full buy ng Crew eh. Ay, full buy rather ng Fnatic. And yung Crew, they can just take the bonus. And yun na nga nangyari, Dax. Mukhang ipit talaga sila and alam sila basahin ng Crew. Napakabilis din ng rotation sila after all. And knowing na underman din kasi yung Fnatic, alam mo talaga na papabol sila. Pero kung na binaklatch kay Booster, pero tagal kasi ng oras, is pressure talaga rather kay sa side ni Booster. Tapos kita mo naman, talagang nakuha siya.
Wala eh. Yung oras na again, Cal's proper position dun sa graffiti. At kita talaga natin, kung hindi lang gano'n ka-experience si Ray dito sa caroling, itong Crew pa rin pumapalag. At isipin natin to, Crew, ilang beses na lang, the best that Latam has to offer. Palagi sila yung representative galing sa region nila. And there we have it already. Doma going on down. And dancing! Walang katakot-takot. Dalawa na para dito kay Kelsey. And ito si Kelsey makakapitas rin. Class with the final kill. And Crew Esports, isa na naman. Ito na ba ang ating nakikita dream coming through for the side of Crew? Kasi Delsic and Klaus, 5 kills, 6 kills. At ito talaga dito sa side ng Crew eh. Kung hindi makapop off si Nagset, pantayan natin sila Delsic, sila Mazino, at especially ang ating killjoy na si Klaus, one of the best players from the lat-up scene. But Delsic, walang katakot-takot, push lang ng push, tuloy lang ng tuloy. And Crew Esports taking that and executing that in a flawless manner.
Here it is. Talagang Crew. Naglalamang na sila. Lumalamang na sila against Fnatic, pero it is ang oras when they can just match it up. And speaking of, matatawa talaga ako dun sa mga itsura ng paano sila nakatingin sa monitor. Pero Doma, clearing lang. Nagtatawag ng kanyang teammates. Pero sige, tayong dalawa maglalabas tayo, magkakamerahan tayo dito. Nakuha na rin ang information. There's Mazino. Bolster tries of course to push right through. Meron pa nga siya kayong mga shakudachu. Pero si Dirk, nakapasok na nga siya. Dirky makes his way. And tatlo na lang kagad ang sides ng Crew na natitira. And all those post plants. Sabi, kanina nag-fail tayo. Ngayon, let's do it again. Pero nga lang, oops, I did it again ata sa side ng Fnatic. Dahil ang Crew, meron sila ngayon lockdown. And magpupush up through sila sa labas ng site. But here it is. Ito na ang giging retake ng Crew kasi timing. Kills it, goes with the defuse. And now, speaking of, pipitas lang siya ng isa. Dirky also is for the refrag. Plus space right through. 2v2. Low na naman si Doma ngayon. Dakten si Dirky. Kailangan i-save tayo. Speaking of, pag-save ka niya. And na-deny lang talaga si Klaus yung oras. Kailangan mo maghintay. Time is gold. Pero sinisilipan lang siya. Wala nang oras para sa kanyang gawin to. And magpapasko na lang siya kagad as Dirky will be able to finish him. And tayo nga talaga sila ngayon, Dax. Napakadikit. And babayush kay Doma.
Babayush kayo ka mag-say goodbye. Tipong ida-drop off ka sa kotse. Sabi, babayush. Kita-kits. Kita na lang sa SM North. Pero yun talaga eh. Para sa side ng Fnatic dito, confident A-take. At saan ba nagsisimula yun dahil kay Dirk? Perfect entry from him in the first place. Nakatago pa nga sa ilong. And going for the takedowns for Fnatic. If Dirk is just popping off like this, getting the crazy kills, then this is the best Fnatic has to offer. At nakita natin talaga the performance nila sa Iceland with Dirk just taking the lead here so many of the rounds, and we can see it for now, 3-3 scoreline. Pero ang tanong, paano ba papalag dito ang crew? Kasi mukhang ang sagot nila dito, operator ni Nagzit. Paano kaya din na makikita? Operator though, already playing the aggression sa may C-long. But then again, here we go with Doma just in the middle. Bantay sarado though, Klaus gonna be right beside them on the other side of the wall. Pero mukhang nag-plan dito ang crew para makahold. But Fnatic already with a peak. Turkey gonna be going for the push, pero wala pa rin siya mapapatay. Konting damage done on the Klaus right now. Spike has been planted, but Kesnit! Huli si Doma dyan! At mukhang gipit na dito ang Fnatic naman. 5v4 Ray. Pero oy, Turkey! He finds one more and looks for a second one. There he goes.
Speaking of on point, Kesnit talaga kapag Reyna nagiging problema talaga. But the post plant itself, we still have the 3 members syempre ng Fnatic. Pero speaking of, si Nagzat will be going for the fuse and si Delsic may timingan niya si Poster. At tignan natin kung si Mystic may lalaban niya. Hindi talaga, talo pa rin sila. And there's still what we have right now. Fnatic isa-isa nag-audition, mahirapan sila sa post plant lineup. And Crew still manages to win this one out. At si Durky naggumagawa. Gising-gising din sa ibang miyembro ng Fnatic.
Alam mo kasi yung Crew may buff yan eh. Promise. Nasabi kasi Ray. So ang kwento talaga, di ba, kunento lang sa'yo, yung owner dito, football player, si Sergio Aguero. Parang sobrang famous siya sa football league. Di ko alam kung which one kasi di ako nanonood ng football. Hanggang ano lang ako, PBA lang ako kasi andun na ating favorite mga players. Pero isipin mo, para sa Crew, watch party, pinapanood ng owner. Siyempre, sabi lang, guys, kaya na natin to. Famous owner natin, tayo rin natin, gagawa na tayo talaga ng kwento natin dito. But Crew right now, gonna be going for the hold. They do have the lead here, Ray. At isipin mo, Fnatic, asa na lang talaga sa mga classics sa Sheriff. But Bladestorm here, hawak na ni Durky. They are gonna go for the A push and they do wanna see kung kaya makaplay dito ng kanilang jet. Pero ang tanong talaga, paano ba makaka-entry dito? Kasi delikado pa rin. Nagzit ready with the operator. There we go with the shots right now. Try to go for the wall bang. At yung turret, ibabalik muna kesa masaktan. But this is really gonna be it. Turkey, kung mag-peek dito sa kanan, huli ka na talaga Kesnit nito. He might be there, but no, he's going for the updraft instead. At ang tanong, sino kaya may kit na dito? The Nebula though will be in the way, and for Fnatic, hindi sila makakuha ng opening at all dito, Ray.
Nahihirapan sila. Those good holds! Kasi Claws magbibigay ng Aguinaldo ngayon. Magnum's gonna go in. And I think it's pretty bad talaga. All of the controls, alam mo na Crew still has it. Pero let's give it all, of course, on the other side of Fnatic. Alam naman natin that they are making miracles. Durky, that's very important. You take out a one that's going to be Delsic. Nagkakaroon na malaking ako. As he can do, together with Doma. Napakalaking winnable option na dito para sa side ng Fnatic. And what is just happening? One by one, something didn't expect. Pero nga lang, when it comes to Durky, hindi talaga siya nag-disappoint.
Gulat lang talaga ako doon. Wala kang mapatay. Si Klaus doon, nag-peek on at natamaan pa rin ng blades, and there you have it. Fnatic already. 4v2 situation. At ang problema dito ng Crew, Ray, operator ang hawak ni Nagzet. They do not want to give that up whatsoever. So mapapaback na sila. Fnatic winning this out in a thrifty manner. Pwede sila mag-pick up ng guns. And not only that, ito, nag-hunting si Durky. Nakakamoy siya ng dugo dito talaga sa Haven. And if he finds Nagzet of all things, nako, delikado na dito ang Crew. Pero tapos na ang round na to. 4-4 na ang magiging scoreline. Pero talaga ang tanong natin dito, sino pa maahanap ngayon ni Durky? Akit pa siya dito sa Heaven at i-peek out si Mazino. Isang blade lang, patay ka na! At ayun talaga, hinedshot pa talaga para sure na sure. Thrifty win here for Fnatic. There we go with the gun being picked on up. Pero at least para sa Crew, may konting nakuha sila doon kasi na-save pa nila operator. But still, look at that. Sinabi mo kanina, diba? Fnatic step one up as a whole. Pero hindi nila kailangan mag-step up kung si Durky naka-13 na in this many rounds. You can see him here. What a hero play. Delsic huli na. Isa pa dito pagpasok side. Nice backside flash there. Yet again, Kesnit going on down. At pwede talaga natin ibigay kay Doma yung efforts na to. Kasi ilang beses na lang yung Sky nakakatulong sa mga peak dito na Durky. And Fnatic with the 1-2 punch that they're looking for, that they're doing right now, they keep alive. And that is a big win kasi thrifty yun, Ray.
Speaking of those thrifty rounds, very important. Biruin mo, magkaka-2-round deficit kapag nangyari pa nga is nanalo ulit ang Crew. And quite unfortunate na naman ang mangyayari sa Fnatic. Pero alam mo sabi ni Durky, walang masasayang. Now, of course, ultimate as of now, but seems like Nagzet, he wants to take out that Bladestorm but won't be able to. Medyo siya pa ang nahirapan. Siya pa ngayon ang nabawasan ng armor kahit pa paano as Fnatic expected him. So, sabi niya, Try lang ng try, never surrender. Yan ang sinabi ko nung mga kasama natin kanina, di ba? Sila Hama, ayan, big shoutouts nga pala sa kumakain ng pares ngayon na nanonood sa amin ni Dax. Guys, okay kami. Okay?
Padala naman, Pares na yan. Pares retiro na galing sa retiro mismo. Isipin mo, OG. Pero Delzik na naman ang kulit-kulit. Puro lang sa smoke nang gagaling. Going for that takedown already. And Delzik, he's just finding the silong angle to use time after time. Pero mukhang nakapakaguda dito dahil sa Nanas Farm. Domino with that takedown. And here's Fnatic, Mystic and Bolster. Mabilisan lang. At ito talaga, ang Fnatic special. Seaside is the way. And it will be theirs all day. Alala mo dati, Ray dito sila natalo nung Iceland. Hindi na sila magpapatalo. Tuloy-tuloy lang para sa Fnatic. And another round, sobrang convincing galing dito sa ating squad galing EMEA.
I love the call. That call! Itself, nagsabay lahat. Sabi ni Boaster, eto mag-atawa ng icon, titignan ko kayo kung may masascounterate through. Then pagka Hunter's Fury ko, pasok na lang kayo at syempre yun na nga ang ginawa nila. Plus, nagpatulong din talaga yung mga nano swarms ni Magnum. So, pretty good step up. Nagsali na sila sa mga pagkakamali nila. Sabi ni Magnum, expecting us against it with that push. But seems like si Mystic, he knows na meron pang isa that's going to be Dazik. And sabi niya, matatrade ko lang syempre ang aking teammate. Pero ito na nga, si Klaus, we gotta take care of it.
Oh, what a shot!
What? Natamaan pa! What? Nakabilang pa lang. Yung pa yung buff kapag naka-arcane sheriff ka. Katulad pa naman sila Jigsaw. Masasabihin sa'yo, ha ha ha!
Fantastic yun eh. Pero...
Baby dance! Woohoo! And speaking of, going in na nga sila ngayon sa side and all of a sudden, they were able to open it. Yes, pero nga lang, it's still 3v3. Not bad. Meron pa si Klaus niya na kanyang lockdown at alam na nga kagad nila yung mga posisyon. Syempre, ng Fnatic. Pero sabi ni Mystic, I got you fam. Pwede tayo mag-play. Pwede tayong mag-go for the post plant. And here it is. The retake goes on. Na si Klaus, ito gagawin niya. Lalabas ko lang syempre ang aking Hunter's Fury, pero planted. Syempre, sa angulo ngayon ng Fnatic to.
Ayun nga talaga, time is everything for Spike. Has been planted as you said. Pero ito talaga, lockdown. Wala makukuha. Kita natin dito, Fnatic. Tambay na lang dito sa Silong. Pero protektado talaga ni Doma. Durker na naka-operator. At sinagsit na ng titira. 1v3 situation. Pika dito nga. Durker na mapapalag mo dito. Spike though has been tapped. Gravity Well will be used and Fnatic. So tactics are just working out for them. Dito na sa land setup, sobrang sila lumalakas. At kung yung crew, A-side takers on the attacking side tong Fnatic, pinapakita nila paano rin tong scene na to. Isa na naman para sa Fnatic. Operator Dirk, laking tulong. And there you have it, 6-4 scoreline para sa FNC.
Grabe naman yung mga nanonood sa atin. 666 viewers.
Whoa there.
Wow. Ganda lang. Napakainit. Grabe naman yun. Walang awa. How this guy being on top? Jet diff literal. Against kay Nagzet ngayon. Nahihirapan talaga si Nagzet but Fnatic only a few takes. Only a few picks. And after na, alam na namin yung magiging chemistry namin, magiging call namin against the creativity being pushed to us by crew. Then makakapag-adjust kami. Pero sabi ni Durkee na, alam ko na saan ka nag-dash. Alam ko na yung mga posisyon mo parating when you're anchoring A-side. But let's wait and see if this will be a good call once again sa side ng Fnatic.
Tingnan talaga natin kasi itong Fnatic nga nakapwesto na malapitan. There you have it. Nagzet though looking to go forward to push himself. Boaster though in the meantime malapitan lang talaga. At itong first pick nakakatulong sobra sa crew, especially on the defensive side. But Fnatic feeling so confident kahit nga ito now Ilong completely contested by them. Durkee though wanted to go for the scope on needed person against it. Ayaw magpakita. Alam niya may operator friend sa kalaban. There you have the scouting information though. And Boaster Nagzet trying to go for the dual step. But now it's gonna be Durkee opening it up yet again, palong-palo dito si Durkee. At kahit makukuha si Mazino, walang kakwenta-kwenta. Don't get that takedown. Fnatic already making it 4v2. At ang bilis talaga, Ray. Itong A-site na to, kuhang-kuha na nila eh.
Yun na nga kagad eh. Napaka-palong-palo. Laki ng impact talaga na ginagawa ng Fnatic. Sabi nila, okay, nahirapan tayo sa pistol. Nahirapan tayo sa second round. Somehow, we made bawi. Pero talaga ngayon, mukhang medyo gipit ang crew talaga dahil all those post plans, they've been changing. And kita mo ginagawa ng Fnatic, nagbe-make sila ng maraming time para mag-make ng decision kung saan sila magsiset. Hindi mo pa sila sobrang nakita na nagkaroon ng extension na kanilang mga rotation. Sabi if A tayo. Kailangan lang natin tune up, syempre, ng ating setup, tune up ng calls, and finally, we can get that lead against Crew. Iiwasan lang natin si Nagzet. Iiwasan lang natin, syempre, si Keznit, and it will be possible for us to win it.
Lumayan na po. Tingnan mo to. Gaano kalayo yung lineup na yan. Delikado naman. And just Turkey with the opening. Naka-cloud press na nga. But it just goes to show, when you have a duelist like that, play the intel, go for the takedowns at kitang-kita talaga ni Durke saan siya pupunta. And that's the problem right now. Durke, it has been a bit of problem of him underperforming sa online setup. Pero dito talaga sa LAN setup, yung Fnatic, nagiging lanatic nagiging insane in the frame rate. Puro na lang, tuloy-tuloy lang talaga. And Fnatic, they're gonna try to go for it yet again. Pero mukhang may plano dito si Nags. Bulldog lang ang kailangan sa ating last round ng first half. And Doma right now gonna want to go for the push itself. Pero kahit dito, para sa side ng Crew, makakuha silang pitas. Keznit, willing to go for the ambition. That's takedown auto Magnum. Yun talagang hinanap dito ng Crew Makahanap ng unang pitas, mas madali na ang buhay nila. And from the double doors, kasi hindi nakakoncentrate dun yung Fnatic, libre na lang yung pick-off na yan. But it's still not done. 4v5 situation at kita talaga natin Fnatic. They might be going for something that's worked for them so far so good. Seaside, ang galawan. Ito na si Durke. Operator na naman. Pero yung Nebel nakaharang na lang. Missy gonna be backing on the way so far. And Fnatic right now gonna try to go for the window. Pero it just seems like for Fnatic here, Ray, naghahanap na sila ng opening pero hindi nila makuha at all.
Right here.
Ito muna talaga sa side ng Fnatic. Peek on out for the time being. Nagzit right now. Gonna try at the very least to go for the push himself, but he's still watching out the A lobby. Pero kita mo, diba? Lahat talaga nag-stack pupunta na B-side, and there we have it. Seeker's gonna be the play, but Durke! How does he find the shot anyway? Opening now here, made Masino gonna go on down. 4v4 situation, but there we have the smokes into the play. Pero Durke, kung tumira ka talaga, naku, mamawala na ang isa o dalawa, but Poster, he has the angle instead. 2 kills para kay Poster. Clasto gonna go for the push himself, pero protektado talaga ng todo-todo. And for Fnatic, teamwork is the dream work, and they just keep each other on alive. 8-4 at nagmumukha talaga para sa Fnatic. Gusto nila kompletuhin ang EMEA semifinals.
Sabi nila, pre, ikaw na lang wala sa tropa.
Diba?
Bakit napakatagal mo? Sabi ng Fnatic. Wait lang mga pre hintayin niyo ako. I'll take my time. May +1 lang kasi ako. Kaya, take niya lang ako. Sabi nila.
Isipin mo yung tipong nag-meeting, nagsama-sama kayo, tropa-tropa, pero may nalilate May ayaw pala bang pagmakita. Pasabi niya, guys, do the wood ready. Mag-show up ako. Ito na ako. Papunta na ako. And for sa Fnatic, that's just been the call so far. At sinasabi nga natin kanina, diba? For the side of Crew, A-side is their baby. A-side talaga magiging plano nila on the attacking side. For Fnatic, ba sobrang nila yung style Ginawa nila C. I see that C is the opening that we want to be. And how many times have we seen it? Clear on out the backside, get the intel, and it's just a great day here for their Jet. Palong-palo ngayon ang side ng Fnatic, especially what we see so far from Durke. And even though Nagzet has been getting a few pickups here and there, parang reminiscent talaga to no map number 1 against Sentinels Like, okay, Nagzet, whether he's struggling or having an impact, that's okay. But the other Jet, the Jet of Fnatic, Durke, just getting every single kill that he needs. Protektado talaga ng team niya, enabled by Doma. And for the side of Fnatic, if the tip of the spear is enough to get the takedown, yung pointy edge talaga na hinahanap nila galing sa Jet, naku, yun lang kailangan nila para manalo sa map na to
Ay, talagang sabi nila, this is just a point in time na kaya namin itago to. Tapos biro mo si Durke sa mga sobrang moments na kailangan mo siya, nakakuha talaga siya ng opener every single round na nakita mo, hindi nagmimintis yung mga frags na, hindi talaga nagkukulang si Durke, hindi siya nag-disappoint. And kita mo naman, ganyan ba kapag malapad? Ganyan ba kapag pwede nang mag-landing dyan ng Philippine Airlines? Kasi kapag ganyan, nagiging opener, syempre, ang ginagawa niya. Pag ganyan pala, ibig sabihin, kaya mo mag-pick ng open sa mga sites. Pero speaking of, may penguin.
Oo, may penguin na nag-chill. Pero isipin mo, forehead at the forefront. Okay yun, ha? Kailangan talaga ang iyong Panginoon ay tago-no. But there you have it, Fnatic with the 8-4 scoreline. And one thing I really want to talk about here is just the amount of assists they have. Doma with 9, Sposter with 6, Mystic with 7, para lang maka-opening. At si Darky walang katulong-tulong sa mga team niya. Siya papatay, and that's it. 18-7-0. It just goes to show yung utility dito ng Fnatic. Palagi na lang may nakukuha in the first place. At para sa crew, ano na ang sasabihin dito ni Coach Johnny? Ano na sasabihin ng crew esports as a whole? Because they feel lost right now every single time makapasok dito si Durke for the side of Fnatic. But crew, they have found a few angles here and there para manalo. They found a way to actually go for the retake para ma-defuse. But that's the only situation. There was that one round na kuha sila defuse and everything else puro na lang elims. And it just goes to show, pag manalo na yung Fnatic, pag nakaplanta kagad ng spike, panalo na sila. But they're on the defense right now, crew on the attacking side. And again, my eyes are on Kesnit and Nags. The double duelist nga for a reason compared to the double initiator na lalaro dito ng Fnatic. So you have to expect that the Reyna and the Jet, there's a reason for them to be here at may reason talaga para mag-pop off sila.
Speaking of those pop-offs, those obligations, pero Teo, natatandaan mo, Dax, gantong-ganto nangyari. Sentinels versus crew. But if nanalo ang crew talaga ng pistol, then it's going to be big. Pero yung tropa natin na si Turkey, hindi talaga nagmimintis. Pero mo, first blood na naman, umahabol na! He's sponsored crew! He gets caught! Sino ba bang susunod kay Durkee? Sino pa ang magpa-follow the leader? Pero grabe naman, Durkee, wala nang kinakatakutan talagang push lang kung push. He gets those stabs. May spams coming in from Delzik, pero sabi ni Boaster, I'll just kill the last 2 frags. And yeah, Fnatic still. Perfect opportunity, perfect timing, the pace, ang perfect, sobrang chef's kiss, mamap chuchu ang nangyari ngayon.
Boss, hindi ka na mag-chef's kiss, parang ano yun, inamomol mo yung dish real quick. Ako, hindi nakakainin.
Sobrang bango.
Sa sobrang bango, sa sobrang sarap na ko, hindi na talaga tinitigilan. Pero Fnatic, hindi na tinitigilan na ditong crew. Sobrang aggressive nila. They're keeping crew on their toes. And it really feels like ayaw lang nila magpaiwan. Naisipan mo, sa tatlo na pasok na sa semifinals, puro galing EMEA. Papayag ka ba kung galing ka sa same region na hindi ka makapasok? No. Ayaw mo talaga maiwan. Ayaw mo yung ikaw talaga, yung hindi nasama dahil sa kontrata. Yun talaga yun eh. Parang bigla na lang isipin mo, lahat kayo pasok, pas bigla na lang, wala na pala. Pero para sa crew nga, ang plano nila mag-push dito papunta ng garahe and try to go for the opening. So C-site na ang galawan nila. Fnatic know that they love to play that A instead. So there is still a double stack. So may pagka-opening dito ang crew ha. May Sheriff dito para kay Naxis. May Sheriff and para kay Kesnit. So the two duelists at the very least may one-tap potential pagpasok na dito sa C-side play.
Sinasabi natin, one-tap headshot sa ulo. Pero sabi ni Magnum, no problem, I'll get you. Pero lahat sila nakapasok na sa C. Asa na yung isa? Asa na yung mga miyembro ng Fnatic? Sabi niya, behind the scenes, we'll do this. Pero on the other side naman, ang crew, kailan kaya sila mag-retake? Kailan ba yun magiging perfect time? Dahil pwede na sila makascore. Ano yun? What? They made the magic. They made it happen. At si Boaster na lang together with Dome. Okay, napakalayo nyo. Napakatagal. Naka-counter pa kayo ngayon. And yeah, looks like si crew. What was that? I love that. Alam mo, sobrang nag-mind game sila. Sobrang gulo ng ginawa ng crew. Pero mas magulo talaga yung Fnatic.
Bakit? Sige nga. Mas magulo pa yung Fnatic kasi natalo sila dito. Forkita natin para sa crew. These are the plays that won them out against Sentinels. Malapitan lang talaga. Delzik Kesnit popping off. At si Kesnit talaga eh. Ang lupit na pagkuha ng mga headshot. Nakuha nila Spectre na find pa nila backstab. And from that point on, it was just crew to take that victory. At sabi mo nga, diba, laking agaw dito na side ng crew kasi second round yon. At yung Fnatic pa masisiraan sa Viper. Kaya ito na. Marshall ang magiging galawan. Everyone else with the classics instead. Double stack muna dito. Double stack nga kanina doon sa garahe. So Fnatic right now trying to anticipate that C push if ever. Pero crew, iba ang plano nila. Alam nila may gun advantage nila. Alam nila pwede lang si Dumiretso. And there you have Class already gonna go for the plan. And here we have the 5v5 retake, Ray.
Yun na nga. The retake goes in. But hey, Will it actually be possible para sa side ng Fnatic dahil hinaabangan na lang sila syempre ng crew? They want a pistol pero nga lang sabi ni Mazino mapapakanta talaga siya ngayon na makakantahan niya ngayon. Dirty will be able to spot him, get the frag. Of course, it's Dirty. Hindi nag-notice kada round. May isa talaga yung frag and si Magnum gagante. Pero yung time, oy! Check! Check the label! Always check kung meron bang kayo o wala. Pero I think that's just talagang apektuhan na lang kayo ng Fnatic yung kanilang economy. But let's just hit Sayonara.
Goodbye na ng booster Magnum. But crew, ang ganda ng push nila. Ang sakto talaga to go over the B side. At alam mo, pag may gun advantage ka na, pwede ka nang dumetso din sa mapa ito to get that victory. But you see it there, Fnatic at least making it cost. And Dirk is going for the shots yet again, time after time, shot after shot, finding a takedown all to one members of crew. And para sa Fnatic, ito talaga yun yung kailangan talaga na consistency on that duelist. Kita natin para sa crew. Paano pa sila nanalo? Nags, that sure, he was irrelevant no map number 1. Pero no map number 2, map number 3, siya pa yung nagsabi ng Jet Thief kalaban ng Sentinels, Jet Thief kalaban kay Tens. And it just goes to show bakit nandito yung crew para sa side ng Fnatic. Hindi sila tumitigil, hindi sila nag-let on up whatsoever. And it just goes to show para sa side ng Fnatic na ito ang pinaka-experience nila, Ray. Ito talaga ang pinaka-Final Four pagdating sa LAN setup. And they're so innovative Ang rami lang iba't ibang plano-plano sa EMEA and for the rest of the world na minsan talaga magpapaisip ka na lang. Pero ang tanong ko talaga dito, Coach Johnny, ano ang trabaho mo after this game? Kino-coach mo muna ang crew ngayon. Ano pa ba? Firefighter, nurse, teacher? Tanong natin kay Coach Johnny kasi para sa crew kailangan nila ng masagot in a nice setup.
Ay. Ano scoreline natin, Dax?
Nice.
6-9. Nice. So yung mga viewers natin kaya talaga yung mga inaabangan yung mga scoreline. Pero syempre, sino ba hindi mag-aabang sa crew talaga this time around? Hindi always sentinels. Gulat talaga ang buong mundo. Kahit ako, mismo nagulat ako. Ang naging reaction ko, ha?
Galing.
May sound effects.
Paano ba yung hum mo?
Ha?
Nani? Nani kure?
Nani?
Galing?
Nani sore.
Nani mo.
Nani mo. Wow.
Galing.
Dati. Ito na. Speaking of.
Ito na.
Nagzet.
Parang palagi mo tatawag siya Nugget. Gusto mo na McDo? Padalan ba kita?
Oo, sige. Pasenda lang si Cash
Jiwa. Hindi. Order ka na lang tapos bayaran mo lang pagdating. Cash on delivery. Para walang libre-libre. Hindi, wala. Linibre ko yung trabaho, hindi yung pagkain. Ganun talaga. May effort na ako. Ano ba yan, Ray? Parang yung nag-effort dito yung crew. On the attacking side right now, trying to go for the pokes and prods. Guns though for both sides. Pagdating natin dito sa 16th round. At ang tanong talaga, can Fnatic take the advantage here? Or can crew go for the comeback? Pero high ground muna para dito kay Dirk. Gonna be dropping on down to the ground. Kasi ito, gonna be alongside the Sova here of Mazino. At nag-iintay sila na panahon. Pero dahil doon sa dart, alam na ni Dirk, papunta na dito po, tatungo na A-side. Class to, in the meantime, default muna ang pastuhan niya ngayon. At meron pa rin aggressive dito sa side ng crew. Nagsit, pinabantayan talaga yung link. But Boaster, kung hindi ka lumingon, patay ka! Si Delsic, saktong lurk lang. At sabi dito ng crew, isa-shot na nila yung mga kalokohan dito ng Fnatic. At nakikita natin to, Ray. Ang hilig ng Fnatic to go for the lurks, to go for the different angles. But there you have it, Dome and Dirk opening up that A-side. But there you have it again, Delsic. Sumasagot mga ka-tricky. Pero ang tanong, kaya pa ba dito ng crew sumagot? Kailangan na mag-reinforce na kagad ni Delsic. He's gonna coming in from the backhand side. And Magnum ang tagabantay dito sa short angle. Fnatic again. This time natuto talaga sila. Hindi gaanong umasa doon sa backstab. Nanalo sila doon sa frontal assault dito sa A. At dahil nandun, 6-10 na para sa Fnatic.
Tanda mo, 20-10. Yung kay Dirky. Pero speaking of, nandiyan si Delsic. Nandiyan yung mga ibang miyembro ng crew. Nakita mo naman, naka-peak off siya ng 3. Pero nga lang, sabi ni Dirky, dadash lang papuntang school bus. And now, I'll be able to take you guys down one by one. Biruin mo, tumalbog, tumalon, tatakbo, tatalon, sigaw na panalo ang Fnatic para sa map na ito. And we only have 3 left. Pero nga lang, malaki pa rin yung impact ng loss pagdating sa economy. Kaya si Boaster mapapa-RNG na lang siya later on with that Spectre. But on the other side, ang crew, kompletos recados pa rin sila. Pero amount of this, 3 ultimates already nasa side ng Fnatic. Let's see if it will be workable against the side of crew.
Tingnan talaga natin kasi para sa side ng crew, well, this attack needs to really be enabled para sa mga duels na. You have Nags that you have Kesit in the first place. So may plano talaga sila. Meron silang chance in the first place at gusto nila makapush dito patunta ng A side. But it's not happening as of yet. Meron magkatakot in the first place. Dahil na lang sa pwestuhan dito na Durke. And there you have it yet again. Fnatic right now trying to be prepared. A-Link ang tambayan nila but crew finally gonna be going for the ambition and they wanna go for that side. Problema doon dito Ray. Tingnan mo, sa side ng crew, malapit na ang mga ultimates. But, sino ba yung handa dito? Fnatic, 4 ults at the ready. At ito talaga tunay na meaning ng almost is never enough at class. At the very least, talo sa spike plant na yun, makakuha ng ultimate point at sasagot siya ng lockdown ngayon. Dash on away though, Cosmic Divide is gonna be into play. And crew right now, they're looking for the investment, but Mystic with the find out the Delsic. There we go, the Hunter's Fury as well. At ang plano talaga dito ng Fnatic, makapush na lang dahil sa lockdown na yan. Space created, but Nagset will get one Ray.
Ay, medyo hindi nag-work. Pero makakapag-extend. Alam na nga nila kung nasan mga bebo. Sila pa yan pa, syempre! Ng Seekers! The timing itself! Pero si Klaus nandyan! Nangangaroling! Merry Christmas sa inyong lahat! Hanapin nyo! Nasa amba! Nasa corner na ba? Because right now, Boaster tries to defuse. And there, Kesnit! With a clutch! What? Kesnit never disappointed. The last time we've seen him won that round, on those particular rounds against Sentinels was a clutch na until now dito sa Fnatic. Gumagalaw lang, kumekending. And actually, he will be getting that win. Grabe naman yun. 2v1 na, hindi pa rin. Dahil kita mo, saktong-saktong pag ginawa niya eh. Nag-heal, nag-dismiss, kahit ano na. Sumabay din kasi kagad, di nila in-expect si Magdon, di nila na-clear. And kita mo naman kagad, he was able to take that one out.
Kita talaga rin dito para sa crew. Yun yung palag nila. Yun yung potential nila para makipag-clutch. And that's what got them away with Sentinels. But Doma! Inayos talaga yung one shot para lang konting itikal yung kalaban. And the second shot just to make sure patay na talaga. Beautiful flashes yet again from Doma. But there you have it. Delsic and Mystic trading blows. At isipin natin to. Ito ay eco round para sa side Fnatic. But they're still keeping even so far. But I like the call here from crew. Pansin nila, okay, sige, 3v3 situation. Loosen lang tayo dito sa B side. And try to use that gun advantage in the forefront. Pero oy, Boaster! Ang ganda ng pwestuhan dito. Taga MMDA sa May Haven muna. Bigla na lang, uy sir, para ka muna dyan. Dahil na lang mukhang nag-speeding ka lang dito mismo sa ceiling. But then again, meron pa rin blades from nakahanda si Durke Klausno on the right-hand side. At ang tanong talaga, kaya ba na Fnatic makuha pa ng pitas dito pag Klaus? Can I be able to get that thing at Durke? Ano dinasyon mo dyan? Nagset with the kill. And it's gonna be 1v2. Mystic, it's all up to you. Pero huli pa si Klaus dyan. But Nagset at least with that second peak. And Fnatic will lose out on the round. Crew will take it. At 2 rounds na lang, Ray. Tied up na ang scoreline natin.
Last pagpatilt nitong crew sa mga
Bakit?
importanteng rounds. Sila pa yung nananalo. Gantong-ganto. We were born to make history. Sabi ng Fury on Ice.
Yung mga pinapanamba talaga eh. Halata
bakit?
eh.
Mahilig ako sa sports, guys. Sports girl ako eh. Ano
Sports girl? Parang
nanonood
ibang
ako ng
klaseng girl ka eh.
Iwatobi Swim Club.
Paano yung Boku no Academy?
Boku no Hero Academy. Ay, grabe. Pag kung sino mga away sa casters, masaspoil kayong lahat. Damay-damay talaga. I-spoil ko kayo. Ala nyo, i-spoil ka sa Kimetsu. Gusto mo malaman kung sino yung...
Ano yan? PM is the key. Pag tinastok ko si Ray, kayo yung may PM sa lahat ng anime na binabasa niya. Kahit napanood niya na, kahit nabasa niya na, kahit hindi, kahit di pa nga tapos, alam na ni Ray. Ito, gusto mo totoong talaga, totoong lasa na Ray. Pag tinastok nyo si Ray, guys, kayo ay makakuha ng No Way Home spoilers ng bagong Spider-Man.
Tropa ko si
Si Toby. Toby, yung former pro player dati. Tago! Ayun, si Delsic! Nakakuha pa ng lawa. Mystic rin makakatalo ng 3v3 situation, Ray. Pero Fnatic, kaya pa rin pumulag dito. Pero yung Nanswarm nakaharang ngayon.
Ay no, ang ganda ng call na para sa flash. Pero sabi ni Klaus, walang ka problema time. Time itself, when kaya nila makuha those post plants. Sobrang ganda, sabi ni Turkey. No, I'll just save. I'll just maybe go with the exit frag. And that's just it. Ay, grabe naman yun. Ang ganda na set ng alarm bot. Pero I think they're just gonna be getting those kills. It's Turkey we're talking about. That's just it.
That's just it. Tapos na oras. Sige, okay. Next na tayo dito. Perkita talaga natin. Ano yung next ngayon? Isa na lang. Para sa side ng crew. Tied up na to. At ito, Mystic on Delsic popping off. And it just goes to show para sa mga Astra. It's all about that impact. But unfortunately for Fnatic, a little too late para lang makakuha talaga ng side hold. And para sa Fnatic na feel nila. Alam mo guys, kung sinulit, pinilit lang natin yun. Baka naman. Oy, Johnny!
Oy!
Galit ka ba? Nako! Yun yung nakakatakot eh. Pag galit si Johnny, sure na sure, full frontal yung assault niya dahil sa crew. Yun lang yun. Walang iba. Pero crew, sabi nga pa nga mag-time out eh. Feel na yung momentum na to. At sila na talaga, Ray, the last hope of the world para hindi lang taga-EU ang ating semifinals.
Ako, ito yung heart, my mind says Fnatic, but my heart says crew. Pero I like Fnatic kasi na mahalin mo, na talaga magiging redeemable factor yung ano nila. Yung playstyle talaga nila. Walang room for mistakes. Pero, Johnny, ba't ka nagagalit? Diba, ikaw din nagposo ng helicopter.
Alam mo ba, pag galit si Johnny, mas magaling siyang mag-perform. Ganun yan. Handang-handa si Johnny. Yes, Papa. At kita talaga para sa crew. Ang palag nila eh. Ngayon kita talaga natin dito yung pagkaklatch nila against Fnatic. Just the unorthodox plays again. Delsic though, doing the impact that we've seen from him in the first play. That's kaya pa rin naman. Nagset, Kesnit, making the openings happen here para isa na lang agwat. Pero mukhang may pag-asa dito sa side ng Fnatic. Kahit naka-sheriff lang ang lahat, may isang kakaibang baril dito, Ray. At yung operator talaga, mahuli ng Fnatic ang push dito ng crew. Lugan sila, but crew with the right call at the right time. Seaside ka dito. But Mystic! Hindi lang yung gravity well para sa stall. Nahuli pa niya si Kesnit. At ang laking bagay na yun kasi para sa crew, gusto nila mabilis na side take pero hindi na mangyayari. Dahil lang doon, mapapa-double take na nga ang crew. And this will fall into the hands of Fnatic kasi kita natin dito, nasa window, nakatambay ang ating killjoy na ni Magnum. At yun rin, si Derke, handa na sa A-short, has the angle. Kung lumipat dito ng ibang site ang crew, sila pang delikado. Pero at the very least, they're going ready for that C-side. At sabi nila, sige nga, patayin natin si Mystic instead.
Sabi na, aasimin ko to. Pero sabi ni Mazino, I'll be clearing out everything. Pumasok na kayo kagad sa Simi. Advantage tayo pagdating sa Perel. Binigay lang ng Fnatic as they're gonna be preparing, of course, for that retake. Natandaan mo, may Cosmic Divide coming from Mystic. And speaking of Turkey, sabi niya, operator is the key. Gagawin talaga natin to ultimate bang-bang experience. And here it is. Pupuntahan na nga nila kagad. Pero si Post ay nakaabang lang. Uy, mawawall bang ni Nagsit. Ginagawa mo, Booster. Kinakabahan ka ba? Pero ito na nga si Cross kagad. He will be getting him. Pero siya na lang kagad natitira. And Magnum will be able to finish him. And grabe naman, that good call.
Uy, dinidefuse? Dinidefuse lang para manalo. At sabi mo nga, diba, the good call to go for the rotate, the good call to go for the hold. And Fnatic, pinagkanapan nila yun, Ray. 9-11, wala lang agwat, pero dalawa lang kailangan dito ng Fnatic. But this is where it all started. Anong klaseng shot yan, Mystic? Nagtiwala ka lang sa Lord? Blessed na blessed ng Panginoon? At bigla na lang, goodbye sa inyo, crew?
Feeling blessed?
Oo nga eh. Hashtag blessed.
Like I should. Naging TikTok. Oh! Naninigaw to. Pero napakalaking momentum shift no. Nabiruin mo, destroy talaga sila. If you can take a look at how crew talaga goes with the setup and yung talagang sobrang weird nila maglaro na hindi talaga sila mapredict at all timing. Yes, pero sinagset ngayon, magpupush right through. Aware na din sila kagad. Pero here it is, restricted corner. Isa-isa silang pinipick off dito. Tapos may crossfire pa coming from Turkey. At isa na lang kagad dito na yes, we have Delsic going with the frag. Pero, ano nang mangyayari dito? All of the half-buys itself mukhang nawala ng isang iglap dahil lang sa thrifty round na yun na binigay ng Fnatic against them. And will Delsic will be able to clutch this? Sige, gamitin natin ang Spectre power. Mage Punk it is. Trying to push. May crossfire na nga na pangyayari na naman. Nandiyan lang si Magnum Ice Cream. Pero he's just trying to make, of course, those pick-offs. Pero knowing that the time talaga pressured na siya, bye-bye.
Gabay talaga atin ng Fnatic. They clean up nicely. Dala na naman ng walis. Hindi lang yun, may kasama pang dustpan and 3 rounds to gap right now. Match point nga para sa fight ng Fnatic. But this is where they have the right angles yet again. Yung tambay talaga na Fnatic yung pinakatakot eh. They play the sides, they play the site very, very well. At ito talaga, the D&D connection, kung may dubstep dispenser and Team Secret, may Doma at Durkin na nakatakot. At sino pa nag-iingay dito? Ang para sa side ng Fnatic, si Durkin. Palagi na nakakapitas, palagi na lang on point with the shots. Operator rifle, kahit entry with the Blade Storm. He is the Mr. Reliable right now as we see again Coach Johnny saying, ano ba guys? Ayos na ba tayo dito? Ito na ba ang ating panahon para umasenso? But Doma, if you have the side of Durkin being Batman, ang ganda ng pagka-Robin talaga dito ni Doma eh. Kasi may pagka-low-key lang ginagawa niya. Puro na lang flash assist, puro na lang tulong. And for Fnatic, that's many times the way to go. Kung hindi yung flash mismo, si Doma ang papatay. And it just has been something they've been able to rely on against Crew on the defense and the attacking side. Crew right now, they need to make the hero play happen even more so. At ang tanong, sino ba taga-entry? Of course, you have Kesnet and he's been incredible so far. Pero kulang pa rin ang impact niya compared to what Fnatic has been able to do. And kita talaga natin, baka nga sa side ng Crew dito, baka kailangan nila ng pag-asenso on more of the entry role. You have to do this anyway. You might as well go for the takedowns. You might as well be a lot more confident, especially against the side of Fnatic. Kasi bigyan mo sila ng oras, bigyan mo sila ng posisyon, nako, kayo pa delikado. At yun nga, diba? 9-12, ito na. Isang round na lang, panalo na ang Fnatic sa map number 1.
Alam mo, next time, kapag nagkaroon ako ng nagkaroon ako ng jowa na professional player talaga sa VCT, sasama talaga ka parate para may bebe buff. Pero yung kay Ted siya, kay di nag-work. Pero okay lang yan.
Okay, so may sinasabi ka ba sa... Para may sinasabi ka. Uy! May sinasabi ka sa iyong jowa Bills eh, na umabot ng VCT. Babe, BCT naman, step up lang yan. Pero ito na ang step up natin. Papunta ng B-side. Nags ito. Updraft real quick para lang makatago dito sa left-hand side. Pero uy, si Clauso, may pinaplano. And there you have it there. What? Toma again! Sabi sa'yo, may bodyguard dito. Si Durke, parang lang kanina si Yusuke. But Kesnit right now with the takedown of the booster 4v4 situation. And Karu, nakapasok na rin all the way on the other side. Thing is, though, Spike has been planted. Time is ticking. At sabi ni Cruz, sige na, mag-google na tayo dito. But Doma, he's going for the team use already. Si Durke, tagumatay. But Mystic with the backstab. Doma gonna be able to get halfway. And it seems like he's gonna let it go. Feel ko to, pinita niya. Baka pa naman manalo na Fnatic. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos. Correct ang go for the shot. Ang ganda ng sayaw dito ng Lagset. Mystic gonna get on the board. But Delzik is there to get that takedown. At isipin mo, kung stinik lang yun ni Doma, tapos na tong laban na to. Hindi pa tayo tapos at all. 10-12 and Delzik with 21 compared to Durke na naka 27 dun sa kabila.
Need a draw.
Gusto nyo ba ng Fnatic? Gusto ata ng Fnatic 30 frags, get that 30 bro. Pero ay nako. Alam nyo, dapat hindi mo binibitawan eh. Nasa yun na, bibitawan mo pa? Ay nako, ang sakit ng ulo na para sa side na Fnatic. Nagol!
Oh! Nagwawala! Johnny! Let's go!
Johnny! Let's go! Ang nangyari. Pero I think that's just it. Ito, pagkatalo Fnatic din, overtime tayo. Pag hindi, then 13-10. And let's say hi to Icebox, favorite ng mga Pinoy. Rather, favorite. Dapat no, booster! Ay nako, wala talagang tawag na bebe buff. Hindi nangyari. Hindi na-deny ang bebe buff.
Asan ka na, Yinsu? Tulungan mo naman si Boss si Mystic. Ay, kailangan na tulong. Kesnit with the takedown at Crew. Nako kanina, Crew. Walang narinig. Pero ngayon, sigaw talaga ni Johnny ang naaalala natin. 20-12 at 5v3. May pag-asa pa dito ang Crew Esports.
Wait. Unless si Durkee makakapag-frag, pero ang layo niya. Hello, nasa long sila. Lahat sila nasa sina po, mga beb. And that's it. I think, I don't know, overtime talaga to. Ang layo na nila. Save na lang talaga. Next round na. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Next round na yung kakas namin. Halata, ang layo nila. Wala naman mag-detect pa sila.
Tumaya. Kaya tayo dito, Ray. Musta ka na?
Ha?
Musta ka na?
Ang saya-saya ng experience kanina. Sobrang saya ko. Mga nakasama namin, mga my idols eh. Kasama na. Mamaya ko post kay picture.
Alam mo, ito yung favorite cast ko natin. Promise. Pero yun.
Alam mo, dami na nating milestones this year. Guys, di na namin sabihin yung isa, basta bigla ang mga
And then, sabihin ko na lang, yung milestones natin, diba? English broadcast ako, Tagalog ka. Nagsama tayo, Ray. Tapos tuloy-tuloy, mas marunong ako nagtagalog. Puro na lang, Masters Berlin, Masters, Champions, sige, go lang. At hindi pa tapos eh. Yung mga kakaibang laro na dinadamay ako, yun talaga yung milestone. Pero ito talaga, today of all days, na may blessing tayo ni Derek, na ginawa natin to, sitwasyon na to. Nako, ito talaga ang pinaka-accomplishment natin so far as a duo. Pero kita talaga natin rin, crew, accomplishment have been achieved, 11-12 scoreline, palag pa rin. At shoutout nga sa mga kasama natin kanina na sila Ling. At syempre, ang ating boss YB na favorite natin forever and ever. Pero Derek nga, makapwesto na lang ng agresibo dito, Fnatic. They wanna commit that coup de grace here, Ray. Papatay lang talaga isa, dalawa. Okay na dito ang Fnatic, and para sa kanila, aggressive angle pa kay Derke just to risk it all. But Derke, hindi tumama at all! There's the opening! Hindi tumama! Nasa kita lang ng dalawa! And there we have the Hunter's Fury instead to the side of Bolster. But Fnatic, they're not hitting the shots that they need. Crew already gonna be setting up on site. At ito na, chance dito ng Crew para itay up ang scoreline. Ito, Spike planted on the C-side. Hindi pa natapos kasi si Klaus set up rin na lockdown. At maiipad dito ang Fnatic. Kailangan nila i-respeto itong lockdown na ito. But Kessit with the kill on the Bolster to start things off.
Ako, late ata sila. Okay, 0 players detained, pero kailangan nila ng flash. Kailangan nila ng isang call from Doma. And wag the timing. I think that's just it. Time pressure, wala na to.
Oy, wag kang give up kasi si Derek hindi nag-give up at all! He does get the takedown pero wala talaga. Alam mo, pinibigyan ko ng pag-asa Fnatic pero wala. Kasi Crew hindi magpapatalo. Isipin mo, yung team na nakatalo ng Sentinels, ayaw talaga, sabi nila, na puro lang EME. At map number 1 pa lang, overtime na. Nako, Ray, nafe-feel ko na yung sumpa mo ng sobrang 2 times dito sa huling quarterfinal natin eh.
Gusto ko pa naman makapasok yung Fnatic. Kasi hindi mga gusto kong kinakas. Sila yung natatapon eh. Lalo na pag Haven, awit tong Crew. Ang tagal nila mag-init pero accurate parati sa ulo. Pero, well, props naman talaga when you're on the attacking side din ng Haven. Diba?
Agad talaga, parang pinipreheat na oven ng Crew. Biglang okay na, ready for baking. And as soon as they're ready, yung pastries dito ng Crew, yung mga pitas talaga, sobra-sobra na dahil lang sa double setup nila. Isipin mo, si Nagset at si Kessit gumagawa ng paraan eh. And si Klaus nakakuha rin mga kills, makakuha rin ng magandang setup. And between those 3 players talaga, it feels like for Crew, that's the recipe that they need to tie it up on the second half. Pero ito na tayo, nagbabalik na kagad. Walang katigil-tigil eh. Overtime, sige, diretso na agad tayo. Fnatic gonna be on the attacking side instead, but Kessit right now watching from the window. At ang tanong, sino pa makakuha ng first blood? But Delzik, that's a big pickup. Si Derke ang pag-asa ng Fnatic. Both of them Magnum do make sure that Fnatic has the advantage right now. At ito na naman, punta the C-side. But Delzik hindi pa ng plano, but he gets spawned there. Mazino though with a 3K. At Magnum na naman titira. Mazino, you are amazing with what you have done so far. Spike though has been retrieved. At may chance pa dito ang Fnatic para makatakas. Pero Magnum, ilagan muna ang Hunter's Fury 2v1 at ano na ang plano ng Killjoy natin?
I think Dax. Oh no, this is so hard sa side ni Magnum.
Save ka, Magnum. Save ka for next game.
Pang icebox. Ito
pang icebox. Pang next game.
Super important ng, alam niyo guys, sa map video, to be honest, panalo ang Crew eh. And I'll be real about it. Kasi Fnatic, I'm not confident about their split. Ano, sa shock dart to. 14 HP. Masiswingan lang siya. Okay. Ito ka that one, delay so much. Pag nakash ni Magnum to, bibigyan kita ng kape. Pero ito na nga, speaking of...
Wala, no kape. No kape. Nakakatawa kung ma-lockdown ba sila lahat na hindi makadefuse.
Sobrang important talaga na itong round na to. Sobrang important ang map na to, Dax. Para sa side ng Fnatic, if you want to make this into 2-0. Pero kasi, ewan ko for me, Crew is actually strong din sa icebox. So talagang, I don't know how Fnatic will come up with something. Pero maybe Fnatic and still, pero mas malakas sila sa attacking dito sa Haven eh. So kailangan nila ito mapanalo eh. And let's see later on.
The thing about Crew versus Fnatic though, isa sa maps na nilaro nila dati sa Iceland, Icebox eh. Tapos dinurog lang ng Fnatic. So, I wonder how nga Crew will adjust themselves. This is their map pick. So, meaning lang nun, ine-expect ng a few people here to actually, for them to actually win it out. Pero Fnatic nga, kung matalo sila dito, may palag pa rin. Overall though, I have to say the map pool is a bit 50-50. Hindi ko sinasabi pasensado dito Crew, hindi ko sinasabi asesendado dito ang Fnatic person Nagzen. Siya talaga ang mauuna dito at huli na naman si Dirke. This is terrible here for Fnatic kasi dito sa OT, dun pa nangungilat dito si Dirke. Kanina, he was just a 3 right now. He was the growing 3 na talaga strong, absolutely reliable at andun para lang sa'yo. Pero bigla na lang nagka-hurricane tas wala na palang roots at all yung puno na yon. Dahil lang doon, naagip na sa tubig at naagip na dahil lang sa Crew at mga first blood nila. So goodbye na lang kay Dirke. Hello to the 5v4 situation in Crew. Hindi sila ganun katat eh. They're holding on to the angles. They're watching out for any kind of opportunity. At pansin talaga natin dito, pwede sila mag-rotate punta ng seaside eh.
Napakabilis lang ng response dito ng Crew. I think kapag nabawasan nila si Mystic, that's just it. Oh! Yun! Mag-jinx talaga! Hindi ko na... Bakit gano'n? Hindi ko na-jinx ko! What?
Smoke na naman. Boaster pa nakadalawa. Mystic can get on the board. At Ray! Wag mo na batiin, Ray! Kanina pa yan si Mystic. Kaya nga Mystic pa. Kaya nga, isipin mo. Hindi, pangalan niya Mystic. Kaya may magic sa dito sa seaside. Kasi madali lang naman yung long angle in the first place. Pero ang ganda ng timing nun ni Booster there. Alam dito ng Fnatic para i-time yung smokes mismo. At kahit pumasok ka, kahit nasa labas ka, wala kang nang magagawa. Double overtime! Map number 1 pa lang. Sulit na kagad tayo dito sa oras natin, Ray.
Ako'y nagugulat. Whenever I say something, nababaliktad. Ano ba naman yan? Okay, Nagdet will be pushing himself. He still gets the frag against Mystic. Then hard. Oh no, maubusan sila ng controller. Let's go. It's really huge. Sa side ng Fnatic talaga. Pero as for Crew, shock ko dart lang kay Mazino. Isa pa, pangalawang pa, and that is going to be just a crossfire coming to Mercy Turkey. Together with Poster, nagkaroon sila ng malaking opener na para sa side nila. And it's going to be 3v3. Magnum, go through the plan. Magkaharapan sila, aware sila na isa na it's going to be nag-set, of course, with that operator, pero lahat sila stuck sila from the city side. So, alam mo na, Dax, ibig sabihin mo nun, wala nang flank sa side ng Crew. And this guy's from Fnatic, he can just go, of course, pero what?
Nagzet! He's going for the 3k for him with the operator! At di pa siya tapos, Ray, may Blazer pa nga nakahawak pa siya, taga-defuse muna halfway there, and Delsic will peek on out! Hindi pa tayo tapos at all. Isipin mo, Fnatic, they had momentum. They had that A site up for grabs. But Crew, just hero plays there from Nagzen. And the thing is, he hasn't had the best day here on Haven. It's okay. He's getting the takedowns, pero negative 80 niya alongside his Reyna compatriot. Pero kita natin dito, yun ang hinahabol dito ng Crew. Yun ang hinahabol ni Nagzen. At dito talaga ang opening na ng Crew para manalo. Pero pansinin natin si Fnatic ha, Dirke. Isa na lang, may 30 bomb ka na. Papayag ka ba na hindi mo makuha yung 30 na yun? Papayag ka ba? Napatay ka palagi sa umpisa dito sa overtime. Hindi magpapatalo si Dirke. Naka-operate na siya dito. Pero Nebula muna, shock heart coming his way. But oh my God! Hindi na naman tumatama, Ray! At si Kesit pa nga, wide swing para makuha yung unang pitas na yan.
Nanlamig. Parang kayo lang nung sinabihan mo siya na hindi pa muna. Oh, nagulat, nanlamig, nagulat. Pero, oh no, I think, okay. One pick of pa coming in from Crew. Let's move on. Icebox na tayo kahit may OT. Pero yeah, sobrang dikit lang talaga ng laban. Pero I've put my trust sa Fnatic so much. Pero it seems like pag nagbigay ka talaga ng malaking tiwa, bakit di inaasim? Pwede naman i-crossfire, ba't ganun? Okay, sige. Okay lang, Doma. Best friends tayo ngayon. Pero nga lang may shockers coming right through. It's going to be 3v3. Kailangan pang hawakan na to ng Fnatic. Pwede pang mag-rotate syempre ang mga taga-Crew. Bakit? Marami pang oras eh.
Ray, ang tanong, mag-triple overtime pa tayo, Ray. Eto na ba ang tunay mong sumpa? Pero kita talaga natin, para sa fight ng Fnatic eh. Nakakabawi sila kahit wala kagad si Dirk eh. Wala na rin si Doma, but it's 3v3. And with the two dudes gone, Crew right now, they need to set up desperately dito sa A side kasi delikado talaga yung bagay nila. But lies shot dart on the default. There we go. Spike has been planted at si Boaster naghahanap na ng paraan. Mystic though, inintan niya yung timing para sirahin itong Nanoswarm ito. Ayaw pa niya i-pop as of yet. At baka nga si Magnum pa ang sisira niyan. But here we go. It's Fnatic right now getting ready with the execution. Kaya sa taas ay recon dart. Mazina gonna be doing the same thing already. Mystic though giving up his position. At ang tanong, sino mag-beacon out on the right hand side? Adjust si Claudio. Mystic will take out, but Delcy can get all report. At nag-iisa lang dito si Boaster per Crew pa rin. Kinaya manalo. At yung underdog story, tuloy-tuloy pa rin. Kaya nga, di ba, nasa top ng lockdown scene ang Crew Esports. Pumapalag sa lahat. Pumapalag sa Brazil. Pumapalag sa LA. At ngayon, pumapalag sa EU rin. Map number 1 goes in favor of Crew. At buhay pa rin ang dream ng Crew Esports dito. Hindi pa tayo tapos Fnatic. Hindi tayo mag-2-0. At hindi pa magiging kompleto ang EU semifinals na iniisip natin lahat.
Oh, Crew, hindi sila nagpapatalo. Hindi talaga mawawala yung napakalaking inspiration. Piruin mo, just by them joining here sa Champions, napakalaki kagad na naging growth ng team na ito. And even if Fnatic, they look clean. Pero nga lang, sa side naman ng Crew, para lang silang nag-fuel, para lang silang konting warm-up lang, konting init lang sa gasolinahan. At bigla talaga sila nag-pop off even on the most crucial rounds. Kaya sinabi ko, kailangan ng Fnatic na wala kasi sa kanila yung moment na kailangan nila ipanalo yung mga crucial rounds. Hindi talaga nila makuha at all against the hands of Crew. And that's just the biggest impact na meron ng Crew. They really put a shot down kay Dirty. Dirty is actually weaving. Kung hindi siya nag-whip, nag-miss yung mga shots niya kung kailan kailangan na kailangan pa siya. And that's just it. Quite of a bad call. Nakaka-bad trip nga naman talaga yun sa side ng Fnatic. But we all know and we all remember kung bakit nga naman kasi nga number 1 reason dito ng Crew is to pick in Haven kasi kahit mahirap yung sitwasyon, talagang nakakalaya sila. Big shoutouts ang kay Wolf na nanonood ngayon. Ayan. Hello po, Kuya Wolf.
Si Boss Wolf na nasa ibang bang-bang na naman. Pero ito talaga guys, para sa side ng Fnatic, yung mga strengths na hinahabol nila, yung strengths na ginagamit nila sa umpisa ng mapa, nawala nung OT. Kasi iniisip natin, Dirk, ito na ba ang oras mo? Dirk, ito na ba talaga round para manalo Fnatic? Hindi pa rin. At binibigyan talaga yung chances si Crew. Tuloy-tuloy na lang. And on the attacking side especially, they would find the takedowns, especially gamit ng double do this time. Pero guys, map number 1 pala yan. At buhay pa rin ang tiwala at ang pag-asa ng Crew Esports. Sila na ba ang mamanalo dito ay break yung streak ng EMEA o kukumpletihun ba ng Fnatic in the next 2 rounds? Ako si Dax, kasama dito si Ray at magbabalik tayo dito sa Valorant Champions.
Sa habang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Speaking in Ivy, I'm in a set pace line. Rip the set, the skets get live. Nicely, I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy, I'm in a set pace line. Rip the set, the skets get live. Nicely, I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy,
Welcome back to Champions. If they can do it to Sentinels, they can do it to you. And Fnatic gets a taste of Crew on Haven. Yes, it goes the distance. It goes to double overtime, but they found it. They show that grit that we talked about in the pre-match. The same thing that let them overcome Titans in the past brings them to taking down Fnatic in map 1.
Same exact situation, too. You know, a rough defensive side, and then all of a sudden they move to the attacking side and they just start to dominate. I really like how they played. Honestly, their IGL was out calling Boaster in the mid round, especially when Fnatic was on that defensive side. Even when Fnatic had made adjustments in overtime to start winning out those rounds that Crew was on their attack.
It's not even that. We were sitting here when we got into halftime and Bola was like, oh no, I think this might be over for Crew. And I was like, hang on. They have one redeeming quality. Is that on Haven specifically? They're pretty attacking sided. They know exactly what they need to do. And well, we saw that in its full force. But what I will say, there was a standout man throughout it. And I'm glad the stats zoom up on your screen as if I spoke it into existence. Delzik. How many times was he lurking in attacker spawn, catching off those flanks? And mind you, Fnatic was flanking with triple power behind it. And Delzik was still able to take 1, 2, sometimes 3 in his wake. And I mean, the fact that Fnatic could not understand that Delzik had done that in previous series, and he did it in this series as well, that is a fatal flaw in their preparation on Haven.
Yeah, 100%. The other thing, too, is that he actually was the person who was striking down Fnatic's first game plan, right?
Yep.
Which was those C-splits, which was how often they were taking that garage control. I saw him spam somebody through the smoke at least 3 times on that C take. So many times, and they're not able to do anything to stop it. And then in overtime, too, this man comes out big over and over.
Just making it so difficult for Fnatic. And while we talk about the amazing first half out of Durka, for Fnatic, it was a bit of a step down on the backside. And for Nagzet, who was almost non-existent in the first half, while definitely not shooting to the top of the boards, found a couple necessary shots. We saw the confidence to still bring, as Doug put it, the glass cannon into some of those overtimes, going up, no shields, and really putting a lot of the confidence behind hitting that first shot.
Nagzet started off the series against Sentinels very slow. And we were right to say that it was one of the worst performances we had seen from him individually on a map. On this map, he started off slow again. And I went, okay, here comes the curse, though. Does he then pick it up into the latter maps, or does he pick it up into this map himself? Yep. And it was like, as the rounds progressed, he was sucking the power out of Durka, and Durka started to slow down. He was missing shots uncharacteristically. And I started to think to myself, is he having his power drained by Nagzet? Is Nagzet getting more and more powerful as the rounds go on? I'm like, hang on a second. The roles have switched, and it's almost like Nagzet had become Durka, and Durka had become powerless.
I feel like it's a spectrum of power, and I'm sure that pendulum will swing throughout the entire series. It was a 28-round map, Bala, but I know you picked one out in particular that you wanted to run through.
Yeah, because I think this shows not only the strength and the weaknesses of Fnatic, right? So this is the round where they hit the double molly on short, and they catch him in the gravity well. Okay, so the other thing that I don't think we noticed was that there was also a drone to push him out of and into those mollies, and then a dart as well that Durka dashes in to catch him. There's the dash, you saw him, and the perfect scan for Durka to get him through the smoke. He's into his own smoke through the wall. That was gorgeous, but I will say that creativity is what is costing Fnatic rounds. Okay, specifically on defensive side, I'm seeing them run a setup where they're retaking A, but they have actually a kind of a stack over towards that side because their Killjoy is reaching all the way into garage with his utility, and that's not something you normally see, but that costed them, and they were not willing to adjust because they wanted that to work so many times. That's the kind of thing that I think is costing Fnatic rounds over and over and over.
We asked about those stylistic sort of matchups between teams throughout. Crew, could they have been the kryptonite for Sentinels due to that stylistic play? I'm arguing here whether or not there's rigidity on the side of Fnatic in the fact that we understand that to be quite strategic. That's all well and good, but Crew is dancing around this. They're putting on their jazz shoes and they're just going, whoop, this is how we maneuver all around this set play. And because Fnatic, as you said there, Baller, might be a little bit rigid that they want this so desperately to work, they're just reading around it.
I mean, that's the thing, right? There's pros and cons to everything in this game, even if you do consider it a strength. If our creativity is a strength, that's all well and good, except for if we're reaching for it too much, or except for those times when we're just getting out-mechanicked, right? And when that happens and you keep going for creativity as opposed to going back to the fundamentals and the basics, it can really bite you, especially when a person like Kesnet is hitting the shots. I know he wasn't top of the table, but time and time again on that attacking half, he is trading 1 for 2, 1 for 3, and we're going to take a look at him in the aim lab pre-match shoot-around.
Yeah, he was punishing them. There was so many times that Fnatic had an idea that they want to go for, right? Whether it be a C-split, whether it be something, let's talk about the C-split. They're going through Garage, for example. They're throwing a molly and a smoke onto the Garage window. That's very common, very standard. But the problem is when they get, when Delza gets a kill through the smoke or something like that, they have to pause for a second. That molly's gone, and now they don't have anybody to cover because they're so trusting in the strat, the idea, which is there's nobody going to be coming through that because it's molly. If it's delayed too much, they don't have a backup plan.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the redundancy is now for this team, is that they know that these strategies that they're putting forth aren't always working, and when they do work, they're fabulous, they're awesome, they're almost flawless. That's great, but Crew is working out very quickly that these strategies can have weaknesses, and if they can find that tiny little gap and that little weakness, that's where they can insert themselves, whether it's that opening kill, of which they were able to force Durka onto a negative opening kill engagement, weren't they? So that's pretty damn good.
I don't even need to think they need to find those gaps. I think they will come naturally by the way that they are playing.
Well, that's interesting, too, though, because we consider how much they had to fight just to push Fnatic into overtime and ultimately take it in that second bout of overtime on their own map pick. So we're not going to oversell the 1-0 scoreline. It puts them in good position. It's what we talked about needs to happen if Crew wants a shot at the series. But now we turn our attentions towards Icebox, a map that Fnatic is even more comfortable on, taking 2 out of 2 victories in their 2 plays here at Champions.
I said it from the beginning, if Crew wants a leg in to this series to be able to make yet another upset on the board, they need to win map number 1, purely because I think Icebox is so good for Fnatic that you really would be trudging up, the Himalayas with no shoes just to be able to win that bout against them. So for me, Split is not a very good map for Fnatic on my books at least, and even stylistically, I don't think it'll be great unless Durka is popping off. So this is where Fnatic has to win and has to hope it carries over.
It might be a mountain that you think you're going to climb, but honestly, what I'm seeing, the blunders coming out of Fnatic in that last game, I think it's just a hill in my backyard.
Okay, all right. How big is it in your backyard?
Yeah, I haven't been over to your house. You haven't invited me, bro.
You living in the mountains or you living in a flat landscape? Man?
Here's what I love about this. I get the X10 vibes. I know that this is a composition that's very standard for Crew with the double duelists, right? But it's kind of that same stylistic mismatch that we've seen X10 take to people on a map like Icebox, where you have both the Jet and the Reyna again. Let's see if that kind of speed and explosiveness, having the double duelist, can overcome that extra bit of utility that's being brought in by the side of Fnatic.
Man, I'm just looking at this and I feel like I'm a fish out of water right now because I wanted to see recent form from Crew on this map and I don't have it. I can't give you any kind of indication as to how they performed on this map throughout this entire tournament because they haven't. So where does this sort of put us now? Does it put us in a position for Fnatic to play their own game rather than try and play the counter game because they don't have that there? I would like to think so, and maybe we see a little bit more Fnatic flair.
If I'm prepping for Fnatic, though, this is what I'm doing, right? I'm staying on site. I'm not playing post-plant because Fnatic is so good in the post-plant situations on their defensive sides and their attacking sides. But the rest of it, I'm just playing as normal, right? Obviously, we don't know really too much of what normal means for Crew, but you know that Kesnet's going to try to get in some aggressive positions. Nags is also going to be trying to join him. They're going to double up, especially on that A site. And then you'll have your other players trying to lock down the other side of it. I think the mid is going to be very, very, very important here because you know how often Fnatic likes to go for audibles down that middle.
There are so few plays on this map for Crew. They haven't played it since Masters 3. They dropped it twice while at that event, most recently in that quarterfinal loss to G2. So what they're trying to eclipse, and if they want to do it, it's possible that they can overcome the hurdle that they weren't able to last time around, but doing it on a map that has been, in some senses, the bane of their existence.
Yeah, and I was talking about splits or preferences on sites to plant on Haven on map number 1, and both teams had a very, very particular site they like to hit. That was their win condition. You look to Crew on their attacking side, and yes, they're starting defense on every single map in the series, but they have a perfect split on plants, so they are comfortable on both sides when we get into the attacking half.
Well, Crew are looking to do the unthinkable. They've bought themselves a map advantage, trying to lock it up in a 2-0 fashion. For Fnatic, they want to extend it, and they want to book their ticket to a semi-final. We're back over to Riv and Doug for the call.
Good morning sa inyong lahat! And we are now here in Valorant Champions, of course. Nasa huli na nga tayo na series here in the quarters. Ako si Rere at kasama ko si Doug. Siyempre kami pa rin ang Good Morning Managers na nagkakas, of course. In the second map na, ang Crew, nanalo na nga sila sa pinakaunang matchup kahit overtime against Fnatic. Pero Doug, gusto ko lang i-highlight, kahit overtime yon, napakabilis ng laban.
Ganun ba? Parang tagal sa akin eh. Hindi ko alam bakit, pero kakaiba yung aking time dilation. Kakaiba yung pagbasa ko ng oras ngayon. Pero oras na para sa game number 2. At sabi mo nga, diba, Ray, good morning sa inyo guys! Ang night shift, patapos na. Ang morning shift, ang overtime natin, tuloy-tuloy pa rin. At 6 o'clock on the dot para sa second map ng Crew at Fnatic. Labanan na naman, pero isipin mo, Crew, makuha nila to. Magagawa nila yung imposible, magagawa nila yung kakaiba, at magagawa nila yung pagkatalo ng isang EU squad. At yung Fnatic pa nga una ma-eliminate kaya sa region na, pero ito pa rin, Fnatic is umuwawi. Ayaw magpaiwan, isipin mo, yung mga tropa mo nandun na, tapos bigla kang sasabihan ng nanay mo na bawal ka lumabas. Oh.
Nangyayari sa akin yan. Kamutin ko na kanina eh.
Okay.
Shoutout nga pala sa mami ko. Kailangan yung mami ko mga 1 month ang paalam eh, bago pumayag. So, ito na nga, speaking of bayag, Turkey starts. Okay, Dom, ayun na naman. Alam mo, hindi na ako tiwala sa mga pistol na Fnatic kasi nakakahabol yung Crew eh. So, sa second half ko talaga, sa second half ako pa, may impress.
Bakit
kasi minamalas ako. Yung mag-expect, nasasaktan na ako eh.
Oo, ngayon talaga. Madali ka na mag-call it quits today. Pero insan talaga, yung mga sulit, kailangan na iniintayan eh. Yung mga worth it, pag iintayan mo lang, tapos bigyan ng oras, sakto lang naman ang mga growth ng nila. Pero Masino on top of the wall already. Doma makakatatlo. At para sa side ng Fnatic, isa lang hinahabol nila. But again, you saw it there, Dirk and Doma doing the things that needs to be done. But Masino, may laban pa rin, 7 HP and a dream. At ang tanong, makakuha ba siya ng mga headshot machine na habol niya dito? But that one right now, gonna be getting at least a lot of intel. Gonna be at least saying na wala talagang mga kapwesto dyan. And Masino right now, 1v2 situation. Pero paubos na ang oras. Boaster daw busy with a shock dart. Pero buhay pa siya dito. At kahit mamatay si Boaster, wala na silang pake kasi si Magnum ang tagabantay ng paa ng Sova na kalaban. 1-0 Fnatic with the pistol. Pero sabi nga ni Ray, diba? Ayaw na niya umasa kahit mapik to ng Fnatic. Ayaw na niya umasa kahit tatalo ng Fnatic yung Vision Strikers at yung Cloud9 dito sa mapa na to. Walang paasa-asa, walang tuloy-tuluyan. Mukhang ito pa rin ang Crew lumalaban.
Ano nga eh, talagang sabi ng Crew, hindi na sila crew anymore. Talagang they're making that stand. Ha?
Ano na sound effect nila?
Kri-kri! Shoutout nga pala kay John Ray Manaloto. Ayan. Shoutout sa'yo. Matagal lang itang fan. Ilang years na. Ayan. Speaking of, salamat sa mga nagsusupport sa amin ni Dax. Nakakasar lang kami. Pero ito na nga, mas seryoso talaga ang usapan. Dahil hindi na to just about asaran anymore. It's getting the slot sa finals na ikakas din namin ni Dax. Sino man mananalo dito ay kakalabanin na nga ng Gambit 30 stars. Of course, sino magsusunod na mag-audition? Sino pa? Sa what? Lurky got talent! Lurky got talent! Oh no!
Wala eh! Ang ganda ng audition eh! Lahat lumingon para sa kanya. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the voice. At rinig talaga natin si Durkee. Nakakuha pa nga ng 4 dyan para patayin lahat ng Crew. Pero sige nga, ace mo na nga yan, Durkee. Ano na? Klaus na natitira. Doma right now watching out for the kitchen angle. Pero mukhang pupunta daw kay Durkee. Sige na, Durkee. Kung ikaw ay malupit, papatay mo to. Nice. Wala. Disappointing. Hindi kinaya.
Disappointed ako sa'yo, Durkee.
Okay. 2-0. Pero dapat kay Durkee yun eh. At ito na naman, Ray ha. Umpisa, malakas si Durkee. Malakas si Doma. Pero kanina, matatawag natin siya ay isang intro boy. Kasi naubusan siya ng steam pagdating ng overtime. Pero ang tanong, siya na ba ang tagatapos nito? The beginning and the ending, the alpha and the omega. Yun yung tanong talaga kung parang gusto manalo dito na Fnatic eh.
Kakanta talaga siya na, I'm the alpha, the omega, everything in between.
May kanta pang ganon?
Oo, may kantang ganon. Di kasi nagti-TikTok. Ayaw kasi nagti-TikTok ako. Di ka nagti-TikTok. Mas magaling ako sa'yo sa TikTok. Pero speaking of, mas magaling nga ba? Ngayon, sinag-Zet Nugget versus kay Dirk. Pero yung mo, talaga yung mga magagaling sa Jet, kakaibang pangalan, diba? Ganun talaga. Big shoutouts nga pala sa aso ko dito na bigla na lang kumunti ka na mahulog yung mga kable ng PC ko kung ano-anong hinahanap. Pero si Mazino, si Nick Mazino, together with his teammates, naghahanap ng pickings. Pero wala silang mapipitas sa Apple as of now. Apple 3 ni Boaster will be taking out, of course, ang kanyang CCTV, Sis1. And ito na nga opportunity isang Fnatic para pumunta kagad sa A-side. Pero uy, dinay lang sila syempre ngayon. Hindi na tama. Walang tumama. Dalamhati, bigati, sadness, and let's see if makakapag-retake nga ang crew against Fnatic.
Yeah, Kestin backing on the way, and there you have it. Crew though with the fight! At si Kestin, 3-4 pinapakita sa atin. Paano maka-ace? At ina na ulo makakdom. Ayun na nga, perfection! At naka 6K pa! Kita mo yan! May bonus ka pa makakuha kay Kestin! Tumayo siya doon kasi sinabi niya, Fnatic, ano na ginagawa nyo dito? Ace +1! Crew with the 1 point on the board.
Grabe to. Ginawang aim labs. Tingnan mo, spray. So, putut! Tapos next, putut! Tapos next, tutut! Putut! Ganun lang eh. Ganun lang nangyari guys. Ayun, putut! Putut! Ace! Uy! Uy, kita yung...
Kita yung ano? Kita yung Chester ah. What's up? What's up, belly button? Shoutout sa'yo. Ganun pala pag nakaka 6K. Biglang lumalabas ang chan. Okay. Noted. Noted with things. Pero 6K ni Kesnit. Di ba kunento ko sa'yo dati, Ray? Streamer yan dati. Biglang, uy, sumawaging pro player. Sabi niya, sige, G lang. At nandito siya. So, shoutout talaga sa mga streamer natin na magsimula pro. Shoutout kay Super MJ. Favorite ni Ray.
At kay Hama TV.
At kay Hama TV.
Mamaya, magpapost ako ng picture. Na-like zone ko lang talaga si Super MJ kahit gusto niyang mag-heart kami.
Kawawang bata. Pero ito na, Boaster. Uy, Aldron muna dyan. Fnatic to. Payag ka magpapatalo ka ng 6K. Hindi. Lalaban sila dito. Pupush na muna dyan. And the thing is, ang laro nila dito, double sentinel. May stage sila. May kill sila para ma-set up talaga yung mga utils. Mga set up talaga yung default walls. Pero kulang nga sila in terms of the entry. And here we have it yet again. Nung kanina, Fnatic double initiator. Ngayon, double sentinel. Pero crew pa rin. Sticking on around with the double duelist setup. At pag mag-init talaga dito si Nugzet at yung talaga yung init ni Kesnit na kasing init na talaga ng 1 milyong araw na nasa langit. Nako, madedelikado talaga dito ang side ng Fnatic. But there we go with the plan. Doma protected by the wall. Spike is there and crew right now. Mapapa 4v5 kasi si Doma makakaisa at si Darky rin nandyan pa.
Nalaban ang Fnatic. Uy, hindi na tumama but Doma has the refrag. Nag-Zet na lang together with Kesnit. 2 duelists coming in from crew. Makuha pa pero in time. May post plant eh. Ay, ngayon pa siya naglabas ng Empress. Outs, Gege. Medyo mahirap to. I think it's just that, kaya ba to? Talaga eh, di na na. Sige, sabi mo kaya eh, pero wala nang oras. Alis na siya.
Kaya yan. Yan lang yan. So, guys, kung mag-comms kayo sa kompe, puro kaya yan. Tapos pagkatapos sumabog ng spike, ito lang sasabihin nyo. NT. Ay, don't man, tamay ka pa. Nice entry, NT. But Fnatic, nakuha talaga nila yung pwestuhan nila, and that's the power of the double sentinels that they have in the first place. Yung stage nga, you have that wall on the side of the killjoy, pwede yung mga flash out, at kita talaga natin, nung pa 5v5 retake na, nakuha pa na Fnatic yung unang pitas doon. And crew, they fell on apart even though nag-init doon si Kesnit na naman. So yung Reyna talaga, magiging malaking impact sa labanan na to. But you said yourself, like Empress, a little too late to the party, at hindi naman niya ma-chain yung kills in the first place. So crew right now, suffering under that early lead yet again. Pero nakita na natin kanina, pumawi sila sa second half. At ano kaya magagawa na dito? Waldo on up to try and go for the boost. Telzik, in the meantime, wanted to go for the off angle. Pero operator na hawak dito na Durkid. It seems like for Fnatic, gusto nang makahanap ng pitas. At muna, dito sila pupunta ng A-site at titingnan nila kung mahabol nila at mahanap yung Viper ngayon ng crew.
No, talagang marunong maghanap, historian, parang mga, hindi ko na ma-mention, pero maraming proud historian na remember ang away nila noong June 6 at 7 p.m. Pinag-awayan nila ay may hinart na post ang kanyang boyfriend sa Facebook. Pero speaking of, Roma, tries to go for an entry. Magsasama-sama sila ngayon, pero pagbaba niyan, mabubutas. Claus, of course, he's just looking at everyone crossing right through it. Pagpapati na Merry New Year! Sumunod na nga rin kagad si Keznit. And we only have Mystic at si Durgi just because of those parts na hindi nila nakita na merong isang nasa maze. Pagbaba ng toxic screen, ayun, naging side pa para sa crew to take this one out against Fnatic.
Pinaghandaan lang talaga eh. Sige, andyan si Klaus, nakatambay na naman. And we know by now that Klaus is one of the scariest players na pwede pag-anchor. Whether he's in that Sentinel role or on this Viper na controller. Bantay sarada with the talk screen. Beautiful setup there. At yung spike pa nga na iwan. So ito na, Fnatic, they went for that operator buy. At sabi nila, sige na nga! Save na natin to. Ang mahal-mahal ng binili mo eh. Sige na nga, tayo na itatambay dito sa bahay para lang hindi masira. Ganun talaga eh. Yung bata mo, magsasabi sa'yo, Daddy, gusto ko yung malaking toy. Tapos sirain lang nila. Hindi, sasabihin mo, pupunta na to sa shelf, pupunta na to. Tambay na lang tayo dito para hindi masira, para hindi mawala. And para sa Fnatic, yun yung sagot. Operator nasa kamay pa rin nila. But there you have it, crew, with just a hold. At pansin talaga natin dito, 8 kills na ang ating Reyna. But Klaus right there, just perfect on the opportunity alongside Kesnet. He even aims on para mahuli si Magnum dun sa dulo. At may palagpat talaga dito ang crew on the defensive half. That's one player you can rely on. Klaus, time and time again. And with Kesnet nga na nag-iinit-init, nako, may chance ba dito pa nga ang crew mag-set ng tempo, biglaan na lang unahan yung Fnatic. At pansinin natin ano na plano kasi ito na naman tayo, wall on na para kay Delzik. Andun rin si Nagzet nakabantay at mukhang galawan talaga na naman ang crew yung double stack dun sa green side.
And now, kita mo naman na crew, will they be able to get this? Madidictate ba nila ang pacing ngayon ng Fnatic? Pero alam mo, mapakagandang way lang ng crew actually. They're just shot them down. Pero Mazino tries to get information. Nakita na ng isa. And Durkee still, he makes a label. Sabi, I'll get your claws. I'll still laugh it out. Missing also the perfect timing against Delzik. Sees him right through. At ito pa, Nagset. Makakabawas kaya siya. Naku po, dito mama, nag-timing. Takes out that cloud burst. Sige, maglaro kayo ni Doma. He gets Doma, yes. Pwede pang feasible opportunity sa side ng Fnatic dahil si Nagset. Hindi niya! Naku po yun! Natuhog! Pero si Durkee for the kill. He still gets Nagset. And kita mo, nag-respond din na kagad ang mga miyembro kagad ng crew. Sino ba ang una natin ipipick off? Sino ba ang una maglalakbay papuntang B-side? Pero, pagdating sa numbers game, pag Fnatic, mas marami sila. Alam nila na they can still win it. Pero uy, sumakto na ko si... Oh no, si Keznit nakapag-heal. Tapos may armor pa naman. Kahit pa paano, nagpapadelay lang siya. Tumakbo na kagad ang mga miyembro ng Fnatic papuntang
A-side?
Pero uy, A-side? Abot pa naman.
Tingnan mo yung tambay, oh. Tingnan mo yung tambay. Viper talaga yung Mystic. Nako, ready for some magic. Sabi ni Mystic, ingat ka dyan sa boiler. At Keznit, naku, umikot pa siya para mamatay. Nakita niya ng konti doon. Si Mystic, pero wala pa rin. Kasi iniisip niya, baka mag-peek out from the kitchen there. Okay naman, may pagka-paranoia talaga. Kasi mag-isa na lang yung Reyna. But at the very end, right call at the right time para sa Fnatic. And there you have it. One more time, Durke and Mystic getting on the board. And seems like for Fnatic, nag-iingat lang dapat talaga sila sa push doon ni Dagset. It was good trades though, and Durke did get that tricky para makuha yung opening. And when he pops off para sa side ng Fnatic, pag siya talaga ang pumapalag dito, mas madali na ang buhay ng Fnatic. Para nakita natin, umpisa pa lang patay na ang ating jet na si Durke, mas madali na ang buhay ng crew ng sobra-sobra kasi hindi ka makabawi doon ang Fnatic sa unang pitas. But now, we change it up. Viper Spit gonna be the call here for the side of Klaus at mukhang sabi ng crew, wag na kayo mag-try ng B-side. Doon na kayo sa A. At sabi namin, doon kayo talaga pumwesto. Pero wala eh. Kahit sinegregate dito ang Fnatic, makakuha pa sila sa... Dalawa pa nga, anong klaseng mid-control to, crew? Tutumba lang kayo? Walang palag. There we go. Mid to be the push instead.
Dark side na ba to? Para sa side talaga ng Fnatic. Pupunta tayo ng split. Pupunta tayong Tokyo. Para lang talaga... Nagutom na yun. Para talaga nga... Nakuha. Oh, pupunta tayo ng Tokyo, pupunta tayo ng Dapitan, pupunta rin tayo sa UST kung saan yan ang home sa mga Ghosters. Pero speaking of, ito na nga.
Doon ka galing eh.
Oo, ay, hindi ako ghoster. Loyal ako. Speaking of loyal, loyal na si Magnum sa pag-pick of kay Kesnet. And now, Klaus na lang together with Delzik na mga ngaraling para sa Christmas. He gets Mystic. Yes, pero the time itself, alam mo naman that it's just gonna be favoring Fnatic once again as we only have Klaus and Doma pins him down. And alam niyo na kung bakit hindi na Fnatic to. Kasi nakakahabol sila, nakakapaglamang na sila. 2-5 is the scoreline. Very predictable palati ang ginagawa ng crew, and seems like Fnatic is just capitalizing on mga mishaps, mga loopholes na meron syempre ng crew.
Yung galawan na angles talaga ng Fnatic, isipin mo may team na gagawa ng mid to be push. Yung Fnatic lang mag-iisip ng ganun kabilis, na ganun kaigi, at ganun talaga ang gusto nilang galawan eh. All the sides, all the angles, habol dito ng Fnatic. At kung iniisip mo yung strategy ng maraming teams, straight line lang talaga from spawn to B, spawn to A, at konting paikot-ikot dahil sa adjustment. Hindi talaga Fnatic gagawa ka ng perfect circle, idodrawing mo na maayos, nakita mo hindi talaga ganun kabilog, parang lang yung ulo dito ni Johnny right now. Kailangan may race, ulitin mo ulit, at puro na lang hanap ng mga iba't ibang angles dito para sa side ng Fnatic. They're the ones creative, they're the ones na nag-iisip ng ganong galawan, and crew, they're looking a little lost kung hindi nasa harapan nila ang kalaban nila. For Fnatic though, this is their playground, this is where they can actually shine. At tunsin talaga natin na mataas ka ang win rates dito ng Fnatic at ng crew. But in terms of international competition, sino ba nanalo dito? Yung Fnatic. Sino pa palaga pumapalag? Yung Fnatic. At huwag natin kalimutan, all the way back in Iceland, ano yung scoreline dito ng Fnatic versus crew? 13-4. So kita, para sa side ng crew, bawi talaga ang habol na. At manalo pa sila dito, sige nga, they're gonna be able to get that revenge. They're gonna get that first international victory na hinahabol nila in quite a while. The only team they've beaten here in international competition is Sharks. At alam naman natin talaga para sa crew, madali lang ang mga Brazilian teams. So bawi-bawi para sa crew, but Fnatic, this is the chance to make it a map number 3. Pero yun nga, kaya nanalo yung crew na map number 1, hindi ganun kadali ang buhay ngayon ng Fnatic. And instead, Fnatic, they're gonna go for that B-side take. For updraft muna ang galawan. Nags ito ready on the other side. At ako yung blade battle. Nauna pa talaga Chumani dito si Durke. And bigla na lang, one Swiss strike, you are already dead. The blades ng go for the chase. Aldro na tatama kagad yung dart to sa stage. Pero wala pa rin palag dito ang crew at Fnatic. Ito na ang pastuhan nila. Papunta ng B-side. Bounce pa nga. At nandito na sa kaliwa ang ating dart. Oh, what a shot though from Kesnet.
Pwedeng madelay, probably, pero sabi ni Dom, I just got you, fam, and Fnatic Bolster gets 2. And we only have Boss together with Delzik, and I think that's just it. Talagang mapapa, hindi nila matitrifty ang Fnatic. Fnatic pacing is slow, pero mas maganda ngayon kasi slowly but surely talaga ang nagiging game style nila. Mystic gets claws, and alam mo, Dak, if this just continues sa side ng Fnatic, talagang pinapunish nila yung crew, then mag-wave high talaga sa atin ang split map. And kita mo naman, looking great syempre, yung mga kanilang duel sa parehas na teams. Pero let's be real, yung advantage itself sa attacking, the setups itself, the good conditioning, syempre, na meron na Fnatic after that 15-13 win ng crew. Talagang it's just gonna get them, of course, sa higher streak na sa kanilang winnable side on the attacking against crew.
Alam mo, ito na naman yun eh. Para sa side ng Fnatic, ang ganda ng simula nila sa crew, maalat, yung nakikita natin. And it's just that Durke versus Nagset difference. The longer it goes, Nagset gets better. Pero yun nga, para sa side ng Durke, umpisa malakas siya, but then it kind of falls out apart. And there you go, there's already a side of it, as Kesnet is the one who's popping off para sa side dito ng crew. And makauna pa siyang makakuha ng isa dyan. So first blood for the side of crew, and this is the sign that they have looking for. Mas madali na ang buhay nila, mas madali na talaga ang palag. And the question is, what else can they do here? Mazino do pag mag-pick up, patay kayo na nga. Snappy na, bang kulit-kulit mo. Hindi ka handa para doon sa boiler pick na yan. And there we have it, 4v4 situation. Crew will have to watch out for the middle of this map kasi kita talaga natin dito sa kusina. Gumagalaw ang Fnatic. Ito na naman yung mga mid to be push na pinapansin talaga natin. At ang tanong, ito na ba yung play ng Fnatic? Kita talaga natin. Big souffle from the kitchen. Masyado na nag-leak yung oven. At pansin mo, Ray, papunta all the way to the site. May nakatakip talaga pa Delzik with the resurrection. 5v4 right now. At ang tanong, paano i-counter na to ng crew?
Ayan nga, speaking of Crew will be able to start it. Pero nga lang on the other side, Fnatic, talagang unti-unti sila umaangat. Ito ko po, nag-set. And now, buti na lang may refrag coming in from Kesnit. Pero may mga shock darts lineup ngayon. Si Mazino, meron pa siyang mapapunish. Yep, he goes for one. Bolster's gonna go down. Dalawa na lang kagad na natitira sa Fnatic on the other side. Mag-release na kagad ngayon si Magnum, of course, na ang kanyang lockdown. Pero ito ba ang magiging oras ng Fnatic when they can just clutch this, making this a 2v2? Ito talaga yung lineup nila ng Vipers. Well, alam nila paano i-play ito dahil nasaan ba? Nasa up top yung plant ng Spike at sasaksakin na nga lang nila kagad to.
Oh my God, kinochilya pa talaga yung disrespeto dito na Fnatic, the confidence yet again. At medyo na lang nagkaka-flashbacks dito, boss. Ang crew, alala nila Iceland, dinurog sila ng Fnatic sa map na to. At ayaw nila maulit talaga to. But the scoreline right now, looking solid here for the side of Fnatic. 7-2 sa first half. Naku, baka makuha pa nga natin yung mythical scoreline na gustong-gusto talaga ng mga Pilipino. But at the same time, it's still a problem here for Fnatic because they have to respect here what Crew can do. Still though, economy-wise, Fnatic right now, just in the lead, in control, at okay na okay ang pastuhan nila ngayon.
Huy! Ano nga ba, Dax? Bias commentator tayo! Ito na!
Guys, ang aga. 6 o'clock? Magsasabi kayo ng ganun? Ewan, ganun lang talaga.
Di ko talaga get sa mga
alam mo, mas hype pa nga ako kung manalo dito, Cree. Isipin mo, Ray, ba't pa tayo magkakaiba't ibang language kas kung manalo Fnatic? Puro EU na lang nanalo eh. Sila na magsama-sama. Yung mga EMEA talents, EMEA panel, ano pa point? Kasi puro na lang EU. Pero Dirke, sabi niya, ang point talaga ay papalag-palag tayo. At ayun nga, Dale's gonna go on down. Mazino with the takedown, optimistic in response. At ito talaga sasabi ko sa mga taong nagsasabi ng bias, ano ba alam niyo sa Crew? Sige nga! Ano ba kwento nyo tungkol sa Crew? May alam ba kayo? Puro lang Team Secret kilala nyo eh. But Doma right now, gonna be playing Ante the Garage. Kita talaga natin though, Naxit, he wants to play that angle yet again. Pero kailangan siya mag-iingat eh. Si Dirk nakakuha na ng pitas kanina sa kanya. But at the very least, sheriff talaga ang galawan dito ng Crew. At ang pag-asa talaga ng Crew ngayon para makakuha ng mga headshots sa round na ito.
Ngay napaka-importante nga round. Kailangan mo manalo ng Thrifty just to be able to eliminate syempre ang side na Fnatic. Pero si Turkey talaga walang makakapigil. Kaso nga lang mamaya ba pag nag-switch ng side, bigla na naman siya maglalamig. On the attacking, sobrang laki talaga ng talent ng Fnatic. Pero nga lang Crew, syempre kung gusto mo manalo ng 2-0, clean streak at mag-remove ka ng isang slot ng EMEA, baka yun na nga ang oras. Pero nga lang lahat nag-audition. Crossfire at si Kessit na lang kagad natitira. Turkey goes for, of course, the last kill itself. 2-8, pwedeng 4-8, pero sa tingin ko, pwede itong maging 9-3 in favor of Fnatic. Pwedeng 9-3 curse, pero tatandaan natin, history maybe getting to repeat itself dahil nga nung naglaban ng last time, ang Crew together with Fnatic sa mapang to. Sobrang one-sided talaga. Kahit ayaw nating aminin, kailangan natin tanggapin with all those lineups and setups. Yung Fnatic talaga, they come up with something new. And syempre, ayaw pa umuwi na Fnatic. Gusto nila maging part ng top 4 going to the semifinals. At para mapunta nga tayo sa next map which is going to be in Split.
At huwag natin kalimutan na ha. Last time nagkita sila, yung Crew at Fnatic, yung pinaka-big deal, 13-5 yung Haven. At sino ba nanalo ng Haven ngayon? Yung Crew. So bawing-bawi, yung adjustment talaga ng Crew, yung pagpasok talaga dito ng ating Reyna na nag-pop off na tuloy-tuloy na si Kesnit. Laking bagay na para sa Crew. But here on Fnatic's playground, here Fnatic is a lot more accustomed to. Mas malaki talaga yung disparity na pinapakita nila ngayon. And para sa Fnatic, the faster they finish a map here, Ray, the better it's gonna be. 2-8 scoreline, and Dirk again with that first blood. Pansin talaga natin on the first half, this is where he pops off. And that's gonna be the takedown. He's looking for pero dikit lang dito si Kesnit. Ano ang magagawa ng ating streamer turned pro player? Isipin mo, the dream is real. But the updraft is gonna be into play at ang sakto nung intel na naman. Huwag natin kalimutan ang pwede gawin dito ni Mazino. Ang lupit na naman ng setup para sa team niya. There we have it. 5v3 situation though. It's already gonna be going for more booster though rather. With that intel, with that takedown. And it's 4v2 here, Ray.
Speaking of, lahat talaga bumapagsak isa-isa. TV. One, mga clutch ba to ni Klaus dahil masya-shock dart lang siya ni Boaster. Magiging 10-2 nga ang ating score. 2-10 in
Last
favor of
round
Fnatic.
in the half.
O talagang makakahabol yung crew. 9-3 curse possible. Pero talagang nagnamig. Katulad lang sa Icebox yung performance talaga ng crew. And sabi nga natin, buti na lang na panalo nga nila. Siyempre ang Haven map kahit nag-overtime, kahit medyo naging mahirap, but a win is still a win. And ang Fnatic siyempre nanggigigil. Ayaw pa nilang patapusin eh. But all of those rotations, all of those setups, talagang hindi sila ma-predict at all ng crew.
Yeah, yun talaga. Laking bagay nun para sa side ng crew. Hindi nila makuha yung raid kung hindi harapan eh. I like the aggression here, pero if you want to make this work, kailangan talaga mauna ka sa pitas eh. You have Nagsit, you have Delsic committing so much on the green side. And in this situation, you need to go for the takedowns. But hindi, Dirke, a man unstoppable. Dito sa first half, wala talaga tigil-tigil. Red light, green light, sabi ng green light, and I'm ready to go. But this time, the Blaze don't connect. Masino is there for the go for the takedown. Mystic doon sa kabila to. Makakuha na 4v3 at peak muna dyan. Nagsit, 14 HP do at Shock Dart. No, hindi tumama to. Kala natin yun na yung kamatayan niya. Pero mukhang buhay pa rin siya until the snake fight is there instead. Now then, Magnum with a 5, Class with 2, pero hindi pa rin sapat. At ito na Ray, nakuha na rin natin ang 2-10 sa umaga. Crew, stand by 8. Tingnan natin ano bawi nila sa on-attacking side.
2-10. Napakatagal. Napakatagal na since na uli nating nakita to. Pero alam mo, huwag mo sabing 13-4 na naman tong scoreline.
Biglang maulit na naman yung nangyari sa Iceland.
Hindi na ako magugulat.
Nako, oy, wala tayo doon, no? Bawing-bawi sa Haven. Yun talaga yun eh. Parang binabasa ko ulit yung lumang stats ng crew at ng Fnatic. Yun na interesting. Haven Icebox first 2 maps. Yun na iba lang talaga yung map number 3. Dati noon asset na hindi nangyari. Ngayon split na pwedeng mangyari kung manalo dito ang Fnatic. Pero kita talaga crew, ang palag nila eh. Kita pa rin natin na ayaw nila maging EMEA challengers na lang ang Valorant champions. At ito talaga para sa side ng crew. Ilang beses na sila nandito sa scene na to. Sa world stage, paulit-ulit sila ang representative ng Latam kasi sila taga the best from the region consistently and time again. Pero ano ba pinaproblema dito ng crew ngayon? Ano ba naging yung pinaka-issue nila in the first place? It just seems like talaga the amount of angles that Fnatic can take, they cannot handle at all. So what do you have to do here? If you are on the side of crew, ang palag talaga, ang magiging sagot talaga is just to win those duels outright at the very start. At pagpasok nila dito on the attacking side, baka nga mas madali yun, pero Fnatic, especially with a 10-2 lead, hindi na lang ako magulat na willing sila mag-play ng super aggressive pagpasok dito sa mga rounds na ito.
Sobrang exciting to see them play aggressive. Pero let's not remove the fact na kanina, nag-switch ang sides. Nasa pabor ng crew sa Haven ang attacking. And wala na lang talaga silang kinatakutan. Dax, nakuha nila yung momentum. Pero as of now, on their attacking, knowing na double duelist parate ang setup talaga nila usually, baka ito na yung time. At pagdating sa attacking, mas gaganda yung setup nila. They can still come back and it's not impossible. Kanina nga sa Haven, nangyari kahit nabugbog sila, making that into an 8-4. And suddenly, on those important rounds nga na ipatalo nila, pabagsak nga nila ang Fnatic. But on the Fnatic problem naman, sana hindi talaga manlamig ang kanilang mga miyembro. Dahil kita mo naman si Dirky kanina, medyo nagkaroon na siya ng problems. Those missed shots, kung yun tumama lahat, then Haven could have been a big win, pero hindi talaga tumatama at all. Naging predictable na din kagad yung moves ni Dirky sa kanilang rather defending side. Pero good calls lang, good setups, then magkita-kita pa rin sila syempre sa map 3, or baka talagang gusto ng palayasin ng crew ngayon ng Fnatic sa kanilang upuan. Gusto na talaga na hindi ma-complete ang EMEA slots at hindi na to magiging EU VCT. Pero here is
diba?
EU VCT na to eh.
Ano ba isipin mo? Sino ba nasa loob na? Ascend, Team Liquid, Gambit, isa lang. At kung tama pagkaalala ko, parang more or less, ilan sila? Parang 3 out of 4 at the very least. Basta puro top teams talaga to na paulit-ulit na lang competing at the highest levels of the EMEA scene. And Dirky right there is proving yet again na pwede siya pumalag. But Nagset right now with a trade at dito na tayo nag-i-in para kay Nagset. Pansin nga natin, diba? Second hash talaga siya. Nakakuha ng palag, nakakuha ng momentum. But at the very least, it does seem like here for the side of Fnatic, they are gonna be going for the hold more or less on the A side. Pero kita na rin natin ngayon ang magiging kalawan dito ng crew. patungo na lang sa may B side instead. Thing is though, those Killjoy utilities are gonna be into play at pansin natin kung anong pwede pa gawin ni Magnum in the first place. But still, Crew right now, knocking on the door of Fnatic. Pero meron din taga-lurk and Nagzit. Iba pinaplano dito para sa side ng Crew. Alino talaga to. But Mystic with a find instead. At hindi talaga magpapatangulo sa angle games dito ang Fnatic so far. Still though, game is not over as of yet. We have Crew right now putting the spike on down. At pansin rin natin may wall na nakaharang para lang nakatambay. Both of the Magnum trying to get in position yet again. And para sa side of Fnatic, they want to use that numbers advantage to overrun the opposition as much as possible. But still, here for the side of Crew right now, holding on to the yellow box as much as possible. There we have it. Malapitan para Kinetic, pero hindi pa nagpapalagpas. So limited with the kill out the Doma. At ito na naman, nagsasapakan na lang sa base hardware. Pero kita natin sa gitna ng dalawang walls, si Mystic, stick na lang talaga. Tapos tinapos pa ng iba. Fnatic making it 2-11. At dito na nagdedelikado ng todo-todo ang scoreline na yun ng Crew Esports.
Alam mo kung anong pinakamagandang solusyon ngayon, Dax?
Ano?
Go next.
Map 3?
Map 3. Alam mo, mas okay pa yun kasi sa palalapitin lang ng Crew yung scoreline, tapos Fnatic lang na may mananalo, si dalawa na lang. Diba? Mas maganda mag-go next na lang tayo. Mas enjoy ko pa mag-cast, syempre, sa split. Kasi nakikita ko ganito yung performance ng Crew. Just like how, kanina, medyo mainit sa Heaven, nag-init sila. Kung yun sa Icebox, talagang sobrang lamig. Kasing lamig ngayon sa Berlin. Pero speaking of Berlin, ito na nga ba ang oras nangyari para talagang makabawi sa kanilang Crew? Because it's now or never, talagang sasabayan nila yung buy. And it seems like, pwede pa ako magkamali. Dahil ano ba nangyari? Mystic na lang siya kasi Magnum ang natira sa side ng Fnatic. Talagang ayaw pa umuwi ng Crew. Ayaw pa nila mag-speed. Ayaw pa nilang mag-Tokyo. And speaking of, Mystic still gets Nagzet. Quite a winnable one, pero in-expect nila, oh no, Magnum!
One enemy
He will be
remaining.
able to get this! Oh no! The flank! Hindi nila na protectionan. Siyempre, Kesdit na lang kagad natitira. Kasing oras, naku po. Behind the scenes, pressured na nga kagad ngayon si Magnum. Pero nagde-defuse, hindi niya bibitawan! And he still gets
Nahuli
it!
pa rin. Yun yung hinahanap ng Crew. Yung clutch na naman galing kay Kesnit. At buhay pa dito ang Crew Esports sa kanilang efforts dun sa last round na yun. 16 kills off. Anong step up yan, Kesnit? Yan ang hinahanap ngayon ng Crew. And Delzik on the flip side, he was big for that first map. Dun sa Haven siya talaga isa sa pinaka-important na nakita natin. But right now, it's just not working for him. So dito talaga nahihirapan ngayon ang Crew Esports. But a win is a win anyway. And Kesnit with the clutch. Buhay pa rin dito ang Crew. Sila taas kamayas. Kaya pa to. Palag lang, Kesnit. Nasa iyo na talaga ang lahat so far. And it just goes to show here for the side of Crew. Hindi sila magpapatalo. But map 1 advantage is gonna be helpful for them. Dahil lang nakikita natin ang scoreline na to. At ang tanong, ano paggagawin ng Fnatic ngayon sa pwestuhan na to? They wanna go for the push, but that's gonna be Kesnit right now with the takedown instead. And here for Fnatic, bantay sarado ang Crew ha. Hindi sila makarotate ng gaano. Gusto mag-effort dito ng Magnum pero wala pa rin. Kasi yung spike nga iniwan na. Spike na lang gina-escort na dito. But Crew, they have won the front line. They have gotten the takedowns. And here we go yet again with Crew going for the A side. And Kesnit still popping off. And Klaus with a stunner there sa dulo na lang. Hindi mo kinita yan. RKO out of nowhere. Kesnit with a 3K. At Crew pa rin pumapalag sa laban na to.
Naku po. Bumabawi. Bumabawi ang Crew! Di pa nga matatapos to! Eto na! Ray-Ray-Curse! Ayan na! Pero ito na nga, color pink talaga is the key. Binuhi mo, cute ng color ng Crew. Pero mas cute talaga, syempre. Pag nanalo sila ngayon, makahabol nila ilan? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 rounds. Nag-minus sa kamay. 7 rounds. Bago na makuha to, pero here it is, sinagsyat magpapaka-aggressive. Makakakuha ng armor ni Durkee. But here it is. Sobrang agresibo na lang talaga gagawin ng Crew eh. Sabi ni Kesnit, maglalagay lang ako ng clear. 2 beses. Kiklear na natin kagad yung site. Naglabas na kagad ako ng Empress. Delzik goes for your plan. Ganyan lang parating ginagawa nila. Name it all. Pero uy, yun. Shaco Dart.
Shaco Dart? Shaco Dart. Ayun, Shaco Dart. Kita talaga natin. Shake and bake. Shock Dart getting the takedown. Bolster pa rin. Para una makakuha ng dugo dito. But the question is, ano nagkakalawan ng crew ngayon? They do have that close range encounter with Kesnit. Pero Nagzit, ayun na nga, diba? Second half warrior dito si Nagzit. At tingnan talaga natin kung kaya pa ngayon ng crew pumalag. But Fnatic now coming in from the rafters. Doma there with the takedown. Dirk rin! At Doma pa rin! Yun nga, diba? D&D connection galing sa Fnatic. Kung hindi si Dirk, si Doma pa rin papalag. Pero itong spike malapit naman but not close enough. Cool, calm, collected si Dirk. 4-12. At sabi nga natin, diba? Pag less rounds yung laro, mas maganda para sa side ng Fnatic kasi si Dirk nasa full power. Parang talaga yung cellphone mo na full charge mo. Pero pag pahaba-haba ang araw, pahaba-haba ang map, makikita mo lang kailangan mag-low power mode. And it just goes to show forces. Push nila, tapusin na naman itong laban na to ng mabilisan. Pero Ray, tingnan mo yung scoreline. Kung manalo dito Fnatic, parang napa-deja vu na lang tayo, no? All the way back in Iceland.
Ano yan? Memories bring back memories. Bring back you. Yan. Yan ang pinakagusto. The greatest thing of them all. Pero ito na nga, the greatest thing of them all din, syempre, ay ang side ng crew. Kung tapos na nga ba ang usapan at mag-move on tayo papuntang, of course, in split. Pero naghihintay lang si Nagzet ngayon ng opening. Waiting for that perfect time. He gets him out from sabi ni Kessit.
Oh, Kessit!
What?
Kessit yan! Ano ka ba? Kessit gameplay! Push on in, go for the takedowns, and Kessit na naman, Ray. Ang bayani dito ng crew esports. Pero kita talaga natin ngayon, daan muna sa gitna si Kessit. Gonna be playing into the kitchen. Masino even! Oy, crew! Kita na natin to kanina galing sa side ng crew, Fnatic. Kailangan kayo mag-ingat-ingat, Matoy, Kessit. Kessit, di pa tapos yung round. Rinatrat yung katawan! Hindi pa tapos yung round! Crew! Still confident here, Riri at Poster. Natitira na lang pero walang buff sa'yo. Wala ang jowa mo sa panel ngayon. Kesnit with the 4K and Crew alive again. Dahil na lang sa 23 kills ni Reyna na ito. Kesnit! Boss! Ano to? 1v5?
Boss amo, Kesnit.
Kesnit!
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 Grabe naman ito mag-Reyna. Alo, grabe timing. Talagang naghanap ng pickings. Yun na nga.
Don't you play?
Oh! Don't you play, bro? Oh!
Want to play?
Don't you play, bro?
Laro raw. Laro.
1v1.
Parang with 1v1 na nga na lahat, honestly. Di makahabol team niya, but okay! Goodbye to Nagzit there, but oy, sino pa ba? The man, the myth, the legend himself, ang Superman ng Latam, si Kesnit na naman, pero wala talaga tatama. Man of Steel steals that kill. Doma gonna go on down. Magnum nasa gitna. Oy, his style is big, but Kesnit. Alam mo, can we just keep the camera on Kesnit? Oh, simple, basic, 4 kills, 5k, ace. Kesnit, go hunt. Kesnit, go kill. Kung may 10s, go kill ang Sentinels. At kung may dubstep, go kill ang Team Secret. Crew, isang sagot lang. Kesnit, patayin mo sila lahat.
Kagad. Napakabilis na mga pangyayari. And don't tell me na magiging overtime na naman to. Then Crew ang mananalo. Talagang magkakaroon sila ng malaking revenge against Fnatic in this map itself. At sasabihin nila, hindi complete attendance. Ayaw ko ng EMEA VCT champions. Pero grabe si Kesnit. Ang laki ng impact niya as of now. Once you get talaga yung momentum na yun, sunod-sunod talaga. It's always gonna be trimming down with how precise he is. Plus the confidence boost talaga na meron siya. My goodness, grabe to si Kesnit. Alam mo, usually talaga napapansin natin si Nagzet, but let's not talaga keep our eyes out of Kesnit. Kasi kapag nagkukuha talaga siya ng momentum, wala na talaga makakapigil sa kanya.
Tapos alam mo, kasi hindi sila lagi English, diba? Sa Latam, Spanish. Kasi lang yan. Kesnit, amatar. Galing mo, Google Translate ko pa. Para lang genuine ang comms dito ng crew. Ganun ako dedicated, guys. Sa pag-aaral ng mga natin. Parang nanood lang ako Dora really quick, Rayri eh. Para matuto. Okay ba?
Ang galing,
Okay.
ang galing. Marunong ka na din ba magana? Come on, Bamenas!
Everybody, let's go.
Ayun na, sama-sama sila.
Ayun, diba?
Come on,
Vámonos!
let's get to it.
Vamos, crew! Muchachos! B-site! Let's go! O, diba? Galing. Ganun yung comms nila, boss.
Wow, na-figure out mo talaga yung comms nila. Kausap mo talaga sila.
Katext ko si Johnny. Pero mukhang mag-usap-usap sila. Viper's Fit on Viper's Fit. Ito na, patungan ng Viper ults. Pero hindi pa tapos. Ray locked on Gambit to play Leardo on the left-hand side. At Fnatic ngayon, they're using everything just to hold off this push from Crew. Pero hindi magpapatalo Crew eh. Sabi na, sige, spike plant here on B side.
Right here.
Speaking of all of those plants, ano na mangyayari? Dirty still gets a frag. Bawas na lang isa. Maganda talaga yung opportunity na ginagawa ngayon ng Crew. Pero nga lang, bawas sila. And this is it. The retakes goes. Gusto na talaga tapusin ang Fnatic. We make it happen.
Yan na naman, wall.
Yan na. Kasama ni Basic, hindi ko bibitawan to. And I think that's just a GG. And yeah.
Wow, basang-basa. Atin talaga si Ray Baldwin. And at the very end, Crew, masyado lang pinilit at ngayon talaga sila pa magkakasakit dun sa dulo. Viper's Pit plus the lockdown. There's the zoning tools na gusto gamitin na Fnatic. At tayo ay pupunta na map number 3. But overall, an improvement there for Crew for the last outings. Icebox again, Fnatic 36 naman. But it just boils down to a 1v5 eh. In all honesty, kita talaga natin for the side of Crew. Dahil si Kenzie taga-pop off, dun sila nagkaka-opening. But more often than not, Fnatic again, utility is absolutely on point. At yung mga angles na kita natin sa pinakadulo, diba? Nakakuha pa sila ng take dun sa spawn ng kalaban on the defending side. But for the side of Fnatic, it was just all business there. And for the first half, it was of course the Dirkish show na iniisip natin. Ang taga-intro boy natin para sa side of Fnatic getting takedowns there, here, there, and everywhere. But Kesnit, he was always fighting. He was always there. At para sa Crew, kita mo mga ka-6K ka, kahit kayo ay ganun kababa na. Alam mo na hindi ikaw yung problema. Yung team lang nagkukulangan in terms of the step up, in terms of a familiarity in the map itself. At yun nga natin pansin, di ba? For Kesnit itself, especially on the attacking side and for Crew mismo, when they get the clear sightlines na simple o maharapan, malapitan lang, kaya nila pumalag. But the problem is, Fnatic, when they're attack, when they're on the defense, Ray, puro na lang flank, puro na lang makukulit na galawan. And we saw it there, especially between Dirk and Doma, going for the takedowns, going for the kills. Kaya tayo mapupunta na map number 3 kasi dito talaga nagising na ang Fnatic.
Talagang yun lang pala at map opportunity, map advantage ang magiging sagot syempre ng ating mga teams as of now. Pero guys, wag niyong kakalimutan na syempre sa mga dyan, kung gusto nyo maging champions, gusto nyo din gumaling sa Valorant, well, malayo ang mararating ng gaming needs mo with Globe at Home Prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load HomeSurf 199 para may 30 gig data ka na valid for 7 days, 199 pesos lang. At syempre, gusto mo maging champions, diba? Kung gusto mo maging champions, well, viewing starts at home with Globe at Home Only Fiber Up with Plan 2699 with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Siguradong panalo ang pamilya with its powerhouse bundle. So guys, talagang kuha na kayo at mag-register na kayo syempre sa ating Globe kung gusto mo talagang makahit ng Immortal or Radiant.
Wow, grabe. Tunta tayo sa ISP dyan. But thank you sa Globe sa pag-sponsor ngayon. At di pa tayo tapos, guys. Road to 8 a.m. kasi may map number 3. At may sumpa talaga si Ray. Ako si Dax, kasama si Ray. Dito naman kayo sa morning session ng Valorant Champions. Nagbabalik tayo with Fnatic versus Crew in just a bit. Stay tuned, stick around. Dito lang kayo sa PPGL.
Let's get live. Nicely, I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy.
Welcome back to Champions, where Fnatic deliver us a 3-mapper, and they do it in the way we would want to see, with a 13-6 victory on Icebox. We needed to see them recover in that way from the overtime loss on Haven, show us a little bit of what they were made of, and lock it up on a map that we felt they should very much be favored on.
Yeah, that should have been comfortable for them, and it was from the beginning to the end. I mean, there was definitely rounds where it felt, for the most part, that
different beast.
That was clean.
Different beast.
It was, and I did expect that map 1 with with Crew going their way, maybe with a little bit of momentum behind them, they might have been able to push Fnatic. But when I think of Fnatic, I think of Icebox. I think of the confidence they have, especially Boaster, who had a really rocky map number 1, and he was hitting some uncharacteristic positioning, uncharacteristic being caught out with his utility out. I mean, those things were not seen in that map, and I couldn't scrub it together for you guys, but the amount of shock dart kills, if they make it into a future series that I'm on, I promise you I'll deliver you a nice little montage of all of those because it was incredible. Well done, Boaster.
Another player we've talked about plenty throughout this series. Riv was talking about him as well. We brought him up during halftime. It was Durka, the MVP on the side of Fnatic. But to your point about Kesnet over there, rocking a plus 50 on the ACS. Also averaged over 200 damage per round in a loss. One of the most impressive performances I've seen in a pretty dominant loss from a player. But Durka was finding those first contacts. 10-4 on FKD.
Yeah, a lot of the most impactful kills, I guess you could say. I don't know how many times he's just walking up on an angle.
Caught the shoulder on that one, man. That was wild.
Just switching to the pistol, too, when his teammates are in this situation where he needs them to be fighting. Durka played out of his mind on this game, and I think they actually, with Kesnet as the way he is, they need him to have another performance like this on Split, and I think it'll be the battle of raises on that map as well, although he's feeling himself on the op, right? So you might potentially...
Stick to the jet?
Maybe.
You think?
I don't think they'll go for it because I think the Raze is just too powerful, but that is a possibility.
Yeah, look, we've seen some great things from Durka on the Raze on previous maps in previous series. Him switching to the Jet on the first map, we didn't expect that either, but it worked to the full degree enough that he's able to come into Icebox and carry that momentum along. That's the biggest question, you know, going forward. And hang on a second. Production has gifted me an early Christmas present. These are the shock dart kills. And Boaster, how many times over towards B did he just bounce them in perfect trigonometry succession? My goodness. That man was the top of his class when it came to mathematics and trig because he was hitting them hard, and that's what I wanted to highlight.
I'm surprised it's not paired with a couple of mollies as well from the Viper, too, because usually you'd expect Fnatic to be on the forefront of that, but I didn't see that at all that game.
Yeah, you want to look for those vulnerabilities to layer them on top of the shock darts, make sure that the kills come through, but he's finding them without it. So I guess, hey, we're saving some utility. Let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment. It comes from none other than Kesnet with a 6K.
Yep.
Not too often you get to say that on the competitive Valorant stage.
What's the word for that? We have an ace for 5. What's the 6? You got to come up with something, Baller.
Yeah.
You're the words, man.
Am I now?
You've got until the end of the 6K to figure it out. I wouldn't know what to call this other than straight impressive. And to your point, Bala, if he's playing like this on map 3, that's where you look for something special coming out of Fnatic to contain him. Because this guy, if you're going to argue acquisitions and pickups for rosters between Masters 3 and Champions, that's the one.
Yep.
That's the winner right there.
Yep, immediately puts them into playoff contention, and they're upsetting people. Like, yeah, 100%. When we'll have the conversations after Champions, we'll be looking back on the year and wondering, Kesnet, man, where did this come from?
We need to have a conversation about what Doug brought up. He goes, how many times can we say upset before it's not an upset anymore? It's just an expectation. And I'm like, well, that's probably a good discussion because at what point does Crew keep taking maps off of big teams just become a regularity?
I think that's what this series is meant to prove. Because you brought up, they've been to the quarterfinals before, right? So up to this point, they've met expectation. And now this is about surpassing expectation, right? And so they've got one map in front of them to prove that to the world. And they very much are capable of doing it. They're going to have to get it done on Split. They took Haven in double overtime fashion, bringing us to Icebox. That's Fnatic's map. They feel comfortable. They lock it up in a 13-6. So now we go to Split as the decider. Crew kicking it off on the defense. This is the map that Fnatic had fallen to Cloud9 to in 13-11 fashion. So some people are going to have that fresh in their brains, but what do you think? Does anyone have the advantage here, or is this about the best 50-50 decider we can have for these two squads?
Cloud9 came into this tournament firing for me. I did not expect them to be as good as they were. And so whilst that 13-11 against Fnatic does spell maybe a little bit of disaster for Fnatic, I'm not going to put too much stock on it, just for the fact that Cloud9 surpassed my expectations almost 20-fold, and they really were big contenders. If they weren't in that group of death, really, I thought they would have made it further for sure.
Yeah, I actually think it's a little bit more worrying, specifically because Fnatic has historically been bad on Split, right? They are a team that they've been vetoing Split for quite a while. They brought out a triple duelist comp on Split randomly before Reykjavik, so they haven't quite figured out what they want to run, but I do think that they have finally solidified it because they're leaving it in the pool so often, and now we're going to see them play it a second time. When I watched that game, I was impressed, but not sold completely. Whereas on Crew side, I think it doesn't really matter what map they're playing, to be honest.
Doesn't seem to be.
I'm always, it's not like strategically impressed, but individually and fundamentally impressed with Crew. And this is the map that they finished out Sentinels on.
Oh, man, do we get that KO back?
Right, that's what I was going to say. You brought up one of the questions we had where they played Raze last time around on the side of Fnatic. The other thing they played was the KO. And so will it be the swap to Jet because he's feeling himself? Will it be sticking with the Raze to have some of those paint shell highlights that we've talked about as well prior to the series? And then KO, how effective can that agent be on this map? And we've also talked about at a number of occasions that KO feels dependent on what's on the other side to maximize his potential.
Well, I think Crew will bring the same comp that they always do because we haven't seen them change anything throughout the entire tournament or historically either in one tournament. So we'll see the Viper for them. So that could be a target for the KO right off the bat. Raze is also a big target for KO, specifically when he brings out the showstopper. So that is definitely something that I think is still possible. It's not like they look at Crew and they research them and say, oh, no, this is not going to work.
Yeah, no, I want them to play their own game here. We're going into the very last opportunity for both of these teams to propel themselves forward in this tournament. And if you are the one that want to make semifinals and then possibly even the grand finals, you have to do it off your own merit. You can't turn around and hope that you can always just squeeze between the weaknesses of your opponents. You have to have the fundamentals down pat. And on a map like Split, where there's a couple of lanes that you can utilize here, especially on your attacking side, to be able to show those and flaunt those fundamentals, I gotta see that on the attacking half from Fnatic. That's where I'll be watching them very closely. And Crew, they've started defense every single time, and things that look pretty whack in the second half, so Fnatic's got to be careful of that.
I'm also interested to see, I'm just theorizing here about different
we love theory
possibilities beyond the KO, right? What else are they going to bring? Doma has played Sage in the past, right?
Yep.
There's Sky's a possibility as an initiator, and then the one that I actually would like the most is potentially a Breach, right? Because I think we've seen so much success with that agent on this map and comboing it with everything else that they are bringing in, which is the Astra, which is the Viper, which is the Raze, potentially. That could be okay. Well, all right.
There you go.
No
you know what? Take your theories and leave them in the book, Baller. Leave them in the book, buddy.
Save them for 2022, my friend, as the betas evolve even further. So Fnatic, they're going to stick with what they've run before, and the same thing on the side of Crew. Comfort is key, particularly when it all comes down to a best of one.
Durka unfortunately struggled on his attacking half on the Raze last time, and I'm looking towards it going, okay, is that going to be another struggle area for them, because they are starting on attack and we want them to try and get that first half in their pocket if they want to move forward. But I don't know, Dash, I'm kind of feeling the Crew upset again, my friend. We're on Split. It's a good area for them to be able to do it.
Welcome to my side.
Yeah. Where are you at, Baller? Are you joining the dark side? We have cookies, or you can stay on your side.
Cookies.
Wait, we have cookies?
I mean, you'll get yours later, my friend.
Okay.
I am feeling it, but I'm still sticking with my gut here, Fnatic. I feel like they have to, man. I feel like they have to with the history that we've had so far at LAN.
If they don't do this, we call this the tournament of upsets. Like, that's just what I'm going to think back to every time I've sat on the desk, because I'm just like, wow. And I wasn't even on the desk for the Sentinels one. I was sitting in my hotel room going, wow. I mean, that was just unbelievable stuff.
Alrighty, well, it all comes down to this. Fnatic looking to make it for EMEA, an all EMEA semifinal, and Crew looking to pick that apart. One more upset at a time. We're heading to Split for our third and final map. Riv and Doug, take it away.
Walang katapos-tapos dito tayo sa Valorant Champions. At guys, good morning sa inyo. Kung kakagising nyo lang, meron pa tayo ditong action sa PPGL. At ito na, map number 3 between Crew at Fnatic. Kasi kasama si Ray at papasok tayo dito sa map na to. At kita talaga natin, Fnatic gonna be going back to the same composition. They played against Cloud9. Doma, dun naman siya sa KO. Dirk gonna be on the race. Dun sa kabila daw, puro lang double duelist ang galawan ngayon ng side ng Crew. Double control rin plus Mazino on that Sky into play. Double control rin naman ang Fnatic, pero ang tanong talaga, sino manalo dito? At sabi nga ng panel ba, Fnatic historically not the best map for them, pero at the same time, kita talaga yung palag nila C9. Nags it on the board, they're gonna get the takedown, Bolster gonna be there. At Fnatic, ang bilis nila Ray, bigla na lang nasa A-side na kagad yung spike.
Napakabilis. Grabe naman to. Mas mabilis pa sa fast talaga ang nangyari ngayon. Pero, susubukan syempre ng Crew talaga kung ano ang meron ang Fnatic against them. Pero ito na nga. Uy! Sinagat! Nagkaribis ngayon si Poster. Sumunod si Turkey. And that was just a good goal coming right through sa Crew side. And bigla na lang nag-advantage nga ang Fnatic.
Oh, the pixels! Uy, walang takas, Ray. Mazino. Diba? Mazino makakapatay. Pero patay na rin kay Kisnet rin. Crew! Mainit pa rin, boss. Mainit pa rin. At just before we talk about the next round, gusto ko pag-usapan talaga yung history ditong Crew. Historically, one of their best maps on their local scene. Pero internationally, very silang kilalaban eh. Recently lang naman. Baka kilala mo, Ray? Parang pang map number 3. Tawag sa kanila, Sentinels. Tapos natalo nila, 13-11. So, Crew, diba? Ready. Pumalag. At kung natalo nila si Ten, sabi nila, kayang-kaya rin natin talunin si Dirk. Per Nagzit muna ang tagabantay dito sa may Rams. Fnatic yet again, going for that fast 8 takes. So, natin conference nila, per Nagzit! Rinakot na lang talaga yung katawan ni Dirk dyan. Patay na kagad siya. Ikaw bata, ginagawa mo. Kulit-kulit, no? Pero ito na, ang ating ama, Espiritu Santo, Amen, Kestin, Nagzit gonna be there yet again. At magdasal na lang kayo dito, Fnatic. Mystic daw gonna get on the board. But Desert is not done. Isa pa para kay Kestin, kaya Doma gonna get that kill. But Delsic is there to get that takedown. At mabilisan to para sa Crew. 2-0. At Ray, malaking bagay ito sa Crew. They get the advantage. And kung manalo sila dito sa map na to, tuloy pa rin ang Valorant Champions. Pero kung tapos na to, kung matalo ang Crew, manalo Fnatic, tapos ang Valorant Champions eh. So kung totohanan, balik na tayo EMEA Challengers eh.
Talaga nga naman, napakahirap at pinapahirap at nakakaiyak sa side syempre ng Fnatic kung mangyayari nga iyon. And tatandaan mo, momentum-based ang Crew kapag isang opportunity lang talaga na nakuha nila against Fnatic. I think, alam na natin, may isang hindi makakasama sa squad.
Grabe, yun hindi pinalabas ng nanay talaga. Oy, saan ka punta? Hindi ka nagpaalam. Hindi ka naglagay ng 2 months notice na naka-written pa, tapos bilang pinanotary. Kung ayaw ko na kung ganun nanay nyo guys, pero kung ganun, shoutout sa inyo at good luck na lang talaga sa social life nyo. But mid-control muna, galawan dito ng Fnatic ah. Rifle's gonna be into play, contest though from Crew though. Double stack, pero oy, may makulit oh. May gusto manakit. Nagzit pangalan niya, judge pa hawak niya. But it does seem like here for the side of Crew, malapitan ang gusto nilang galawan ngayon eh. And Split is the perfect map to do so here, Ray.
Yun. Talaga naman. Pero mag-iingat ka sa judge na yan. Tinuruan ni Super MJ yan si Nagzit.
Lahat na lang talaga eh.
Oo, tinuruan ni Super MJ. Tingnan mo, makakapit. Ay! Fake ang pagturo ni
Hindi nakinig sa lecture dun sa gang, boss. Yun lang yun. Hindi nakinig. Pumasok sa class, di nag-notes, natulog lang pagising niya. Okay, attendance. Good to go. Pero may plano si Magno mo. Nano Swarm lineup, I usually think that's around the middle of the A-side para nakatago doon sa billboard. Pero wala pa kasi close eh. Nasa may plant box siya dito. Down in hell. Hindi lang yan. That is gonna be the poison cloud in the way. Pero fast back muna ang galawan. Mystic gonna go on through. Yan yung backstab galing kay Crew. Paano pa nila tamaan si Duma? Nadamay pa yung isa. But it's 2v1. After everything is said and done, Fnatic getting the kills that they need. Pero nag-iisa dito si Mazina and Poster with that takedown Ray. It was a good effort to para sa Crew. Tatlo na patay sa Fnatic. So that bonus round was pretty effective. Pero isipin mo, naglalakad-lakad ka lang, patay ka kagad sa spray ng isa from the smoke and more. Kawawa Doma eh. Ay, tingnan mo ba to?
Uy.
What?
Oh
yes!
no. Pero nga lang, panalo pa rin yung Fnatic. Napaka-importante. They lose that then. That's just really disappointing sa side ng Fnatic kapag mangyayari yun. Pero syempre, ito ang mas mahalagang round. Crew wins this, 2-round lead. Tapos mapapaforce ang Fnatic syempre sa pag-save. But here it is. Naghahanap talaga ng butas ang Fnatic. Alam mo namang napaka-complicated ng split. So small, yet so complicated. Pero uy, timing. Yep, Viper's wall is up. Hello. Pero, kita mo naman, kapag hindi imposible, kapag talaga imposible pumasok sa isang source so that you can just penetrate against the crew side, hindi talaga nila gagawin. Pero, pag nakita sila ng opportunity, just by picking here in mid, maybe, Fnatic can actually win this. Pero sobrang nagte-take up ng time 56 seconds na lang. Hindi pa gumagalaw ang baso at all. Lilipat na nga pala sila papuntang A side. Sama-sama sila. Katulad talaga ng squad goals na nangyari kanina. Pero speaking of Magnum, waiting lang tayo sa call. Pagka 40 seconds ba yan? Yep, nagdagdag na nga rin ang isa. Ano na nga, nag-push on na kagad. But Nova! Ayun. Si Turkey na ipit.
Pisat! Tapos ito pa nga natin, diba? Fnatic. They're trying to realize kung pwede nila push ng site na to. Pero wala Poison Cloud na lang nakaharang. May Snake Pad pa nga. And they're running out of time. They pwestuhan dito ng crew. Ready for the crossfire. Ready for the angles from the tower. At kung Fnatic, ano na? Save na to. Wala na! Hindi na sila makapunta ng B-side and this many people ganito na, nag-give up na kagad ng Fnatic kasi crew, ang bilis ng sagot kagad nila dito sa pag-hold ng A-side and crew again, proving why they beat Sentinels in a map like this, proving why ganito sila kainit at gusto talaga na lagyan ng chip tooth talaga ang ating smile ng EMEA, Ray. Bigla na lang mawala talaga ng isa sa teams ng Squad Goals EU.
Ayan nga talagang sabi ko ito talaga split. Kung napapansin mo, Dax, curse map to Pag ito yung last map, ito yung nakakapagod na map sa lahat ng teams. To be honest.
Bakit? Bakit ka napapagod? Bakit ka na-detain?
Ha? Lakad rin yung laban ng crew tsaka Fnatic
Dikit talaga Naga-map 3.
Gipit.
Di ba, gipit yung situation, gipit yung map. So, na-feel mo, pagka claustrophobic, no? May tight angles talaga itong split na to na bigla na lang talaga galing sa ibang kwarto. Biglang peekaboo, Judge sees you. And the Phantoms, they can get the takedowns very effectively rin here for the side of crew. Pero ang galawan talaga ng Fnatic, kailangan talaga mas decisive, mas maigat, mas mabilis. Because a while ago, they basically ran out of time to execute. At bigla na lang yung crew, nakahanda pa rin. So Fnatic right now, jumping the gun early. Mabilis na push galing kay Durkin, but the Gravity Well slows down his blast back jump. At talaga, tatalon ka ng kulang na buwelo. At si Mazino papapata sa'yo. 5v4 crew right now with the advantage yet again, Ray.
Talagang advantage to advantage, but here it is. Punish na naman ang isa sa side ng Fnatic, and it's gonna be continuing. That crew can just really work it out. Pero ito na nga, ma-realize ba nila na meron nasa backstab? Pero looks like gets it. Mystic gets a perfect timing, and here it is, Trace by Trace. Low on HP si Mystic together with Magnum. Ano ang mangyayari? Lahat ay crew. Now set, last 2 kills para sa kanya, and crew actually gets this win, making it into a 4-1. Dax, itong crew, alam natin talaga pagdating sa kanilang attacking, sobrang confident sila. Pero I think this time around, sa defending yung speed, dahil nga sobrang liliit ng gaps, alam mo naman, napapalo talaga sila when it comes to those picks. Kita mo naman, all those breakthroughs, all those happenings right through this, left and right. Crew gets it. Ito na nga ba ang pagbagsak ng Fnatic? Ayan, good call para sa kanila mag-time out. Kasi kapag pinahayaan mo lang ang crew makakuha ng momentum, hayaan mo lang yung crew talaga maging passive yung playstyle, yet will be able to hit those shots. I think this is the time already. Nakabahan ng Fnatic.
Tingnan ba, diba? Nakakatakot na momentum ng crew. At kahit kanina sa icebox may nakakatakot pa rin na moments Isipin mo yung isa nagpa-pop off, tapos ngayon, lahat na lang, kita mo, Johnny feeling proud. Konting sip lang, energy para sa isa pa talagang sapakan dito sa mga to. At nag-cheer na siya, Johnny! Ready! Hype na hype na dito ang crew. Pero pansin talaga natin, Ray, yung pag-hold nila ng mga sides, yung pag-hold nila ng mga angles, ang bilis ng mga rotate nila. And not only that, ang decisive ng pwestuhan ng mga utilities na yung nakikita natin sa Fnatic kanina, hindi hindi nagagawa at all, hindi maka-infiltrate yung Fnatic. And one thing they love to do on split, kumakuha lang sila opening, lalaroin talaga nila yung side ng mapa ng kalaban. Pero Crew, bantay sarado, puro lang checkpoint na checkpoint. Parang gusto mo mag-stickin sa campus, nakalimutan mo ID mo. Pero ma'am, sir, may nakabantay sa'yo, kulang na lang talaga. Kahit lumabas ka ng campus, nandun pa rin yung security guard. And Fnatic right now, they cannot find any openings whatsoever para makapush dito. They have that KOES, pero hindi naman nakakuha ng value ng gaano kasi hindi nila napapush yung mga suppress sites in the first place. And this all started kasi nakuha ng buwelo yung kanina yung Fnatic, di ba? First round, they went for that quick A push pero nakahuli pa rin sila. This time though, they're trying to take it a little bit more slow and steady pero may nakapantay na kagad. Flash is gonna be playing there. Now, Zepto dashing on into the corner at siya pa rin mapapatay for showstopper. 2 kills kaya yan, hindi pa tatama. Mazino instead with the takedown. There we go with the heals. Lalapit pa dito si Mystic at mabilisan lang ang tapusan ng round na yan. 5-1! Crew again with the pinch and in quick fashion. Kuha yung lead against Fnatic.
Ayan na, talagang Crew is really winning it. And those amount of how they hold everything. Alam mo yung passive-aggressive, ready sila, all of it connecting. If hindi makikita ni Kesnet, meron tayong pang-heal. If mapipick off si Kesnet, of course, meron tayong refrank from his teammates. And that talaga yung meron na about split na napakalugi. Isang maliit na pagkakamali, lalaki at lalaki yan. Dahil alam mo gagawin ng defending side, uy, advantage namin to dahil masyadong masikip, masyadong mahirap gumalaw ang Fnatic. Talagang palalamigin namin ang mga ginagawa nila. Pero ito na nga ata yung pag-asa nila dahil 4 out of 5 ultimates are really ready. Dahil ginamit Dom earlier and Siftek is gonna be making those entries. And now, speaking of, he gets 2 kagad. At tatlo na lang natin sila sa side ng Crew at gusto talagang i-confirm ng Fnatic ang round na ito. Nilabas nila yung kaliwat kanan nilang syempre mga utilities, mga ults rather. And here it is. I think it's pretty hard na. Pwede naman sila mag-exit frag. Yes, pero with this one, how they can actually retake this. Medyo far away na nga sila sa mga miyembro ng Fnatic. You go into the pit, 50-50 syempre ang mangyayari dyan. They can just look at their feet and just spray right through. And I think the best way, especially with Crew's side, mag-save na lang sila. Kasi yung mga rounds na yon, na kunyari matatalo sila and they will be saving, nalaki pa rin naman ang probability of them winning the next rounds.
Galing, minamat mo pa talaga. Ray, ano yung percentage kung may probability?
O, ikaw nga?
Yung probability manalo sila next round, gusto mo talaga i-calculate ko? Oh! Doma? Hello? So, may sasabihin na sana ako na percentage. Pero dahil doon sa nangyaring kay Doma, minus 15%. Really quick. Natamaan pa siya! Alam mo kasi may vending machine doon. Nakakala ko, baka gusto niya ng Coca-Cola na ibang pagsabi. Diba? Pero, alam naman yan. Pero yun para sa Fnatic nagamit ng Viper's Petigo for the push. They have the ultimates right now. Iba rin pa rin sila. So they still have a high probability of actually winning up this round. Kumukuha nila yung angle. Pero ito yung kailangan nila ilagad Nag-set on the operator. And if they peak this, minus 20% kagad ang stats na yan. Sita mo, gawa lang akong persyento. Pero kita talaga natin. Alam natin pinag-uusapan natin. But showstopper, Dirty! Naku, ibang klaseng kira yan, Dirty. Naku talaga, nabigla na lang. Meron lumapit para na makapatay pero yung fireworks fiesta, wala pa rin. Crew ang maglilinis. Dirty, hindi mo kailangan maging bayani para sa Fnatic kasi wala naman mapapala. Sabi sa'yo bigla na lang, minus percentage doon sa side ng Fnatic. Peak mo lang si Nags at patay ka na, Ray.
May roster.
Wow! Chill! Kaya ka sinasabihan na hindi maglaro yung caster Pero isipin nyo guys. Bakit kami magka-caster kung marunong kami mag-pro player, di ba? Mas marang player na to, ano ka ba?
Hindi sana namin na gano'n.
May Baby Cakes esports na kami.
Rank reveal nga.
Ito lang yun. Gusto nyo rank reveal. Ito si Baby Cakes. Immortal na yan. Hindi yun fake. Totoo yun. Pero si Baby Kicks. Hindi ko lang sasabihin sino mismo. Oy, nag-set to. Di na mama, Dirk can be able to get that takedown. But Fnatic right now, saktong push lang kagad dyan. But Kesnet, this is the one to watch out for. Pero hindi siya makahanap ng angle. So Fnatic, they found the opening that they needed. This time, yung malapit ng gameplay na gusto nila gawin. It actually works or not kasi hindi naman madamay ang buhay ni Dirk. But I love this cosmic divide right now. Separates the weak from the sharp. And mukha talaga, crew, tatambay pa kayo dyan. Lalampas pa kayo. And we see this before from Fnatic, Ray, na talaga there are these rounds na willing sila gamitin lang lahat.
Ay, kasi kapag hindi nila ginamit ang lahat, Dax, di talaga sila makapag-entry. Sakto-sakto utilities. Na-trap nga kagad si Kesnet when mistake already sees his foot. Close na lang together with Delsik. Pero tignan natin if si Plus makakuha siya ng pick-off. Pero meron na kagad behind the scenes. Nag-backstab kagad. Ayan ang bamsak na kalaruan. He still gets bolstered. 2v1. Kapag ito hindi na panalo na Farad, aray, gege. Pero sabi ni Doma, hindi ka ako papayag. Siyempre na magkalabangan na naman ang crew. Gusto namin gawin ito 6-all against them para reset talaga on the second half itself. Medyo manamig ang Fnatic pero mukhang slowly but surely sila. But on the other side, crew talaga, piruin mo, little mistakes talaga pinapalaki nila and napaka-malaking factor yung ginagawa ng mga taga-crew. They're just denying, siyempre, ang Fnatic. Pero buti na lang, no room for mistakes na sa side ng Fnatic this time around.
You know what worries me actually? Kasi once we get into the second half, Fnatic historically, hindi gaano kataas yung defensive win percentage nila. But bumawi nga sila sa Cloud9. But the bigger concern here for Fnatic, kasi pagdating natin sa crew, attacking side talaga ang first one nila. Attacking side talaga yung pinak sila nakakatakot. And especially with that double duelist, double the entry, double the fun. At tingnan natin nga kung matatay up ng Fnatic ng scoreline na to. Pero para sa crew, they're already in a good spot and they can do even better. But Dirk, ito na hinahabol natin sa Bolster though! Mali ang timing natin, Bolster. Doon ka pa talaga lumabas ng smoke na yan. At sakto talaga yung Ibon na ready. Manakit na manakit. Doma do. Mapapaback off away na kagad. And Fnatic right now, ano plano mo? Dirk, but he goes for it. And Kesnet gonna go on down. Hindi makarek-akin tayo si Kesnet doon. At sakto yung patience para to go for the zone. Naxito can't go for the peak right now, Ray. 4v3 situation, but tayo sarado rin ang likod. At kita natin dito, high ground nga para sa side ng crew. But Fnatic is prepared yet again. Magno with the takedown. There we have it, 2v4 situation. At prabi ng crew, sige na, tama na to.
Huwag na tayo maglokohan dito. Mahirap na pag naglolokohan tayo. Hindi rin nakapick off si Nags at kahit pa paano with that operator. And I think that's the best way talaga. You save and maybe makahabol on the next round. Pero alam mo, good pick off sa Fnatic. Kanina talaga medyo nahihirapan sila actually. Sino ba yung usually natin mamamit sa B? Paano nga ba tayo makaka-pick off sa A? And kanina, impossible yung mga lurks nila, but they made it possible. Nakakapag-penetrate sila sa may mid. It's a good take sa side ng Fnatic to just really go on with those workable solutions. Try lang ng try. And Dirky right now, kanina nasa shutdown talaga siya. He hasn't made those moves, pero looks like it's back on track. Very confident na nga siya with those entries. And kita mo kagad na open na lahat yung A tower na walang kinakatakutan. Although, Kesnet would haven't pinned him down. Pero looks like they can just tackle them one by one. Pero alam mo, mapapatama to yung crew. Dahil kanina naman, okay na okay tayo. Pero right after, naging confident na si Dirky with those entries. And finally, nagiging upper hand na nga nila yung pag-entry sa B-side compared sa mga early rounds natin. Talagang naging magipit na sa side ng crew. You want to have that advantage, especially on your defending side. Pero kita mo naman, si Johnny nagagalit!
Natutuwa ako kay Johnny eh. Kitang-kita yung emosyon. Kita talaga. Ang galing niya mag-acting.
Dabanga. Nani Soremo. Ay, mali-balim lang dito.
Hello, Latam?
Hello.
Adios! Y no comprende un español, muchachos mañanos, la cucaracha, ¿dónde? Hindi, ito yun. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? O, diba?
Ay, ako alam ko, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Galing. Alam mo sinabi ko? Alam mo yun, where is the library?
Ako alam ko lang yung porke contigo yo escogí.
Wow!
Arami ko na Santa Supri.
Wow! Grabe! Sabi mo, Pwede ka na maging taga-dub ng mga Spanish telenovela. Sakto talaga, Ray.
Oo, gusto ko talaga yung sa Bollywood. Yung 5 minutes na mahulog.
Nako, ibang usapan na yun. Yung may dance-off sa dulo. Pero syempre, shoutout sa inyo guys. Nanonood pa kayo kaya itong umaga. Pero, ngayon huli si Derke. Hindi mangyayari yung Fnatic close gameplay kasi si Klaus ang tagahabol sa kanya. And this is gonna be a situation here for Varsa Crew. At nahanap talaga na yung sagot dito sa CQC. Klaus there with the takedown out the booster. Noko Fnatic to. Kaya naman yung pop flash! At Bazino, walang pake-pake, mabulag siya. He gets back his eyesight. And it's all up to Magnum now. Dito Ray, Fnatic. Now, their fast push doesn't work at Crew ang nakahanap ng sagot pataas si lecture ni Johnny dun. Uy.
Talagang
Wala. Isipin mo si Johnny, teacher yan. Firefighter rin. Lawyer, nurse, lahat na lang.
Yan na lahat na, no? Talagang all-in-one. Kita mo naman. Ganito, pag nagagalit pala si Johnny, ganun nangyayari.
Parang pag nagagalit si Johnny, boss, iba yung nangyayari. Pero bawal natin pag-usapan.
Bawal natin pag-usapan. Nagiging super saiyan siya.
At syempre alam natin, yung tipong pag nagagalit talaga, batak ang utak. Doon talaga, doon sa ulo ni Johnny, nagkakaugat. Doon sa kasi bald siya, kaya halata. Nothing else. Yun lang naman. Pero para sa Crew ang ganda na naman yung sagot ni Klaus and we keep talking about him time after time. Christmas time para sa Crew, pag siya talaga yun mananakit dito na malapitan. He's one of the best setups we've seen so far in the series in Valorant Champions. Pero si Mazino, tinalo nga yung kalokohan ng judge at nag-set na ulit, boss! 5v3 na kagad, Ray, but Crew again in control.
Nahay! Mukhang 8-4? Hello? Yan na ba? Hindi na ito umitin! Bakit hindi nyo tumayon? Bakit hindi nyo tinitingnan? Oh no! Wala kang mistakes! Pero nga lang, si Delsic na lang natitira! 2v1? Pwede pa, may nabag pa to.
Ang awkward doon kasi dapat nakita yun. Nakita natin yung baril, lumabas to sa toxic screen pero hindi pa rin. At Delsic nga, sabi mo nag-iisa pero null command na naman makulit pero wala siya makita dito pa ng side of Fnatic. There we go with the double stack on the box but Toma with the 3K. At dahil lang sa isang pagkakamali na wala na ang lahat. Dart sa heart, ang sakit doon para sa Crew. But 7-5, it's Crew still with 2 round lead. Pero yun, na-mistake. Nakapastok. Mukhang hindi na bantayan, hindi na matsin ni Nagset at all. Yung barrel na nag-peak on up to sa walong Viper day.
Ayun na.
Sayang. Uy, hindi nakatayo ang boss. Okay, ganda naman ang suit mo.
Siyempre, bro. Okay to, bro. Galing tayo sa Bunny, bro.
Ano tayo? Giorgio Armani, pare.
Yeah.
Ralph Lauren. Ano pa?
Nike,
ano? Bershka, Nike. No? Ganun, something like that.
Nike, Uniqlo. Ano ba? Ano yung isa-iba mga Gucci. Wala naman ata Gucci pero ako, Miramar Sunhawk Verdance.
Hindi ko alam yun. Wala akong alam yun. Parang ibang Ray yun eh. Parang pang ano yun, pang 6 p.m. Ray. Hindi pang hindi pang 6 a.m. Ray. Alam ko lang.
Sorry,
ang alam ko lang, Bind. Yun naman ganun, Bind, Split Even.
Akala ko Mirage yung alam mo eh. Ano ba yan?
Never ko, kala mo 300 hours ko trinay mahalin yung larong yun. Hindi, lahat talaga eh.
Naglaro ka nun?
Tingnan mo yung account ka, boss. Makikita mo. Pinagbigyan ko talaga. Na todo. Wala talaga. Hindi ko makuha ang pagmamahal dun sa bang-bang na nauna dito sa Valorant. Pero pagpasok natin dito sa second half, real quick Fnatic at least, nung nakuha talaga ng momentum to go for the pushes, na nakita natin talaga yung utility round na ginamit nila lahat, doon na nahuhuli na yung Crew time after time. But Crew still, first few rounds yet again, nakakatakot talaga ang simula nila. Nakakatakot talaga yung mga retake potential nila. And the rotations were absolutely on point. At malaking bagay ito, Ray, kasi sa side ng Fnatic, umaasa sila sa Dirky fast runs, sa Dirky quick runs for first map and second map. Na si Dirky talaga, first half siya ang mag-pop off. Pero hindi nangyari dito eh. Naubusan na ng powers ang ating race sa simula. Pero ang tanong, na-reserve na ba niya para sa second half instead? 8 kills pa lang si Dirky. Look at Kesdit though, with 11 takedowns. Kesdit still having the form galing sa icebox. Pero paano bababawi dito ang Fnatic? May chance pa naman dahil sa pistol. Pero dito talaga sa simula na to eh. Nakala natin, Fnatic 8-take. Ito na ang galawan nila. But just Kesdit again with the right angles, right time, right pushes. palagi na lang ang race na to ang malaking bagay dito sa matchup na to.
Malaking impact ang ginagawa ng Raze. At least sa mga ibang aspects, we all have those verticalities, we have those ping shots talaga. Na napakalaki ng AoE effect niya syempre sa mga pag-entries ng mga kalaban, and at the same time when it comes to just pushing up ahead, we have those satchels coming right through. Tinuruan sila ni Super MJ. Tapos syempre, kita mo naman yung power kapag dating sa showstopper, you get those trades kahit ma-pick off ka. Pero ito na nga you lose the pistol coming on the side of Fnatic, and I think you're just gonna be giving a lot of momentum kay crew. You get this, may pag-asa pa, 7-all. Kapag hindi, I think medyo hingang malalim. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, at hihinga ka agad at magbubuga kung ano ang ulam yesterday. Pero speaking of, Kesnet kagad, magpupush na into the mid control, nakingay the pistol, pero looks like Fnatic already sees at least meron nang manggagaling sa kanila, some particular noises of course, pero si Doma, bigla na lang all of a sudden nangalahati ng buhay.
Yan talaga, kalating buhay, makulay ang gulay, pero pag sinabon talaga dito na naman ng side ng crew ang tantaran ng bala dito ng Fnatic, pwedeng-pwede ka gamitin tong mid-control na to para sa kanila. And there you have it, Nags already with the kill on the Dirk, and Dirk again, struggling right now dito sa map number 3. So, pagod na ba ang Dirk? And Euro tinatanong sa Fnatic, and so far, it isn't a star-studded performance that we have seen from him, na siya talaga nagbuhay sa map number 1 sa regulation, at yung map number 2 na hard carry roll na gusto natin makita rin galing sa side of Fnatic, but hindi pa naman tapos ang lahat. Fnatic still can go for the hold kasi ito, that's a beautiful 0-point galing kay Doma. They get the intel, pero marami na to Ray papunta ng B-side.
Napakarami. Stuck tayo lahat. Hawak-hawak kamay. Pero si Poster, meron ba pagbababa na itong toxic screen? Makakabawas sila. Naghihintay lang siya with discipline with this Frenzy. And finally, naku po, si Kesnet, sumunod si Doma sa isang mga miyembro ng Fnatic na huhulog sa loob ng crew. And now we only have Magnum with the flavor with almonds and chocolate. And it's
Nakita mo
gonna
yun?
be going down sa kamay ng crew. Ano?
Nakita mo yun? Speaking of kamay, nakita mo yun? Hindi pa tapos yung round, taas kamay na kagad ni crew, nag-celebrate. Sabi na to yung round na to. Confidence! Ang crew ngayon, Ray, nag-iinit, nananakit, at sabi na nila, amin na to, na map na to. Ganon sila ka-confident ngayon. So yun sila na G. At Fnatic, boss, nakuha na yung tickets, nakuha na yung reservation. Bigla ba kayo hindi makakasama sa EMEA semifinals? Kasi crew pa, nanalo ng pistol dito. Ray, momentum nga, diba? Nasa crew ngayon.
Speaking of, yan yung mga tropa mong mahilig mag-drawing. Tapos sa mismong araw na yon hindi attend dahil daw ganito, ganyan. Pero ang lalakas talaga magaya, ang lalakas magplano. Shoutouts nga pala sa mga tropa kong ganon. Pero speaking of mga tropa, looks like close. He gets bolster. Dirky, may pag-asa pa ba? Pero nga, advantage sa mga ban. O sige, silipin mo pa. Sige, go lang. Okay, hahabulin siya nila Mazino. Hahabulin talaga nila si Doma. But tatlo na lang natitira. Puro classic lang ang hawak-hawak nila. They're just gonna be falling down. And looks like it, Dax, talagang Fnatic, nahihirapan sila. Kita mo yung composure nila sa nakita natin mga videos ngayon on air. Mukhang nahihirapan sila ngayon. Talagang dugot pawis to para lang maitay up against crew.
Ito na yung Fnatic na many people were worried about eh. Parang pansin talaga natin, pagpasok ng group... Sabi ni Sig, ayoko na. Sige, next na. Go next. Yan yung talaga ultimate symbol na go next. Next na. Go, sige. Fourth map. Ay, tapos na series. Ay, sorry. Akin. Pero ito talaga yan. Fnatic, may duda eh. Pagpasok dito sa Valorant Champions na ang pangat ng performance na on the online setting, ang pangat ng performance na in previous tournaments before this. Pero, sabi na, hindi kami yun. Online Natic, iba sa Lanatic. At marami naniwala dahil ang ganda ng performance sa group stage nila, nakakaiba na Fnatic still beating out all the competition in their group. Grabe kagipit ang labanan. Grabe, ganun kalapit talaga. And against likes of Cloud9 as well as Vicious Strikers, they really showed their stuff and really proved how strong they can be. But right now against Crew, nakikita na naman natin dito yung host ng Fnatic. And I feel like it all started dahil ganun sila natalo ng map number 1 eh. Nasa kanila sana, but Crew with the guts, with the glory, and with the chance to go for the takeouts and the victory. At the 1-1 na scoreline, but Crew right now with the lead. Fnatic will fight the vampire. Klaus! Nako! Hindi binatawan! Yung pagbaril ng Spectre na yan, the Dalawa pa mahuli niya. Advantage pa dito para sa crew. Pero hindi pa to si Klaus. Run on away with the run and gun. Doma daw in the meantime with the flash drive and he's gonna be trying to go for the peak. Pero kita kanya ang isa per Klaus pa rin ang sasagot. 3v2 at tayo lang sa galawan dito ni Klaus. Advantage pa rin dito sa side ng crew, Ray.
Hindi ko gusto pag nagtatake sila ng long. Okay, pwede naman, pero parang hindi ako confident pagdating sa gano'n na nangyayari. Especially with KO flashes. Wala silang choice. Mag-save talaga sila ngayon, Dax. And it's just going to be a 5-round difference. And mag-save nga sila. Makakakuha, magsha-shopping pa syempre mga miyembro ng crew. And side by side, nararamdaman mo na yung momentum na kuha ng crew against Fnatic. Ayaw talaga nilang magpalista. Ayaw nila mag-solid EMEA to. Gusto pa rin nila syempre pumunta, sumama. And looking at it, sobrang nagsa-struggle na nga sa frags yung isang member ng crew si Delzik eh. Yet the other members are really doing it. And I love yung double controller setup nila, just the same as Fnatic nga lang. Pero I think maganda kasi dito is that you have that Sky, you have two duelists, and even if alam mo naman yung composition nila, two duelists is kind of not already a meta sa ibang mga teams, sila ginagamit pa rin na. It's really on
Gina
point.
G.
I love the Gina G. Press W! Lakad matatag lang ang ginagawa nila.
Okay, so ito na ba ang tanong, Ray? Pwede na ba natin sabihin yung crew ay Pinoy? Ito na ang Pinoy natin. Malapit na ang wikang Kastila sa wikang Pilipino. Close enough! Pero yan nga, diba? Klaus, he's gonna be able to get that take the bolster with a trade. At kung gusto mo talaga mag-root na isa pang underdog story sa puro lang underdog story dito sa Valorant Champions, may isa pa pang pag-asa sa crew esports. 10-5 scoreline. And Klaus, big reason why nauna dito ang crew, but he is dead after getting rid of Magnum. At sayang na lang wala siyang Viper Spit na pwede gamitin sa round na to. Pero Kiznit ha, meron siya dito showstopper, and the defense is Fnatic. Hindi ka anong ka-fortified dito papunta ng A-site. They do have the utilities though, at kung mas-count lang at call the booster kagad, at siya pa nga yung IGL, diba? Ready pa rin sila bumati ng iba. But there you have it already. Utilities gonna get popped for the meantime. The star gonna get used, pero hindi naman yung non-swarm mismo. At mukha para sa site ng crew. Nakuha pa nila yung A-site. Fnatic, ano na, sagot nyo?
Yun na nga eh. Pero ito na nga, maglalabas na ng showstopper. Will it actually connect? Here it is. Oh no. Okay, Dirty makes his move. He will be popping off, of course, that paint shells. Pero nga lang, oh no, hiwa-hiwalay sila. Hindi sila nagsisink. All those rotations sa retake. Ang ganda nung pinapakita ng crew. Very clean takes. We only have Boaster. He goes for the defuse, pero pupuntahan lang siya, syempre. Okay, he can get out! Hindi posible! Oh no!
Oh, he got it!
Yung time!
He got it! Maniwala ka! Okay to! Sabi sa'yo! 1 second to destruction! Pero si Boaster talaga ang taga-call dito ng Fnatic na kaya pa yan. Crew! A little too ambitious. Masasabi ko na lang. And these are the small mistakes na gagawa minsan ng crew. Okay, ito, gets pa. Mazina gonna peek on that 2v1. Pero to, yung nahulog si Delzik at mukhang nag-reload pa nga siya. Wala talaga. Libre na yan para kay Boaster. Nakuha pa talaga ang lahat. And one thing that Fnatic has been able to do versus crew is punish those small mistakes. Yung crew talaga, ang ganda ng momentum nila. Ang ganda ng parang force nila sabihin crew. Ay, Fnatic, hindi kayo papalag. Pero pag makita lang ng sign of weakness nito ang Fnatic, and like MNE, EMEA teams, they're some of the best. That's the best region, honestly. Na talaga pwede i-punish yung pagkakamali mo. So magkamali ka lang isang fundamental ng Valorant, ikaw ang lagot. But Fnatic right now with jumping Nags that already giving out his position. At nakikita talaga na naka-operate siya. 10-6, pero Fnatic para sa kanila, yun yung kailangan nila para makabalik sa momentum na to.
Calm and collected. Calm and collected. Yan ang kailangan ng Fnatic right now. Apat pa rin yan. It's really draining, to be honest. Apat ba naman against crew? Na syempre, anong ginagawa nila ngayon? Nagpapaka-aggressive lang. And the fact that Tagset, nakapagpunta na nga dito sa mid, will be pushing towards Vale, pupunta na nga kaagad sa tower. Will he be able to get at least a pick off with that operator? But here it is, timing, very important! Turkey will be pushing with that. Oh, nice patience! Lumabas sila! Sabi nila, naku, medyo mahirap to. Naglabas pa nga ni isa pa. Bubot, alam na nga niya na merong mga tao. Meron na nga siya nilalabas, syempre, na lunchbox. Pero Doma on the other side, naghihintay na lang sila na babagsak sa kanila isa-isa. And looking at it,
Drop-down gameplay lang kailangan, Mystic! Nako, hindi ka pa handa! Ano nakita natin doon? SEAL Team 6 coming at you. Bigla na lang yung mga Marines dito ng crew nang galing sa Chinook, nang galing sa helicopter at hot drop na lang papunta ng B-side. Tingnan mo to! Naglit kayo si Tara, hot drop tayo, kasama tayo dito. At para na lang ginawang battle royale to. Ano to, Pachinki? Anong klaseng galawan to? Papunta ng B-side and crew have broken Fnatic spiritually, mentally, as well as economically. So ang sagot talaga ng Fnatic yun, wala na lang sa power ng judge ni Durke. Pero ang laki na ng lamang dito ng 5 points, big money. And kahit gumawa ka ng play dito, Durke, hinandaan ka na ng crew ngayon. Crossfire is a go. There we have it. Tomasina to be losing his trailblazer. Pero yung guided light talaga makakuha ng intel. At mapapabako na win lang Fnatic. Pero ito yun eh. May opening na dahil lang napitas kagad si Durke. It does seem like pagpasok dito sa map number 3, dito na siya nawalan ng espiritu ng Fnatic and crew in the right position, in the right timing, and in a good spot to prevent the EMEA semifinals. Ito talaga yung kwento, guys. Kung sino man na underdog pinagsichiran mo, kung Team Secret, yung X10, yung Cloud9, ayun nga, ito, crew. It was bound to happen ba? Yun ba yung magiging sasabihin natin? Na 1 out of 4. Yung kailangan walang hulaan sino talaga yung mag-prevent ng EMEA semifinals, EMEA challengers sa Valorant Champions. At mukha, save the best for last ang sinasabi ng crew kung matapos lang nila itong matchup na to. But Doma, ganda ng hop on the way, diba? Little Bunny going for the hops and sweeps and jumps. Doma though, gonna get flushed on that. Dahil lang sa pain shells. Pero may ibang sagot dito ang Fnatic. Null command, ang galawan sa press is there. 5v4, pero pipilitin pa rin ng Fnatic to.
Mapipilit ba nila to? Retake is coming. Magpo-push out lang syempre ang mga taga-crew Dax. Sabi nila, we'll play it very relaxed. The advantage meron tayo ba? Looks like Doma got it go! Saan nakatingin si Delzik? Yes, did also very detonate lang sila syempre ng Viper Split as of now. And looks like they're doing it. Pero kalang booster na kuha, nakasot ni Spectre. And the time is ticking. Kailangan na late defuse syempre. Pero looks like all of those protectors, Fnatic gets it! He's hitting his shot! And looks like Cosville just gonna be denying it to Doma for your defuse. Pero dahil lang agad, it's going to be a 1v1. And still, Claude will be able to get this. And match point na nga para sa Latam number 1!
Latam! Vamos, 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 crew! 12-6! And Klaus pa rin. Kaya nga, alam mo pangalan mo, Klaus? Kasi lalakas ka pag December na. Feliz Navidad para kay Klaus. At kita natin dito, bantay sarado, na ping na patay, nakuha ang 3. At crew, alam nila, isa na lang, pasok na the story ng crew. Rami nagsabi na hindi sila abot ng level na to, hindi sila abot sa ganito kalayo. At inasabi lang nila, sabi ni Johnny, guys, chill out, kalma. Ganun lang, diba? Para hindi sila ganun kaatat kasi alam na nila na pwedeng mag-follow na part kung makuha lang na Fnatic yung next few rounds in a row. They wanna finish this off on a high note. Kita mo, concentrated eh. At kita ni Johnny eh. Alam na niya na pwede pa magkamali lahat dito sa crew. Pero ang ganda nun eh. You usually said a Fnatic ultimate play work, tatatapon nila mga 3 ultimates para manalo. Pero wala pa rin ngayon nasagot ng crew. And especially yung pwestuhan talaga nila with that Viper Spit eh.
Ayan na nga eh. Talagang napakalaking opportunity na nun sa Fnatic. Sobrang okay na, Dax. But then, looks like si Klaus naghihintay lang. And ganda na sana eh. Ganda, okay na yun eh. Sabi ng Fnatic, okay, you watch me. Watch me, I'll defuse it. But unfortunately nga, hindi niya nakuha yung trade-offs na yun. Hindi niya man lang na-punish si Klaus. And I think that's just it. Pero tignan natin. Now or never na sa Fnatic. Pero advantage siya pa rin nasa crew. But how will we be able to manage it?
Ito yung script ni Johnny sa kanila eh. Tranquila. Oy! That's it! Hello? Nice dash! Nabanggapos. Oh, but Kesnet. Oh my God! Walang kakwenta-kwenta entry dyan. And this is where it's scary for crew. They have to be very, very decisive, Ray. Nakita natin bigla sila yung nadapa. Well, sige, Delzik, makakuha na sa 1v3 situation. Pero wala eh. Umpisa pa lang, nagkamali ka na. Might as well try to get anything out of it. Nisipin mo, tumama yung dash sa kakampi mo. Tapos mag-blast back, hops ka pa rin, mahihirapan ka pa. Pero wait, 1v3, Delzik, ano galawan natin dito? Wala. Fnatic win that round. And for Crew, do you want to stop this from happening? Gusto mo ba makapasok sa semifinals? Huwag na ulitin yung round na yun. Alam mo na eh, makita mo pa lang yung dash, alam mo na,
Babawi pa, tatapalatik, 5 pa! Ayaw nilang patap. Siyempre ba naman, gusto sabi na, nakita ko yung tweet ng Team Liquid Valorant eh. Hey, kayo na lang. Uy, ano na, ano pa? Ikaw na lang. Ikaw na lang papayagan eh. Pero mape-pressure ba kayo, ang crew? Okay, may economy pa sila. May economy pa sila, so mag-survive pa sila sa round na to. And let's see. If they lose this, then I don't know if they're just gonna be forcing the next round. But I think no, hindi sila gana na team na talaga nagpa-force pa na nagpa-force. Ganun yung ginawa na Gambit sa second map kanina against Exen eh. Mapapaiyak ka na lang kahit ko konti. Pero eto.
Buti pa napanood mo yun.
Oo, syempre. Next meet pa ni Hama sa atin. Shoutout nga pala kayo.
Ganun ba? Okay. Grabe talaga.
Yung mga tao ngayon, bakit ganun? Sa atin napuputi yung mga taong galit kahit umaga pa lang.
I don't know. Oo nga eh. Alam mo, guys, tranquila. Aga-aga sa umaga. Ano ba issue nyo? Kanino kayo na gano'n? Alam mo, minsan...
Talo ba? Sardinas ba?
Ito yun eh. Maraming nagsisisi minsan sa, hindi, ganyan sila magsalita kasi menos. Hindi talaga eh. Wala kaming oras mag ganun eh. Mukha ba pwede namin gawin rin yun in the first place? Kami pa ang malalagot sa lahat. Ano ba kayo? Kaya kami, naganood lang. Kasi, ayan na. Isa pa na. Trabaho namin to. Kaya okay lang. Hindi na natin kailangan ng bonus dyan. Ang tanong do, tatatapos na ba ng crew talaga ang laban na doon? I mean, what do you guys expect? We do this for free? Ewan ko na lang. Hindi ko talaga alam. Hindi ko na lang talaga alam ano i-expect nyo dito sa umagang umaba. Lahat tayo may trabaho. Ito ang sa amin. Pero ang trabaho talaga dito ng crew, tapusin na tong laban na to. Nagset, Judge, Bladestorm. So may options sa dito to play that range. At feel ko talaga pwede nyo gamitin sa round na to para lang ma-push tong A-side. Fasting kaya ang laruan na naman dito ng crew. There you go already. Already with the updraft, already with the Bladestorm. Lipad muna. Helicopter para kay Nagset. And this is a quick clear out para sa crew on A-side. Pero sabi ni Fnatic, sige nga, retake na lang tayo ngayon.
Speaking of those retakes. Oh no! Oh, Magno!
I've got your trail.
Magno, Mr. Cassette! Okay. So, pwede pang manalo pa natin. Pwede pa silang makahabol. But here it is. We have the Cosmic Divide. And tignan natin if it's gonna be workable on the side of Fnatic. Pero here it is, naghanap lang siya ng pick-offs right now. Nag-aabang-abang. Will Boaster finally be able to determine na meron nakatingin sa kanya sa may screens banda? Ito na nga nilalaro-laro niya. And seems like, oh no, Mazino, he gets of course si Doma. And now, here it is, that flash itself. Will Mazino be able to get that mukhang hindi madedeny sila 3v1. Pero nga lang, will he be able to get this? Naku po, Boaster still gets him out. At may oras pa rin para mag-defuse. May oras pa!
Ray, okay pa. Heart attack ng maliit. Konting skip talaga ng heartbeat doon. Pero kaya pa. Buhay pa. At konting putas doon yung Fnatic. Kala natin na nakalimutan nila na nakapasok talaga na jet all the way to the screens and more contesting. Pero yung simulado with Magnum getting those kickdowns. Mistake and makakuha pa ng pitas. But you can't count out what crew can do. Last in gaming, going for the push, going for the takedowns. And that was way too close for comfort. Isipin mo, mabitawan mo na ng konti, talo na kayo. Pero ito Fnatic, di nagbibitaw. Alam na nila, nakabook na yung flight, yung accommodation sa pakanan nila. Pero yung crew sabi nila, yoink, akin na to. And it's a 4-round gap to try and tie it up for overtime. Can Fnatic complete the quad? Can Fnatic complete the 4-4-4 EMEA? O eto na ba ang tunay lalalat revolution? Viva la revolution ng crew! Kasi isa na lang kailangan nila para matapos to. B-site though is a call. Tatlaga natin, mukhang magkukumit na sila dito kasi napansin nila may Viper Spit sa gitna ng mapa.
But actually, this is a good take by Mystic. Pero nga lang, hello, pasok na kami sa... pero sabi na naglabas ng lockdown si Magnum because of the frag that he got earlier. And this is it. Mapapa-push right through sila. Pero same scenario lang ba na nangyari kanina para makapag-earn ng match point ng crew? Or this time around, Fnatic will be able to improve this Dax.
Officials though has been thrown and here we have it. Nako, dumidikit dito ang Fnatic pero ayun na naman, delikado na naman sa oras. But it's all about the garage take here for the side of crew. May backstab though, manggagaling kay Denzik. And can he be the one yung pangalan niya? Gets it with a big bomb! At may knock-set up the poison red. Kessit gonna get 2. Doma will get 2 inner spots. Mystic nakapatay. Pero mahuhusan na lang oras dito ang Fnatic. Kilabit na kayo. But Kessit! Ang fireworks ngayon para sa crew. Kasi wala nang ka-oras-oras at nasira rin para sa EMEA. Ang ginugusto nila. Happy Johnny, happy Latam, at happy dito ang crew. Esports, Viva! La Revolution, Viva! And Vamos crew. Inaya talaga. Talunin ang Fnatic at may buhay pa dito na hindi galing sa EMEA, Ray Ray. Alam ko! Love ko na si Coach Johnny! Love ko na siya! Hanapin ko yung totoong pangalan ni Coach Johnny! Ganun ka-respeto ko na siya! Pero sige, Ray Ray, ano mo sabi mo sa matchup na to?
Alam mo, ito na lang. Ito, dapat sa seryosong usapan. Guys, when the moment na nanalo ang crew ng 15-13 sa Haven, tas most likely magiging split, alam ko na crew will be able to win that against Fnatic. Yun yung take ko. Kasi it's either clean 2-0 or you go home Fnatic. Yun talaga yung para sa akin when it came to that. Pero at the same time, we gotta believe na yung crew talaga, not just their experience, but they've been through a lot. They've been to the Masters of Berlin. They've been, of course, sa Reykjavik. Yung experience nila itself, kahit pa sabihin natin yung Latam talaga, medyo unfortunate sa other nilang representatives. But the fact na siguro dito pa rin sila, they're standing tall and they're able to achieve and remove 1 coming in from the EU region. Sila ba yung, not just sila dark horse, yes, pero hindi sila underdog. Yan ang paniniwala na nakuha ko na din at the same time ngayon because of that crazy performance. Pero nga lang at the same time talaga, Fnatic, nahihirapan sila sa kanilang attacking side. I think both of the sides talaga a lot of huge mistakes. Yung flanks din, hindi nag-work at all. Wala nga talagang ganong flanks on their defending side. So I think that's just some of the little mistakes na meron yung Fnatic. Pero yun nga, hindi talaga sila sasama. And I think yung napakalaking determining factor doon is yung match point talaga na naigib ng crew against them.
Amos, yun lang. Sa crew, may bayani rin sila eh. Kesnit again. This is the change they needed. Ito yung hinahanap nila nung Iceland eh. Kasi last time talaga, nagkita yung crew, Fnatic, wala pa. Ang ating boss, Kesnit, sa matchup na yun lang pala yung secret weapon eh. Yun lang kailangan nila. At syempre, yung smile ni Johnny, pangalan niya talaga Honor. Pero para sa akin, Johnny forever. Happy boy, happy crew.
Hindi na siya galit.
Talaga. Hindi na siya galit. Kaya talaga, yun na, di ba? Sakto, yung pagputok ni Kesnit para maging happy si Johnny. Wala na, chill na lang. Ganun kalapit ang pwede gawin. Talaga ng crew esports. Pinasok lang si Kesnit. Laking bagay lang. But this has been an improvement for all of them. Siyempre, nakita natin, of course, the effectivity of Klaus on that Viper. Effectivity of Klaus overall. At yun pa rin, yung pagpalag na nakita natin galing sa Jet na palagi lang pumapalag si Nagset na patagi na lang. Gusto kapatan si Dirke doon. And just crew esports as a whole. This is the step up na hinahanap ng lahat. Sabi nga, di ba, with 4 underdogs versus 4 EMEA, it was bound to happen. Pero save the best for last. Save the best for the one that has always been here. At yung crew esports, sabi nila, sila na lang ang natitira sa Americas. Hindi taga-NA, pero galing sa LATAM, galing sa SA. And there you have it, guys. Meron taga-tapos dito ng EMEA domination. At Ray, mukhang buhay pa Valorant Champions. Hindi na to EU Challengers eh.
Pareho malaki label Valorant Champions dahil meron tayong LATAM. Pero alam mo kung ano mas mainit? Dahil semi-finals na bukas. Bukas kasi 1 AM. So, semi-finals na agad, guys. Just a quick summary. Ang maglalaban ay Ascend versus Team Liquid on the first series, then followed by Crew versus Gambit. Sila ba, tatalunin ba ng Crew ang tatlong horsemen of Apocalypse? Ganun ba ang mangyayari? Siya ba ang totoong lason sa mga EU teams? Tignan natin kasi ito yung magandang storyline na para syempre sa ating mga teams. Pero syempre, Dax, bago mo i-close, muli, guys, kung gusto nyong marating ang inyong gaming needs na syempre mga immortal, mga radiant, well, nakuha mo yan with Globe at Home prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load HomeSurf 199 para may 30 gig ka na, valid for 7 days and 199 pesos lang. And of course, winning starts at home with Globe at Home Only Fiber app with Plan 2699. With speeds of up to 100 Mbps, siguradong panalo ang pamilya with its powerhouse bundle. So maraming salamat syempre kay Globe. And kung ako sa inyo, mag-Globe at Home prepaid Wi-Fi na ako.
Guys, ayun na talaga. Thank you sa Preso Globe. Thank you sa pagnonood nyo dito. Na-witness natin ang kakaibang execution dito ng Crew Esports at sila pa ay buhay makipaglaban sa mga taga-EMEA. First set ng ating semifinals. Doon sa taas, Ascend versus Team Liquid. At sa baba naman, makikita natin Crew Esports versus Gambit Esports. Abangan natin yan next time dito sa Valorant Champions. Ako si Dax, kasama si Ray at matulog na kayo. Good morning at good night. Ito ang Filipino broadcast natin. Kita-kits na lang sa muli.
Mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back to Champions, where there's no other way to say it than for Crew to have fallen many months ago to this very squad on the Masters Reykjavik stage. They come back and dispatch them in incredible fashion in a best-of-3 to already make their best international showing yet, pushing themselves into a semifinal.
But what a story for Crew. My goodness, what a story for them to start the year with Fnatic and now to end Fnatic.
Oh, man.
That's brutal. The way it happened, too. Just unbelievable scenes.
I mean, they need to change all of their social titles to Wrecking Crew. And shout out to Cyberwaste who sent me that one, because that one's a sick one. I'm going to be sticking with that for the rest of the tournament, because if they keep playing that way, we're seeing them in the grand final for sure.
Well, right. We're already getting call-outs for how far they might go. And you know what? With, again, the way they're playing, with players like Kesnet in absolute top form and others stepping up behind him on a map like Split, you have to start to wonder if it's true. Can they really challenge for that title? But before we get to that conversation, because we will, Wilton, we'll refresh on the bracket and all of that near the end of the day. I do want to talk about this victory. I want to give them their moment here in the spotlight as they took down Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, from the beginning to the end, it felt like, yeah, sure, they went down on the first half of Haven, but everything that we saw in that Sentinel series, the grit, the determination to come back, and then, of course, the star power in Kesnet and Nags, and then the rest of the team chipping in here and there, too. I have to say, I agree with you, Jess, when you say that the Mazzino is the unsung hero for this team.
He really is.
Because he popped off, too.
I mean, and we have to look at the overall series as well, Baller, and I'm sure Dash would agree here, is that this looks on paper like Kesnet and friends, because if you look at the overall series stats, the only person positive in KD is Kesnet. The rest of them were, you know, falling behind in the KD, but what we can't show you, what the paper won't show you, is the way in which they overwhelmed and suffocated Fnatic at every turn of the map. Everywhere Fnatic tried to take space, there was 2, no, 3 crew members waiting on the other side of the door. This is a team that knows that maybe they can't do it alone, and sometimes they can. We have the clutch factor on Klaus on Haven, for example, but if they bring numbers, oh god, that's a demolition I don't want to be part of.
Another map within this series where he sports over 200 damage per round. Kesnet does. I mean, he's a monster.
It takes 150 to kill someone. Just to put that into context.
Thank you very much.
Like,
exactly.
That is ridiculous. That is that's
if you can rely that every round a player on your team is killing more than one person, even if it's 1.25, 1.3, whatever, that is an absurd reliance that you can have walking into any matchup.
Yeah, I think he's proven all the scrim rumors around Kesnet true, right? This guy is here to stay. He's a superstar. He 100% is a superstar.
He deserves the spotlight through and through, because what we said on the pre-desk was Durka came out of groups being #1 rated in 4 or almost 5 different areas. Kesnet was going face-to-face with a demon from the group stages, and he said, sit down, this is now my throne, pass the crown over, and it's squarely on top of Kesnet's head where it belongs.
Overcame that demon. Let's jump over to Potter, though, who's standing by at the telestrator to help us make sense of what we just witnessed.
Yes, thank you, Dash. I wanted to break down, as Jess says, Kesnet and friends, how he was so dominant, how he was finding so much success across this entire series. Let's go back to map 1 on Haven. If we go here, I'm going to go and press play. Take a look at Kesnet's point of view. He's going for this garage control in tandem with this Astra. And the speed and the pace in which Kesnet is taking this ground, it catches Fnatic off guard. Take a look at Boaster's point of view. He's got the recon out. This timing for Kesnet, he was on one, completely feeling out the round. And I'm going to pause it right here. Take a look at this mini map. And you'll see that Astra, Boaster, he's all on his lonesome on this entire side of the map. And the rest of Fnatic are all towards A. And play out this round. And Boaster just gets taken out. Kesnet, he just seemed to be just feeling out. His spidey senses in the game were absolutely on point. And if we pause again here, it's just like that. Kesnet, he gets 2 beautiful kills. 3 members of Fnatic are forced to stay towards A. Kesnet has all the space, all the ground, and the rest of the members of crew just flood into C, and it's a beautiful plant. And this round right here was what bolstered the comeback for crew to beat Fnatic in overtime on that map 1. Absolutely special player Kesnet is, and it was fantastic to watch this player. Back to you guys at the desk.
They had to end it on split, and I'm glad we got the breakdown of Haven, though.
Yeah.
Because, again, we highlighted that they had to win that to get to the 3rd map, and it did look in some ways disastrous. Yes, it was that 4-round offensive win that we said they did manage to cobble together like they had against Sentinels, but to have to come back from that kind of round differential time and time again is what makes this squad impressive, right? It seems like you cannot count them out now in any scenario.
No, yeah, that's definitely a thing that people have to look out for now. No matter what, you have to be ready for them to start coming back, to start springing rounds in together. And I think that's honestly some of the reason why Fnatic went down map 1 was that they weren't ready. They underestimated consistently the way that they were taking A, right? They consistently were just like, oh, we'll just retake. This will be fine. Like, sure, it worked 1 or 2 rounds, but over and over and over, Crew's just like, yeah, we can actually do this.
Well, now we're in a spot as well, as we talk so much about Kesnet, that I do want to highlight one of those other players behind him who steps up in a big way. Yeah, it's our HyperX reflex from this one. It does come from Split. It's Klaus with a 3K here to keep Fnatic off the spike.
You know what? If you go and you cast your mind back to Haven and you look at his stats from there, he had 3 1v1s. He won all of those. He had another 1v2, won it. He had a 1v3, won it. If you put Klaus in a clutch position, honestly, you cannot count Crew out of a match. You can't count them out of a map. And if Klaus is still alive, you can't count them out of a round. The incredible stacking of this team, regardless of looking at, against the odds, is incredible.
Now you can't count them out of a championship, right? I mean, that's where now we maybe start having that conversation about really how far can they push these different EMEA squads. They've taken down 1. They're going to have to go through 2 more to take the title.
I just love it, too, because it's the Sentinels, right? That's the first person they went through, Masters Reykjavik winner. Then they go through Fnatic, Masters Reykjavik runner-up. Dude. Now they have to go through Gambit, Masters Berlin winner.
You can say nothing about the journey that this team has already had to endure to get to the place that they are, but what more they will have to do if they want to shoot even higher. To get some thoughts after that marathon but amazing series, we've got Doug standing by with Kesnet in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Dash. Yes, I am here with Kesnet, the monster, throughout that entire series, joining me for this interview. Kesnet, first off, you just took down Sentinels. You just took down Fnatic. How are you feeling right now? Acabas de ganar el partido contra Sentinels y después contra Fnatic. ¿Cómo te sientes ahora?
Obviamente que es un honor ganarle a un equipo tan grande que nosotros aprendemos de ellos. Entonces, ya llegar al momento de ganarles es algo inexplicable.
He said it was such an honor to be able to play against these top-tier teams and then take them down as well and learn from them along the way. Truly an inexplicable feeling. Now, I want to ask you this, Kesnet, turning our attention over to... I want to start with Icebox, because while it didn't look great for your team, you were a monster. How did you feel leading into Split off of the Icebox loss? Te quería preguntarte específicamente con Icebox. Tú jugaste, mientras que el equipo no ganó, tú jugaste,
Es que lo que pasa, yo tenía muchas ganas de cerrarlo en un 2-0, entonces, es la verdad, tenía muchas ganas de cerrarlo en un 2-0 y estaba full motivado, le da ánimo a mi equipo, pero no se pudo y igual estoy contento porque al final se cerró igual.
Pero casi lo hiciste también.
Casi le dije.
Casi pasó.
No se puede solo, pero...
ahí vas. He said he so desperately wanted to just 2-0 them. He just wanted it to be done. He didn't want to have to go the third map, and you're trying to motivate the team. And again, while he had an incredible performance, it just wasn't enough. But gladly for him and for the rest of Crew, it worked out just fine. Anyway, last question that I have for you. How much further can this team go? Right? Like, what's left in the tank? La última pregunta para ti. Has ganado mucho, hermano, has ganado mucho. ¿Qué más te queda? ¿Cuánto más puedes ir?
Yo creo que este campeonato, la verdad, es que nos tengo demasiada fe y la verdad es que yo siento que estamos preparados para ser campeones mundial.
He said he's not quite done. He feels like it's possible. It's within reach. They're prepared to become world champions. Gracias, parcero. I'm going to throw it back over to the desk to close out the show. Dash?
Thank you very much, Doug. Kesnet answering the question. Yeah, first of all, amazing job. Amazing job, Doug. But Kesnet answering the question we've been asking. How much further can they go? He believes they have what it takes to hoist that trophy, to take that first ever world championship here in competitive Valorant. I entered the day a little bit a believer. Now I'm very much a believer. Where do the two of you stand?
I think you have to be a believer.
Okay. The man has come to the dark side.
Well, we did promise him cookies.
We did.
Yes.
And I'll deliver those cookies later. I will say it came off that first map win. I know I'm really logical in the way that I was looking at that series, but that to me was a formative part of Crew, bringing that momentum from the previous series into a series against a team that maybe plays a little bit stylistically different, but they would have to overcome anyway, and they did that. I didn't expect them to win Icebox, but it's a 3-mapper, so that's where you get to do it.
I think the reason why I'm turning into a believer is because I just saw Fnatic play the most scared I have ever seen a team play, and that's for a reason, right? That is because Crew
forced them to become what they were in that final match. And I think they can do it again. I also think they have keys to winning this championship. They have Fracture unlocked. They have a little bit of a, well, okay, I won't say they have something going for them in the meta. They're not playing any offbeat agents or anything like that. They're actually playing something very old in terms of the double duelist. However, they're playing so good fundamentally. They are feeling the momentum and feeling the fundamentals.
I think that's such an important point of recognition, though, right? Is how much they are warping their opponent's play by what they've shown us here on this stage. And that's where, as we want to pull up the bracket here to take a look at our semifinals, which have now solidified, I have some questions about that matchup against Gambit. We'll start with that one. We'll flip to the other for some thoughts kind of on both of them. But going up against, as you've said, the Masters 3 Berlin champions in Gambit, this is a stoic team. Right? This is a team that I do generally think will come in with some measured, success. They will be able to stand up against pressure. They're usually a more slow-paced, methodical team in strategy. So will they feel the same kind of thing that, let's say, Fnatic may have felt today?
I haven't felt confident about Gambit throughout the group stage myself. There have been a lot of mistakes and unforced errors that unnecessarily lead to map losses. They've lost maps against everyone they've gone up against thus far, and I'm sitting here going, okay, where does this put them in the rankings? Obviously, before we came in, we thought Gambit had a really good shot at making the finals. I started to watch their group stage games, and I went, that's not really the dominance I expected from Gambit. So if there's an opportunity to find them, at their sort of weakest spot, now's the time for Crew.
I don't think that they have a weak, sure, they have weakest spots, but I don't think that stays the same.
Sure.
Right? We saw Gambit have a weak group stage at Berlin. We saw Gambit have a weak group stage here. Now, that's not to say that they definitely aren't, they're better than everyone at this point in the tournament, but I think Gambit is a really, really good matchup against Crew. So I still believe that Crew can do it, but this is, once again, their hardest matchup.
Do you think this is a step up?
There.
Do you think it's a step up from Fnatic?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Just look at the way the Fnatic was defaulting in some of the cases and getting caught on flanks and stuff like that. You're talking about unforced errors. I actually think Gambit is one of the best teams at not having unforced errors.
All right.
So if you see Delzik on a flank or something like that, you will have the person, instead of just walking by, checking, making sure, especially now that we've seen it over and over and over. If that is still catching Gambit off by surprise, I'd be shocked, but also Crew should be able to do something else.
Well, that's Crew playing through the defending champs for a shot at the finals.
Right.
On the other side, we've got Team Liquid up against Ascend. Now, if their previous meeting is any indication, this is a TL-favored matchup, having won 3-1 when they last went up against each other.
Yeah, but that 3-1, 13-11, 13-11, 13-11,
Yeah.
13-11.
Yeah.
Come on, you can't get any closer than that. Literally. Oh, there was one overtime game too. I think double overtime in that Red Bull final. So yeah, no, that is a matchup that is very, very close. Everybody needs to tune in for that one because it can't get better than it.
I mean, I looked at Team Liquid throughout some of those games in the past few days, and it blew my mind. The things that they were pulling off round after round after round, and conceivably going above and beyond what I expected from them to begin with, it bodes really well. So if I could have changed my prediction between the group stage and the playoffs and prediction, and the production would have let me do it, I would have changed to Team Liquid after watching some of those games. Incredible stuff, and I don't know, I suppose it depends where you go from here as Team Liquid.
I think for me, Team Liquid, it's the fact that they have plenty of creativity and strategy behind their play. Yes, they probably got saved in a few moments where they were pulling out wicked shots, 3v5, and winning rounds literally snatching them out of the jaws of defeat, and they've got Scream, right? And so that's where you look at how much firepower does Ascend have to either create enough lopsided advantages that even if you give some back to TL, you've created enough of a differential, or do they have something up their sleeves, creatively, strategically, to throw TL off the scent.
We have to assume that that Ascend has something creative.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do they? Have they? I mean, and look,
I was thinking you said Team Liquid. I'm like, yeah, of course
they do. That's my point. We know they do.
No, I don't think so.
So it's a pure firepower game.
Ascend has to have been working on playing on the stage. That is literally the main focus that they need to have had.
They gotta stop being nervous.
I think yesterday they showed that, okay, there is a possibility of them being fine going forward, so they should show up in the semifinals, but strategically speaking, I think they're still sticking with what they've always been doing, which works for them.
Is that CNET and friends, or are we talking more here? That's my problem, is that I don't want to always... I hate that
saying.
saying.
Kesnet and friends. Like,
Sure.
after today.
That's sure, but I want to see a little bit more supportive plays from the others in Descent, the same way I saw that from Crew today.
Yeah,
That's what I would say, is I would say that the ceiling... Sure. I would say the bottom line of Crew today and what they were able to do is has a higher ceiling than the bottom line of Ascend. And I think that just comes down to pure utility and ability to push as a team. And I think throughout the groups, Ascend hasn't sold me on that yet. Again, you turn around and you say Gambit in playoffs, they always play better.
Yep.
I'm happy to be proven wrong here for both of these teams.
I mean, look, end of the day, you look at both of these matchups, as you mentioned, how close it was, even though a 3-1 scoreline in terms of a series feels a little bit more dominant. Those maps were all close, so that one promises to be amazing between two teams that are incredibly familiar with each other, and then very much the other kind of situation as we jump back down to that Gambit versus Crew matchup, where these are teams that are relatively unfamiliar with each other, right? And so
Gambit has struggled against that so often. I mean, that's why they struggle in group stages in a lot of cases, right? The game against Crazy Raccoon, even the games this time against Team Secret, even the game today against X10, right? It's just that unfamiliarity with what they're playing against always catches them off.
Of the 4 remaining teams, and I know we began this discussion in terms of talking about Kesnet, just has such an amazing offseason acquisition.
Yeah.
But if you look at the 20 players that remain across these 4 teams.
We're down to 20?
We're down to 20 players. I know, it's amazing how quick it all trims, right? A few days ago, we had 4 groups of 4 teams, and then now all of a sudden we got 4 teams remaining. So 20 players are left competing here on the Champions stage. Who's the best? Who's the star?
Who's the big dog?
Yeah.
Well, we already knocked one group stage big dog out. Durka, the big dog, gone. Kesnet took his crown for now.
So is that your pick? Is this the guy to beat as an individual here on the Champions stage?
As an individual?
Yeah.
Ooh.
We're just talking individual accolades.
He stood up tall today. Had over 300 ACS, plus 30.
Is it Scream?
Yeah,
He's
that's
had some
my only
poor
other
performances
person. Yeah.
and also some amazing recoveries.
Yeah. I'll actually go and say it's Nevera.
Sure.
The new pickup, the 2 new pickups, man.
Yes. Nevera is I don't know. I've seen something from this guy. Obviously, yeah, sure. We've seen him play. We've seen the ACS. We've seen the stats or whatever. We've seen the clutches. But this team is just so much better with him, man.
They really are.
You know, so it's like the extra stuff that this guy's bringing. I'm a big fan. I think he will be MVP.
Yeah.
All right.
I got the biggest, dumbest smile on my face, man, because these quarterfinals delivered in every possible way. Only 4 teams remain, as we have said. That's going to be it for us, though, tonight. And then we're going to take a dark day. When we come back, we'll be in a new venue, a new stage, and we'll have 4 semifinalists fighting for 2 final spots. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
Both teams are fighting for a semi-final spot here. Will the fairy tale continue for X10, or will the big bad wars of Gambit come and give them a rude awakening?
One enemy remaining. One down.
Gambit, 13-7, semi-finals calling their name.
Fnatic, the 4th of our EMEA squads and crew, the representatives left for the entire world, looking to take them down and take that final semi-final spot.
From the spike ticking away, he's able to isolate it to a 1v1. Boaster goes forward, Kesnet lands the shots! A Red Bull clutch! Vamos, Crew! The spy, what does he expect?
He understands the buff that comes with it.
And it works. Nice map, guys. Fnatic get to the map. We're going to split. And the shot is no. Klaus able to do it. He's trying to get it. Oh, they're gonna get it. What was that, Klaus? What was that?
Остался один враг.